Easy.
I exiled her on the plane, so she didn't count as being there. So this guy's pitching an idea for an anime. He says, I got this new anime plot. Basically, there's this high school girl, except she's got huge boobs. I mean, serious honkers. A real setup of donkers. Packing some debonk honkaroos. Massive dahoon bonkers. Yeah, sure, sorry. The hoonkabahonkaloos. Big old hunger cougars.
What the fuck?
Somebody says, what happens next? It's like, oh yeah, then a transfer student shows up one day with even bigger bonk honkagoongs. Humongous hoongalam gong non long hoongongerous gongs.
You're talking like a fucking sim.
Sorry, but you're out of a job.
It's okay. I was never really a very good clown.
Come on, guys, we're leaving.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelt.
You're the best. You're the guy who always takes like cream pies to the face.
What?
Get her. Okay.
Iron Man's on the point.
That's Captain America. Yeah.
Whatever. America Man.
Okay.
I mean, America Man works. 1 HP ult? No fucking way. They're mad. They're punching the fucking air.
Oh my god, let's go.
Oh my god. Yo, later man. Later man.
Hey Panda, do you think I could blow up your platforms if I use this?
Views.
Yeah. It's click.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
Zeppy!
What happened?
I went to only throw it once and I threw it and then clicked again.
You know what? How about you stay down and reconsider your choices? Jesus Christ.
Why did you call it a Chef Boyardee's?
That's what song you typed.
God damn it, Savage.
Damn it, Savage.
You can't, listen, it's not my fault I'm drunk.
How is it not? Okay, and a voice in her head which gives her advice, which is later revealed to be Angel. Yes, I do remember that. A voice in her head that gives her advice and is called Angel? Maximum Ride directly inspired Borderlands, didn't it? Right? A voice in your head called Angel? Well, I mean, I guess that is just like a religious thing. Maybe. He has dark hair and wings, and his special features include his ability to virtually disappear and the key to immortality in his DNA. So one of his things is like just having good genes, I guess. Cool. He is somewhat reserved, but cares deeply about the flock. He is usually very silent. Seems quite mysterious, always hiding his feelings. Fang runs a blog about the flock's adventure. I was not ready for the blog about their adventures. God damn it, Fang. You're so mysterious and dark. Nice blog, though. Oh, wait, is that why it's called Halo?
Holy shit.
Am I dumb as shit? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's called Halo because it's a ring, but that's why they use that music.
Yeah, right? Like, it's gotta be, right?
Or like church music. Yeah, Halo, great idea. I've just thought that myself. Yeah.
God fucking damn it.
We played that game too much. It's nothing.
Yeah.
That's just like one of those obvious things that no one would mention because it's too obvious. Little known fact about Panda, he has like an iPad in his back. So you can entertain yourself if you're behind him.
Don't add lore like that because I might have to remember it later.
You can play Angry Birds behind Panda if you're in a line.
Be careful, guys. Be careful, cat owners. Because cats are fucking dumb bastards, man. They are Stupid motherfuckers, truly.
There's nothing in that little head.
Yeah, not a single fucking thought except for malice and destruction.
Just wants to knock shit over.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know the world's not flat, because all the cats would be going to the edge of it to knock shit off it.
I've never used a deodorant. I don't think deodorant spray is sufficient, to be honest. I think that's cologne, but worse. It's worse cologne, to be honest.
I just put pure aluminum on my armpits.
Pure aluminum? Like foil?
Yeah, it's the best way. Wrap myself up like a turkey.
Isn't it weird? If you eat too much, you have to poop sooner. That's weird, right? Because it doesn't process through your body faster, does it?
It pushes the old stuff down. It's like,
is that what it is?
It's like Play-Doh barbershop.
There's no way that's why. But that is what it seems like it is, right? Like if you eat too much, it does make you have to poop sooner somehow.
It does. It's the way it pushes it. I'm telling you, man. It pushes the mess down. It pushes the old poop out.
Oh my god, dude. I don't understand, but it definitely feels like that's how it works.
It's just a big hose pipe, really. You put more shit on the other side of it, the old stuff's gonna come out.
If you think about it, your lips are directly connected to your anus.
I think they're made out of the same material.
You think so?
I thought they were all hedgehogs, dude.
No. Well, first of all, Knuckles is an echidna and Tails is a fox, so you didn't even think that was the case.
Yeah, like kind of like a hedgehog fox sort of deal.
No. Echidnas are very similar to hedgehogs, but foxes are very different.
What's Tails?
Fox.
Oh, he's not. He's got a tail. Foxes don't have tails.
What?
Just fucking with you, man. I'm just fucking with you.
Is it a thing where like when there's a new vampire they become a cousin? Is that what it is? Because they're related to you, but they're not like, you know what I mean? Like they're related to you, but you can still fuck. That's why they're cousins.
Panda, why did you? What, you thought that in your brain, then you said it out loud.
I thought about it fully, laughed, and then decided to say it anyway. Savage is dumb in some ways, but not in the ways that matter. He is dumb in some ways, but not in the ways that matter. Go ahead and underestimate him. You'll fuck around and find out.
All right. I'm not John Wick, dude. It's okay.
Okay, you're right. You're not John Wick because John Wick has to.
I still have my talk.
Yeah.
So it's your spawn point.
You can't fly away from Iron Fist. Iron Fist.
Wait, you can make floors?
Yeah, you can change the angle. So if I do this at someone's spawn point.
Yeah, they can just shoot through it.
Nah, I'm like just toss grenades into it.
They just jumped off.
I don't think so, bro. I don't think that's a realistic circumstance, bro.
Nah, man, nah. If I get to this spawn, I can do it.
Yeah, okay, man.
Alright, I'm up.
Nah, get the fuck away.
There's something really, really fucked up about respawning in exactly the same place you just killed me.
I didn't even die.
Together to victory.
I did not get to try an ult. They really playing Tourbillon. Oh my shit.
Yay, we did it! We assembled!
We did, we assembled.
Well done, Avengers.
Well done assembling Avengers.
Hey! Oh!
What should we do? What should we do? Let's make a Schindler's List claymation. They're probably like that. Like, fucking shut up. Stop. Stop making shit you've already made.
I would watch.
Yeah, I'd watch it too.
I would watch the Schindler's List claymation. I haven't seen Schindler's List yet, but I would watch. I would watch the claymation.
Don't watch that one first.
No, I would. I really, truly would. I would watch both, but I would watch the claymation first. Because that's pretty fucking funny. I'm gonna be honest. That's one of the funniest things I've heard you say.
Oh.
Full
Okay,
stop.
all downhill from here.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Yo, what up? It's your boy, that's Daft Punk Panda. We're playing some more old school RuneScape. We're all by our lonesome today, but you know we're going to be getting right back in there. I think today's the last day of our bond, but that shouldn't matter all that much, right? We're big chilling, right? Hell yeah. All right, we're going to go right on over. Actually, first we're going to do our dailies. That's the most important thing, right? We got to do Ring of Wealth. We got to get our rake, which we already have, obviously. We got to get a couple of these and some dollars so that we can make a few dollars. You got to spend a little money to make a little money. You know what I'm saying? All right. And miscellaneous is, as always, the day one homie, holding it down profit-wise. It's also storing 7 million gold or so. We've spruced up the player-owned house a little. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Oh, sorry. That's behind me. You can't really see it. There's an update to the game. We spruced up the player-owned house a little. Click here for the blog post. A news post, excuse me. I'm all right on that, actually. I think I'm going to be just fine, but apparently they've changed something. But I'm going to presume that it doesn't affect me in any way, except for the fact that I'm obviously going to teleport to my house literally in just a few moments. All right, let me get a Ring of Wealth, or a few, perhaps. I really expected the Ring of Wealth to be there when I just typed in ring, and I don't know why. I'm going to be honest, like, there's many types of rings in this game. It was very foolish of me to presume. All right, so that's good. I think we're ready. Snake says you can store all the stuffed heads, like the jars. You can store jars in your house. Also, Snake says that is the summary of the update. You can store stuffed heads, jars. I don't even feel like that's like helpful, to be honest. Like, why do you even have stuffed heads? Like, you need like one of them or whatever, but like, why would you have any more than that? Like, literally at all. Snake says, yeah, for the boss display. I know that jars allow you to... No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. It said 1 day left. It didn't say a few hours. It said 1 day. No fucking way. What do you mean? We literally checked. We literally looked at it. It said 1 day. That was the shortest day of my fucking life. Dude. I'm so blown right now. What do you fucking mean? Also, I hold the axe differently now, right? It's supposed to be on my shoulder, right? That's weird. I'm actually blown. Like, what do you fucking... I literally looked and it said 1 day. So I was like, oh, let me change worlds because there's a guy here, and also because my ping is dog shit where I happen to be. That's a member stance, bruh. You don't have enough membership to stand that way. Oh my fucking god. I'm about to crash out, dude. I fucking hate it here, bro. Take me away. Sweet escape. Snake says you can one-hand Din's Bulwark in free-to-play. It looks so cursed. That's actually pretty interesting. I feel some type of way about what's happening in the Discord. We were talking about, so we did a poll for breakfast foods, and as a spin-off, people wanted to do breakfast drinks, and breakfast drinks in particular tend to be either cold or hot, much more so than any other drink. Most drinks are cold, I would say generally, but for breakfast you could have some warm ones, obviously. And Ruby was like, oh yeah, warm orange juice. And I'm like, I've never heard of that shit before in my fucking life. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, well, yeah, no, it's not weird. It's perfectly normal. I'm like, it's not even safe to have warm orange juice. Like, that shit is not safe. It's like, oh, well, you have to refrigerate it after opening. I'm like, so you get one shot at warm orange juice? You can, when you crack open the bottle of orange juice, you can have it warm then and only then? West slays all day, every day. Yo, what is up, dude? Do you like your orange juice warm? I certainly fucking don't. I certainly fucking don't. West slays all day, every day says, what? Warm orange juice. I don't know what they really mean by warm, I guess. I should ask, because they might mean like room temperature. Because some people, like, there's like 4 temperatures that you can really have something, right? You can have something that is like cold, if you want to call it that. You can have it something that is room temperature. You can have it like with ice, right? Which is like whatever temperature the liquid is, but with ice. And then you can have something that's like truly hot, right? Warm to me, I guess would be a 5th one, is like heated but not hot. Like you add heat to it. And room temperature is not the same as warm. Having something room temperature is like perfectly fine. And sometimes room temperature is warm, to be fair, just because of the weather, but like having it without adding heat to something is the thing that I have problems with, particularly like orange juice or whatever. Like, there's reasons why you would add heat to like milk for particularly hot chocolate, which is like totally different. But like, bruh. Snake says, I like it with extra pulp. No, it has to be like mulled wine, just piping hot OJ. What the fuck is mulled wine? I don't know anything about that. I mean, I don't know anything about like alcohol at all in general. I saw one Netflix special about a sommelier, which, by the way, is that like low-key kind of a scam? Because notoriously sommelier are like somewhat bad at identifying boxed wines. Either that means that they're like fraudulent, or boxed wines is like remarkably quite good, actually. Snake says wine that is heated and spices are added. I see. I mean, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. It's like well and truly beyond your boy, regardless. I have no experience outside, well, in that space, outside of my existence, obviously, but all of alcohol is well outside of my reach. I say, like, I can go and buy some if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to do that because I have the type of personality that's extremely maladapted to those kinds of things. I would like, the odds of me being addicted to alcohol is like pretty fucking high. Strava says, oh, glue wine. Fluine? Fluine? What are you saying, Estrava? What the fuck are you doing right now? Is that mulled wine, but a different name for it? Because I don't know fucking anything about anything. I'm dumb as hell, actually. Okay, let's do that. I forgot to post this earlier, but whatever, it's fine. Strava says it's the German word for wine that is made to be drank warm. I see. Okay. Hey, Ruby. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I guess it's just another kind of beverage. Ruby says, I see how it is. You see how what is? I acknowledged your greeting with a mutual greeting. Ruby says, I'm never getting first. Well, yeah, if you're fucking 20 minutes late. And also, I think you got it once as well. But yeah, Strava says he hates you, Ruby. It's like, what? No, I just said hi normally. It's just a normal hi. Hey, Spot. Snake says, rarely I miss first. Indeed, yes. Ruby says, I just got the notification. My Discord is dumb. No, I just post it manually after the ad break. Like, that is a really bad way of getting a first. Like, I post that I'm going live after the ad break runs, after that 10-minute startup. Like, you're never gonna get first that way, Ruby. Like, actually never. Yeah, no, it's a manual post from me. I don't have like a bot that does it. I could, obviously, but I'd have to look into it because I don't trust software like that for any reason at all. The more people like uniformly trust it by virtue of other people trusting it, the less I trust something like that. Ruby says, I barely get notifications from Twitch unless you're actively looking for it. Yeah, no, I've never gotten a notification from Twitch unless I'm on Twitch. There used to be a plugin for Firefox that would notify me that somebody is live, even if I'm like watching YouTube or whatever, which I loved dearly so that I could know when I was going to come back to Twitch or whatever. But for whatever reason, Twitch didn't like it, so it stopped existing. And I'm like, you hate it that I'm being directed to your website? Like, I don't understand. Like, okay. Snake says, wait, aren't you a bot, Panda? Yeah, but I understand my software. That's the difference, right? Like, do you trust every human, Snake? Like, implicitly, like, oh, well, they're a human, so obviously they're trustworthy. Like, no, not at all, right? Strava says, I used to have mobile notifications, but I was tired of getting so many notifications. That makes a lot of sense. I've never gotten a mobile notification for Twitch, I don't think. But I could see it being pretty exhausting. Snake says, oh my god. Ruby says, I turned it off from my phone. I kept getting way too many notifications. Yeah. If it would be fine if you could choose like specific channels maybe, so that you only get notifications for like maybe 3 or 4 channels, so you could only get as many as like 4 in a day. Savage says, wait, you're a bot? Ew. More like an android, but yeah. Strava says you can. Oh. And Ruby also says you can now, I think. I see. Nonetheless, I still don't need notifications. I'm usually on Twitch enough that it's not an issue. The only times that I'm not really on Twitch is in the morning because I'm a degenerate and that's when I sleep. I'm more consistently asleep at fucking 10 a.m. than I am at 3 a.m. for some reason. It's not good. Strava says you just need to have the bell turned on for the channel you want notifications for. Are you telling me there's bells on Twitch as well? Maybe that's like part of the mobile app. I'm not familiar with the mobile app all that much. I have it, obviously, but I only use it a little bit. Strava says there is. Okay, fair enough. Fair dues. Fair dues. I think Strava was here first. Hey, Unknown Green, shouldn't you still be alive? What are you doing? Strava is a variety streamer. Well, he might one day be a variety streamer. He's a Sly Cooper speedrunner right now, but he has an interest in playing a variety of different games, and he's actually joined us and other people as well in Marvel Rivals. Live. On here he was hot on the mic, but I guess in other places he probably wasn't, but I don't know everywhere he is. You know how it is. Nonetheless, he definitely plays some video games, but for now, you can only really catch him playing Sly Cooper. When I say Sly Cooper, I mean the franchise, the first 4 games, in which he has particularly, I think it's currently 5 world records in Sly 2 specifically. So he's kind of a big fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? He's a big ass pickle. Java says, I show how bad I am at rifles here occasionally. I mean, it's well and truly better than I am, I would say. Certainly at Adam Warlock, at the very least. You make that guy look playable. When I was playing him, I was like only able to kill. Like, I literally didn't save a single person. I don't understand him personally. Like, it's well beyond my ability, my understanding. Strava likes Warlock. He thinks he's so much fun. Fair enough. Fair enough. All the more for you. You know what I mean? Like, you can have all the Warlock. I'm happy to give you that. I'm happy to not have to deal with it myself. Ruby says, at certain times of the day, I'll get up to 30 in an hour for no reason. Notifications, I suppose. And it was mainly just like 15 streams, so it double pinged my phone. Interesting. 30 in an hour, and everybody's going live at the same time. That's pretty interesting. What's going on here? Oh, the Ring of Wealth. Okay, nothing special there. Strava says GE notification pog. Yeah, it was like literally 10,000 gold or something. Like, surely does not actually matter. Yeah, it doesn't even say how much money I got, but whatever, it's fine. Savage says, no son of mine will date a bot. Pointed all the pictures of traffic lights, you fuck. I imagine that bots are probably pretty good at that now. But I'm not sure. They still use it as a verification thing, so maybe they aren't. But I imagine they probably are. Or at least some bots are more than capable of doing that. I guess is really what I mean. Saber says, I hate when I get 30 notifications at once. No, yeah. I think that phones, like devices or whatever, really should not notify me of anything at all unless it's like an emergency. Like, that is the one time my shit is allowed to make noises, like, unprompted. I used to not let it make noises ever at all, but now I listen to like YouTube a lot just with ambient audio. Obviously not when I'm streaming or anything like that, but you know, when I'm cooking and stuff mostly. Ruby says it can break my ringer if it gets enough notifications. I'll have to reset the damn ringer to fix it. What kind of phone do you have? Like, what are you fucking talking about, Ruby? What do you mean by that? That's crazy. Ruby Fire Gaming is another streamer. I would say a variety streamer. Their main game is definitely Fortnite, and they were just popping off about a VTube model they made through an app, apparently. I don't know anything about it other than that. Haven't seen anything about it, but apparently there's some new hotness to be seen, witnessed over there. So if you want to watch that, if you want to see that, certainly do. Ruby's got a lot of different gaming interests. Plays Marvel Rivals as well. So I would be able to pin Ruby to one particular game, but I would say Fortnite is probably the one that Ruby spent the most time in that I'm aware of, at least. Ruby says an iPhone SE. I don't think I know what that means. That sounds like you need to have a number there for me to understand it. But maybe there is a particular iPhone that is just SE, but they usually are numbered versions. Saver says, I'm going to be mistyping because I'm on my PC and I'm not a good typer. I got the XS Max and a 13 for work and run into that a bit. I don't know. An XS is probably, maybe that's a type of iPhone as well, because you just said and 13. So maybe the iPhone 13, and then there's just one that's an XS Max, which is crazy to me. I've only been familiar with iPhone number and maybe letter, right? It's iPhone number optional letter. That's all I've ever heard from iPhones, but apparently there's much more than that, huh? Ruby says, yeah, it's called Reality. My friend gave me a recommendation for it, and yeah, so the ringer will sometimes stop working if you get too many notifications at once. Why are fucking iPhones dog shit? That's crazy. Saber says the XS Max is the iPhone 10 Pro. Why would they call it that then? What is going on? Why does it need to be a mystery? Just sounds better. XS sounds like a contradiction as well. Unless it's extra small, maybe? Which is also kind of like oxymoronic, right? Like you can't be extra small. you can't be extra if you're smaller, right? Like you have to be, I guess more small makes just as much sense, but there isn't any extra or more if you're smaller. Ruby says because they're iPhones. I've never had a problem with my iPhone, either of them. One of them never has gotten my notifications, to be fair, because it just isn't connected to like a service. But the one that I used as like my daily driver phone wise, it never gave me any problems actually at all. Saber says because Apple is shit. No, I think it's always kind of been. It was a little cutting edge with the first one, but ever since then, like it's never really been like, you know, amazing. I don't think. They do face tracking very well though. That's like the one thing that I can say is like pretty good for them. Savior says I'm only still with Apple because all my pictures and stuff is on iCloud. You can get it off of there if you really want to, but yeah, I got you. It is easier just to leave it, just to let it be what it is. It makes sense. I don't really have like pictures that I like care about though. I'm sure that you have like vacations or something. That's probably why it's important to you. There's also been like times that shit has been hacked into or whatever, which I imagine isn't a huge deal for you. Hey guys, if you have porn of yourself, don't save it on a cloud. Throwing that out there, you know what I mean? Like, brilliant idea, guys. Don't save porn of yourself on the fucking cloud. Saber says, I mean, it's like 15 years worth of pictures. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of fucking pictures. Still, you could, you know, figure something out if you really wanted to, but that's a lot of effort. But yeah, that's crazy to me. 15 years worth of pictures. Well, to be fair, I probably do have 15 years worth of pictures as well, but it's like maybe 2 or 3 dozen pictures total. Saber says I already posted it, they can have it. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Are you saying Saber's dick pics are free for viewing? They're public domain? That's actually crazy. Also kind of based though. Like, I respect it. If you got that much confidence swagger, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking lewd posting for yourself on your fucking main. Like, all right, shit. Saber says, no, you gotta buy it, but still. Well, hold on. That's totally different. That's totally different. Ruby says, same, joking, but still. What do you mean by same, joking, but still? You can't be... You're just saying it because it's a spicy thing. I got you. I got you. It's just an exciting thing. Hey, look, there's nothing wrong with being an OnlyFans creator. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with pursuing whatever hustle you want on the side. Though I think that the market is pretty saturated, so I think you might have to be a little creative. You know what I mean? You need to find a niche there. Yo, what is up, Cam? We're talking about OnlyFans creators. And dick pics, I guess. How's it going, man? Do you save your dick pics on the cloud? The undrafted. Pickle Cam, who's never once sent me a dick pic. And I think I'm grateful for that, but you know, maybe it would spice up our relationship a little bit. So maybe he should send, you know, just a little one. I don't know if you can take a little picture of his dick, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if such a thing is possible. It's like extra small, it just doesn't make any goddamn sense. But nonetheless, Cam is a variety streamer through and through. We play Abiotic Factor with him every Sunday. As a member of the Pickle Pack. You can catch him live on Twitch, twitch.tv/theundrafted, but most importantly, you can catch him not live in his podcast form, youtube.com/@theundraftedpodcast. Now that's some good content right there. I gotta say, I mean, look, it depends on how you're feeling, right? Like, interacting with Cam, pretty top notch. Listening to Cam talk to his homies about stuff, you know what I mean? Like, literally anything that they feel like hashing out, pretty fucking good too. Main thing is, if you're going on a walk, you want to download that podcast for, you know, a couple hours of entertainment. If you're on your daily commute or whatever, you don't want to be watching a stream while you're in daily commute. It's not safe, guys. Like, think it through, everyone. Podcasts are for when you're not losing your eyes, right? Jeez, I shouldn't have to spell this out for you. You need both of them in your life. And most importantly, you guys are competing for first over here. You could instead be competing for first on Twitch TV/theundrafted's Twitch channel whenever he goes live, which will give you the potential of getting an exclusive t-shirt to be one of now one people. Well, I guess it would be 2 people if you won. One of 2 people with exclusive The Undrafted merch. God, could you imagine? Could you imagine not being there literally right now, waiting anxiously for him to go live? I couldn't. I'm there right now. That's not true. I am not there right now, but I could be. Really, I actually could be. E-Boyish says, interesting conversation to join in on Stare. Yeah, you know. We're just like Ashley, get out a little bit, figuring things out a little bit. Savior says, they ain't gonna hack me. If they want to see my Johnson, they just gotta ask. Damn. All right, that's respectable. You know what? I feel that. Ruby says, oh my. Curious. Looks over. Savior says, look, I've sold my feet on Feet Finder to pay the bills because I was in between jobs. Look, that's again, not even shade. Like, if you need dollars and there's a demand for it, there's literally no issue from my perspective. The thing is, you got to respect yourself in whatever way that manifests for you. You know what I'm saying? You got to make sure the pictures are classy. You know what I mean? You got to shore that shit up. You got to deliver. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, do what you want to do. Be happy. Live your life. I don't know if I'm going to do any of that shit though, because I'm all right at the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still making ends meet, so I think I'm going to be good on that one for now. Indrafter says, well, I will send you a dick pic on Discord real quick, and no pressure, but if the vibe is right, you can send one back. Hold on, let's see. Oh, okay, hold on. Here you go, brother. I got you, bro. Say less. Savior says, there is no shame in my game. Yeah, no, I feel that. And that's like the most important thing. Just live honestly with yourself, That's like important, right? Says a VTuber, I guess, but whatever. The Indrafter says, I sent you a dick pic, Panda. And the Indrafter says, whoa, tricky dick. And then, whoa, interesting. Yeah, man. I got you a little dick there for you. Figure that might be of, interest to you. A little bit compelling. Yeah. Ruby says, hey, yo, don't worry. We're keeping it Disney. Savior says, I'm a fully straight man, but if painting my toes and selling a pic helps pay my bills, and so be it. I actually kind of recommend painting your nails at least once. It's actually pretty meditative. I don't know about your toenails. That probably would be easier because I painted my fingernails, right? And I had a good time painting my left hand because I'm right-handed. I had a much harder time painting my right hand because lefty's kind of a fuck up. Ruby says, I'm thinking I may do that too so I can get enough for my PC. Sure. Good luck. Good luck. There was a time I offered someone, I can't anymore because times are tighter now, but there was a time where I was like, hey, listen, you want to be an editor for like content, like YouTube content and stuff? Like, oh yeah, no, I'll like front you the cost of a PC or whatever if you edit some of my stuff. I'd like to see some of my VODs turned into like 20-ish minute videos or whatever. But they needed a lot more direction than that. Oh, I shouldn't have dropped those mushrooms, I realize now. So basically nothing ended up coming out of it because it's like, listen, I'm not trying to tell you how to like, splice it down or whatever. I was just going to turn over the footage and let you do. But, I understand that some people need more than that, but that's not something I'm interested in doing. Like, I'm not going to micromanage you or whatever. It's like, I'm mostly like, no, I just want you to like make stuff. It's fine. Drafter says, never had my nails painted, but I did get a pedicure with my wife. Gotta say, I would love to do it again. Fair enough. I've never gotten a pedicure, I don't think. I've had people paint my nails before and put makeup on me, and I painted my nails myself once. Getting my nails painted meant nothing to me. Literally didn't do anything at all. Like, I just didn't care. But painting my nails myself was actually pretty meditative. It was actually a pretty soothing experience. It's a little bit like painting in general, but there's a little bit of a time constraint. What is this? 4, 7, 9? Okay. And also, it's a little bit like delicate. I kind of like it. You kind of have to be careful and stuff. Ruby says, yeah, I was thinking about doing that too, Panda, like helping people out with their editing. Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Though I don't know if you can do that before you get a computer, really. Like editing on your phone is like not super duper viable, whatever. But once you get a computer, obviously you can certainly, you know, look into doing that kind of thing. I don't know if anybody who's looking for anything like that right now. I know I was, but not right now, unfortunately. Maybe one day, if your boy's big ballin', I would happily, I would love to turn the stream into something that it is like, you know, the stream is like the centerpiece or whatever, but there's like, you know, YouTube content being made on the side from like stream stuff. You know what I mean? I would love to make it so that it has like different aspects, because there's already shorts going on, right? But those are just like clips right now, that they could be like edited instead of just being like, you know, trimmed segments, if you will. I did edit one short, to be fair, like literally just one of them. But, you know, similarly, there could be a bunch of stuff happening in that space, and I would be very happy to make that happen. But, you know, I'm not in a space right now where I can fund or finance something like that. Certainly, I can't make it myself as well, because not only do I lack the talent, but more notably the time. I just can't put the time into it at the moment. New Drafted says, I had makeup before for a one-act play in high school. I played one of the ugly stepsisters in Cinderella. Although ugly is not what I was. I was a very pretty girl. Oh, shit. Yeah, no, ugly describes their personality much more so than their appearance, right? Like, the thing that's ugly about them is that they're fucking bitches. Ruby says, I can edit on my phone. It's just really tricky sometimes. Like a clip of your clips mashed together. No, like like you've seen fucking TikToks and YouTube shorts and shit like that. Literally any of that is what I'm saying. Like literally, I'm talking about short form and long form edited content. Like there's literally no reason. Like there's nothing more specific that I have in mind than that. Just like make things that are good and worth watching out of the things that are otherwise just VODs, basically. Ruby says, oh, I can help you with learning if you'd like. I'd love to teach you. I certainly have no interest in learning. It would be totally different if I had time for that. But the reason that I haven't learned it is because I do not have time for it. It's not about it being inaccessible to me or anything like that. I have no interest in putting any time into it whatsoever. The thing that I put my time into is my stream, and I want to improve the quality of the stream, but I also don't have time to do that, right? So I'm certainly not going to take any time away from what could be making the stream better to make or learn how to make, which would be even worse, edited content. No fucking chance. Absolutely zero interest in that. You know, says that's true. I was absolutely a diva. Fantastic. I never really did a lot of acting. Every now and then there was something that I had to perform in, but very, very rarely. I never did like theater or anything. Just like a few English classes had stuff like that. Savior says, I was only ever a stunt double for my theater class because I came up wanting to be a stuntman. I didn't know that theater classes had stunt people, to be honest. Ruby says, I used to be drama class because I've always wanted to do voice acting. And Cam says, I love theater. Yeah, no, I like the idea of acting. I've just never have done a like theater thing before. Like I just never took any electives for that, to be honest. I've always liked it though, and I've always liked voice acting as well, but I just never pursued it in any way that was like, you know, an official capacity, you know. I'm not sure why, honestly, either, but I've always liked that kind of stuff, but never followed up on it in any way. I was always, I mean, in some ways, I feel like it's mutually exclusive from being like a true academic or whatever. I'm much more of a scholar than I am dramatic, I would say. And with that in mind, I guess I just thought of them as being separate from each other, but obviously you can pursue both. Savior says it was minuscule stunts, i.e. getting shot, falling, getting beat up. I see. I feel like if the stunt is minuscule enough, you don't really need someone to be a body double for it, but maybe you guys just went way harder than I'm used to for like high school theater or whatever. Ruby says, I've been told a lot that I should pursue voice acting, but I don't know. I've never really tried it. I mean, if you have an interest in it, then you should pursue it, but nobody can make you do it. You know what I mean? And like, It's definitely not something that you can just, well, I mean, you can do it casually. Don't get it twisted. But like, if you want to get better at it, like you do have to either take it seriously or at least put a good amount of time into it. Like, you don't necessarily have to, you know, take it like life or death serious, right? Like, it doesn't need to be that, like all that, but putting something on your table, you know what I mean? Like that you address multiple times, especially a week, you know what I mean? Like if you're doing something 3 or 4 times a week, you're probably going to progress significantly in it, especially if you put enough time into it and you do, you know, put in the legwork to be practicing it the right way. Voice acting is one of those things that I've thought about, but it doesn't directly affect the stream. So it's not something that I can put time into personally. But if you want to do it, like, yeah, it's totally a viable thing for you to like do as a hobbyist, at the very least. Saver says, well, we did the stunt things because people couldn't brace for falling or get shot and understand how to look dead or take a hit while not getting hit. Weird. Okay. I'm not so sure I understand how it would play out as well, because obviously in like a true production, like when I say true production, I mean like an edited filmed production, you know what I'm saying? Like you could swap the people out for the stunt people, but in a theater thing, the only thing that you could really do is like transition from like one scene to the next or whatever and swap out the actors, but have them have the same costume. And if they look similar enough or whatever, for whatever reason, that it would be fine. But I mean, to be fair, like you don't need to look identical, especially in like lower level productions or whatever. As long as the costumes are the same, like people can generally understand what is happening and like forgive that obviously the person has been changed out. That's classically how theater actually works. But short of having like some kind of transition thing, it would be jarring to me if somebody just like acted their heart out and as soon as the gun came out, like, and they were about to get shot, somebody like switched places with them, like in front of you, and then, you know, takes the fall from getting shot. Like that, I feel like would be pretty jarring. So I'm having trouble imagining how exactly it would play out, but I think that's my lack of familiarity more so than you failing to explain it, right? Because I honestly haven't really done anything on stage, you know. It's not really been my space. I've never been, you know, extroverted to begin with or anything like that, which I'm not saying that people in theater necessarily are, but I feel like that would help a lot with regards to like my willingness to like go out and try stuff like that. Whereas right now I'm like, no, I'd much rather just like quietly mimic voices in my room. Surreal says, I love theater. Lots of theater nerds, huh? Interesting. What's your name? Surreal. Surreal is a RuneScape streamer. Is currently hosting, as I understand it, a clan-wide event for like clue reward caskets, something like that. Like the person who has the most clues wins, something like that, I think. Right now it seems like Rorn is like well and truly in the lead, but Sue and Dio are certainly putting in the effort. I don't know of anybody else actually in the clan at all. But if you want to see somebody who's like a very familiar RuneScape player, like a player who's very familiar with the greater scope of the game or whatever, knows a wide variety of things and is highly capable when it comes to PVM and stuff like that, certainly more so than I am, Sue is definitely on the short list, I would say. I struggle with PVM in a lot of ways, but I'm very, very much familiar with skilling content, and Sue really strikes the balance, I would say. I've seen Sue do a lot of Wardorvis, despite balling on a budget. One day, I'm sure they're going to have a bank that like more reflects their ability, but that's only going to occur when Sue gets, you know, the drops that they obviously are more than capable of earning. Sue says, my husband actually is the shop foreman for a local theater. Oh, shit. That's fascinating. Okay. Also, you're married? Xavier says, I was usually cast as the characters that were going to be involved in this stunt. Like a double. Yeah? I'm not so sure I understand what you're saying. I think maybe you're telling me that you you got the roles of people that were going to be doing stunts anyway, so you did both things. You were a stuntman but also an actor. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Sue says, yeah, married Lamau. I mean, sick. Saber says, not like a double for someone. Ah, I see. Okay, so you were just an actor who did your own stunts, basically. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense to me. It's a lot easier to like make happen in my mind, at least. Ruby says, for me, we used to make amateur videos of parts of a movie we would get in character and everything. It was super fun. Yeah, I've definitely had some English classes that had that. I think that's like a fairly important part of like applying what you're learning in English, to be honest. I think it makes English a lot less static as far as like learning structure and storytelling and shit like that. Saber says, I explained it wrong. No, I got it. I understand now. I think you're good. But yeah, I could definitely see we have exactly enough room for 9. I don't think we're gonna loot again. Well, certainly not now, because now we have room for 8. But nonetheless, we only have 51 HP, so we kind of need our food. Our inventory's mostly full. Saber says, we read plays in English with people getting roles. Yeah, I think that's like really common. Ruby says, yeah, for Romeo and Juliet, we acted out most of the story for my English class. I was Juliet. Really? Interesting. Was Juliet like highly competitive? I think it typically is, right? I don't know that I played anyone in any of those. Like Romeo and Juliet, I don't know of who I was in either of them. In that one in particular. And in most of them. The only one I remember is playing what's his name? The Moor. I played the Moor because he's a black guy. What would it was Othello? Yes, Othello. Othello and Desdemona. It took me a second. I was stuck on Macbeth, and I was like, no, that's not the one. But yeah, other than that, didn't really have like a strong... Well, I wouldn't even say that was a strong connection to theater. Ruby says, yeah, I was highly sought after in your class because I was the only girl in class who was in drama class. The teacher gave it to me because he knew I'd be able to act properly. Interesting. Not very democratic, but you know, that's fine. Yeah, I got you. Ruby says he was also an ex-theater teacher, so well, when it comes to teaching, especially in like public schooling, if you will, rather than at like university, there's a lot more of like, well, you study to be this, but this is what you're actually going to be teaching. You know what I mean? Like they kind of have like expanded roles. It seems like every school system is like relatively short or understaffed, like eternally. So it's not surprising to me that people would have like fairly liquid rolls. Yo, 29 mushrooms? God damn. No, I should have added this guy. No, this is wrong. I want to see what my rate is like today. Saber says, I'm finally in the top 1K players in Tekken 8. Oh, shit. I know some Tekken players, but not anyone that high, I don't think. Well done, Savior. Pushing for top 500. Fucking awesome. Excellent, dude. I've never had anything anywhere near that prestigious. Like, my peak for, like, gaming peen is, like, platinum in League of Legends. Like, that's the most that I can say. Like, I've really not done... Well, at this point, I would say, like, RuneScape is, like, probably my most compelling, like, gaming achievement or whatever. Because, like, most people probably don't have a total level of this caliber, or maybe this many maxes or whatever. But I think it'll really be a lot more clear, a lot easier to describe my gaming achievement in this game when I can say, oh, I've done, you know, Quest Cape, Achievement Diary Cape, maxed, and I've done all the raids, Gauntlet. You know what I mean? Like, I've experienced it all, you know. I got a quiver, I got in Inferno Cape. That would be, I think that would be a good place for me to be like, yeah, that's my RuneScape accomplishment. There's my maximum RuneScape EP, you know? All right, let's get the fuck out of here. Saber says, I was 457th in Tekken 7. Oh, shit. So you're very much a regular at the upper echelon games or gameplay. That's very interesting. I don't have any games that I've like been that deeply invested in, I would say. Or like I was like really truly experiencing, you know. Have you ever been to like Evo or anything actually? But like, you know what I'm saying? Like the best, playing against like the actual best people in the world. Xavier says, I'm a heavy Tekken player. Well, yeah, I imagine he didn't start yesterday. Ruby says, dang, I could never do that. I'm stuck at top 200,000, if that. I don't even know if 200,000 is impressive. I don't know how many people play Tekken. It's like, I mean, if I play Tekken today, I would be, you know, top probably like 800,000 or whatever, right? They probably don't sell that many copies of the game. I don't know how many. Probably maybe 1 million. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure I could do something. Ruby says, if that for any game, I don't know. There are definitely some games that are much more popular than others. I was looking at the Steam chart of Palworld. You guys remember Palworld released in like January 2024-ish? Its all-time peak of players was like 2.1 million players, right? And I'm like, that is fucking ridiculous. That is like absurdly high. That's like better than Call of Duty numbers. You know what I mean? Like that's like one of the most successful games, like literally of all times. And it's like a relatively indie game. You know what I'm saying? Like that's fucking crazy. That came also kind of from nowhere. And it's still in early access too. Its numbers are much less now. It's around like 1% of that. It's like 30,000 players or whatever. But that's still 20 to 30,000 players is a successful game. Is like a well and truly successful game even. Like it's fucking crazy, right? Steve says, no, I've done tournaments, but like local tournaments, anything for huge cash pots. I guess Evo does have cash associated with it. Mostly it's the prestige that I'm thinking about rather than being like a cash prize. I think about Evo as being the place where like the best people in the world compete for, you know, the title of #1 rather than some kind of money associated thing. Ruby says, I used to play it on my brother's PS5, but I haven't played it in a few years. I got you. You haven't played Tekken in forever. I like Tekken, or I used to like Tekken. I shouldn't say that I like Tekken because the Tekken that I'm familiar with is very much not the Tekken that you're still playing. I used to play the first one and the second one, particularly Tekken Tag 2. That's the one for me. Tekken Tag 2, in the same way that people like swear by Mario Double Dash or whatever. That was Tekken Tag 2. It was one of my very, very favorite fighting games. But I played a lot of different fighting games, actually. After that, I played Tekken 3. I didn't play any of the ones after that. I just didn't have an opportunity to play Tekken 4. But I played most of the Soul Caliburs, not Soul Edge, but Soul Calibur 1, 2, 3, 4, not 5. And I played some of the Street Fighters. Street Fighter 2 for sure. Maybe just one more, but not very much of it. I played a few anime fighters as well. I played Blaze Blue, just Calamity, Trigger, and Continuum Shift. I have the other two actually. Like I literally own them, including Cross Tag Battle, but I've never played them yet. One day I probably will. I kind of want to get a fight stick to play them, but I really only want to play through the story. That's what I do with most fighting games. Is just play through the story. I played obviously all the Smash Bros games, if you want to count those as fighting games. That's easily the one that has the most, or I had the most experience in, like far and away. Play a lot of Falco. Saber says, the most I've ever competed for is 5K, and if I compete in a tourney, I want to make cash off of it. The only other game I play like that is Madden and For Honor. Really? I'm sorry to hear that you play Madden, because Madden hasn't been good in a very, very long time, about 20 years. No, not that long. It's been 15 years. For Honor, though, people definitely like that game. I'll give you that. I mean, people like Madden too, but I don't think it's because Madden is good. I think people like Madden because they like football, and Madden is the only football simulation game that exists right now. There is that new NCAA or whatever, the college one. That is actually like pretty okay. Pretty good for what we're used to from the EA football simulation space. Saber says that's why I play it, because it's the only football game. Saber says we had the Madden talk already, Panda. No, I got you. I just, talk about stuff. You know how it is. I do hope that those games become good. I think that FIFA has a good chance of getting better, because the most recent FIFA, I'm sorry, it's not even a FIFA, the most recent EA football club game or whatever did not do nearly as well as previous FIFA games have done, because they lost the license to the actual FIFA branding or whatever. And I'm like, fucking good, suffer, idiots. Like, make a good fucking video game that people want to buy instead of, being scumbags. Let's see. Is there anything else that's like topical with gaming? Did you guys probably heard that Monolith is no longer a thing, right? Actually, maybe you didn't hear. You might not even know who Monolith is. I just watched a YouTube video on Monolith. I had known them before, but I didn't know all the things that they had done. So I have a much more comprehensive view of them as a studio. But they're the guys behind the Shadow of War and Shadow of Mordor games, and also the first Fear game, maybe also Fear 2, but definitely the first 3. I'm pretty sure they did not make Fear 3, or for Threer, if you prefer, which is definitely what I would prefer to pronounce it as, because obviously that's much funnier. But they made a bunch of different games, apparently. The way that Game Maker's Toolkit described them is a bunch of 8 out of 10 games that were trying to push the mold and not always succeeding, but were always, overall good games, basically. And I really do appreciate that perspective, because like, your games don't need to be the best of the best of the best to be remembered. Really, the thing that I like to see the most from devs is, the innovations that other people can then take and like refine, right? Like, it's when you make something new that is like an idea that somebody else take, or even yourself, like take to the, fullest. That's really the thing that makes like really truly special video games, in the biggest way, at least. Saber says, and yeah, just shit on the games I play, Panda. I see how it is. I'm just fucking with you in case you can't pick up my sarcasm. No, you're good. You're good. Was it only a week or two ago that we talked about Madden? Are you sure? Damn. Maybe my memory is bad. I think I remember talking to you about Madden, but I don't remember it being that recently. But that being said, like, time fucking sails by for your boy. Like, I'm dumb as hell, to be honest. Ruby says, I used to play Mortal Kombat all the time with my brother. We weren't playing COD Zombies. Yeah, I played a few Mortal Kombats. I definitely played the first one, the second one, the third one. Maybe not too many after that. I played Shaolin Monks. You guys remember Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks? Johnny Cage does like an hourglass thing with his hands when he's talking about Katana. What does he say? I don't remember. Saber says that they are making games. Can we use the Nemesis system in a new game, please? I hope so, because Monolith just doesn't exist anymore. And as far as I know, well, actually, no, it's probably that trademark or whatever it is. The patented system for Nemesis is probably just owned by fucking WB or whatever the greater parent company for Monolith is, which means that they're probably just going to fucking ignore it, like every other fucking abandonware video game franchise or whatever, where they're just like, they're gonna own the rights to it and they're just never gonna fucking use it. Man, I hate that shit. I would so appreciate if there was some like you know, nutso butso millionaire that was like, you know what, I'm gonna buy the rights to all these video games just to re-release them as they were, except compatible for modern devices. Literally just doing that would be such a cool guy thing to do, because so much of that stuff is just like not like lost to time. Usually you can still get access to this shit, you know, if you sail the seven seas, but they're like fully not available to people who just want to play video games, like just like regular dudes who just want to, you know, enjoy video games, especially like historical video games, landmark titles. A lot of them, to be fair, are more than available, right? GOG exists and stuff like that, but some of them are just caught up in like dumbass fucking ownership hell, and for some stupid reasons too, like Crazy Taxi's soundtracks and shit like that, you know. The Need for Speed Underground games, I'm sure, have all kinds of licensing issues with their fucking UMG you know, Universal Music Group issues or whatever. I'm sure that's a huge problem in the space. I don't know that, obviously, but I imagine that's like really truly prevalent, which makes sense to some degree, right? But like, can we just make it so that like, who gives a fuck? Like, nobody's playing these games to listen to the music, right? That's not a thing. That being said, the music is a huge part of the game experience, but like, nobody's like, oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna fucking, instead of buying the CD, I'm gonna play this video game. Like, that doesn't fucking happen. I mean, it probably does for someone, but like, you get what I'm saying. Like, the 1% of 1% of 1% is not worth it. Saber says BT3 for modern consoles would be top tier. BT3. What was I talking about? BT. I'm not sure I'm familiar. But yeah, modern consoles is a little harder because that's like I mean, PCs are also like a constantly moving goalpost. But like, if you release a game today, it's probably going to be playable for a long time in the future. Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Oh yeah, there's no way I was going to get that. But yeah, I would like a rather than just the third game, I would rather there be a package of like the first three, probably, or actually maybe the first three Budokai games and then the three Budokai Tenkaichi games or something like that. We got what was it? It's not Tenkaichi. A brand new Dragon Ball game that's not really the same, but it's similar-ish to the Budokai Tenkaichi format, I think. But it's not very much like the Budokai format, which is kind of what I'm thinking we've lost in a big way. Or just give us mods on console. A lot of games could benefit tremendously from that. Just access to PC mods on console. Sparking Zero, thank you. Yeah, that would be huge. That would be huge. Obviously, that matters much more for some games than for others. Like anything made by Bethesda, anything by Obsidian, like a lot of the like open worldy type of games, Cyberpunk, right? But I could see it also being good for fighting games. Sure. You could add a lot of life to those type of games just through mods. Halo, like, notoriously actually has a lot of very, very good community driven mods. Only if you know, have an ear to the ground. I watch a lot of Mint Blitz's stuff, but like, they've been doing a lot of good stuff for the Halo community. And not very much of it has been first party 343 content, is what I have to say. The community's been doing a lot for making Halo relevant in the year 2025, because they certainly haven't made a good game. 343. I'm sorry, Halo Studios, whatever. Saber says, I own Sparking Zero too, but I'm in hell because I'm a Trunks main. Yeah, there's definitely some problems there. But like, I like some games to not be competitive, if that makes sense. And I think that Sparking Zero having, like, you know, a fully asymmetric gameplay experience is perfectly fine, because, you know, we had Fighter Z if you wanted to have a more balanced experience, which might not be like truly perfectly balanced. I'm sure there's a tier list in that game as well, but you get what I'm saying. It's, as I understand it, it's more balanced than Sparking Zero is. Saber says, it's not a competitive game. It's accurate to the show. Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's good for that to exist. It's healthy for that to exist in like the gaming space or whatever, because, you know, without Sparking Zero, it's a lot. The number of options that you have for that kind of an experience is actually pretty limited. There was one that had like fucking every character in Dragon Ball, I think it was one of the Budokai Tenkaichis, but I'm not sure. Maybe even Budokai Tenkaichi 3. But I remember there were like literally like hundreds of characters, like fucking Gui and shit was playable, like fucking Apu and shit like that. Like some of Frieza's like fruit named dudes. Savior says, I prefer that because weak characters should be weak. I agree. That being said, in a competitive fighting game, I could see, you know, a balance being the thing, but, you know, we're talking about Dragon Ball here. Like, Yamcha is supposed to lose to Perfect Cell. Like, and that's just, like, universally true. There's no Yamcha that's stronger than Perfect Cell. I don't think, at least. And, like, I think that's okay. I think that's normal and what people would expect. Beatrice says, hi, Stinky. I'll have you know that I took a shower today. How dare you? How dare you presume? I had peanut butter and jelly rice because I wanted to eat something before stream. I'm supposed to be eating in the morning, but, you know, I haven't quite figured out that schedule quite yet. We're still trying to, like, actually manifest the design, if you will. Though the actual food schedule that I had laid out isn't gonna really truly apply until the next time I buy groceries. So I figured that out probably ultimately kind of a month in advance. But I'd still think it was worth the investment. It's very important for me to have thought about it because it's something that I'll need to think about at some point in the future anyway. Savior says, either make everyone show accurate or make everyone OP. Don't hover in the middle. I kind of hear what you're saying. I really hate that this hoop snake stopped exactly on the tile that I needed. But yeah, mostly it's the problem of like just committing to like eating the food because I really don't like eating unless I have to. It's actually very easy, I've realized, for me to skip a meal. I realized that I didn't eat in the morning one day. And I was like, should I eat at the end of the day? And I was like, if I eat at the end of the day, I probably won't be able to eat the following morning. So I was like, all right, fine. We'll just go to bed without eating. That was the day that I went to bed super duper early. It was like 8:30. It must have been last Thursday. And I ended up waking up and not eating. I'm pretty sure that Friday morning, excuse me. So I ended up eating just before stream. Yeah, that's how I remember it being, at least. I think. Pretty sure that's how it played out. So like it's definitely not like playing out super duper well generally for your boy. But I knew it was going to be an adjustment period, which is why I didn't try to do everything all at once. I was like, I want to exercise in the mornings as well, but like I can't make all the changes at once. Like I have to like break it up over the course of a few weeks, or I'm just gonna be like completely overwhelmed and not do any of it. Beatrice says, why are you like this? It's hard to change, Beatrice. It's just a normal thing. And you just have to be patient and like make the effort, and eventually you'll be trending in the right direction. It's about consistently putting in effort rather than changing dramatically overnight. Habits are hard to make and also break. Both of those things are true. And I think that I'm doing the right thing. I'm just slowly progressing in the right way. But it is definitely a little bit of a, you know, give and take, where I have to try, but I won't always succeed. Right now, eating before stream is definitely something, but I can do a little bit better than that as well. Today is Wednesday, so no stream tomorrow. So it's going to be fully up to my ability to remember and like apply to eat in the morning. Beatrice says, I believe in you. I mean, why you don't like to... I don't know where eat goes. Why you don't like to eat, maybe? Why don't you like to eat? Oh, I think is what you're asking. I don't know. I guess laziness. Like I'm definitely the type of person that could go for a few days without eating food if I just didn't commit to eating. And my mood would just gradually get worse and worse over a course of like 2 or 3 days or something like that. Which doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, because unless I'm streaming, like I'm not really engaging with other people anyway. And I've definitely lived that way before for, you know, not like weeks at a time, obviously, because you do need to eat in order to live. But you get what I'm saying, whereas like I've definitely gone for a while cyclically not eating, and it doesn't really matter for the most part, because you just, like, if you're not engaging with other people, which I typically don't, like your mood, your temperament, it doesn't really matter. I'm just like fucking doom scrolling or whatever. Should I keep 9 of these like that? Probably not, right? Because we have these 2 left. So just drop all of this. Wait, is this not on the canvas? Hello? There it is. It's a nice little 100k an hour. We're at 5.7 million. 13 million is the goal, so that's about halfway then, right? No, not really. It'd be 6.5 million. So more like 7.3 million left, something like that. Which would be 73 hours, right? That's a lot. This is as fast as I can do this, though. Unless I do, like, tick manipulation for woodcutting, which is certainly not going to happen. Beatrice says, I stopped holding my cat's paws to type, and now he's leaving. That's very funny. You were holding your cat's paws, and you guys were having a moment, so you, like, let go to type something, and he was like, wow, all right, well, never mind then. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, if you're not even going to pay attention to just me, I might as well not even be here. Your cat's just like me for real. Beatrice says, yeah, this fucking diva. Listen. You're either paying attention to me or you're making a mistake. Those are the only 2 options. Why would you pay attention to anything else? What else could possibly be going on in your life that is worthy of your attention? I mean, pets kind of do look at the world that way, where it's like the world is the space that exists before them, and like not really much beyond that, really. So anytime they see you like bothered by something that isn't like around, they're like, well, what the fuck is going on? Like, why don't you just be happy? Look at how warm it is here. Look at how much food there is. What is there even to be upset about? And in some ways, they're actually right, to be honest. The wisdom of pets. Is that 7 or 9? I think this is 9, yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, fuck it. I guess I didn't replace the mushrooms that were here, so I'll just take 50 damage. Wow. Beatrice says, yeah, they definitely know what being on my phone means, so they try to bat that shit away. That's so funny. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, honestly, that's probably for the best anyway. It's not like you need that shit for anything anyway. Well, sometimes you do. But if you're doom scrolling, it's not of any value. My doom scrolling is never very productive, let me tell you that. Sometimes it is. Sometimes I'm just looking at memes and having a good time. But usually my doom scrolling is like me getting parasocially invested in some shit that doesn't matter. Beatrice says, put my doom scrolling. Yeah, no, it's not worth it actually. I don't know how much value I actually get out of doom scrolling, even on the best of days, to be honest. Speaking of, why the fuck did I lose all of my goddamn health? I took 50 damage and now I don't have enough food to like make it through this run. God damn it. I should have just teleported out and reset. I didn't realize how stupid I was. It's all good though. I guess it's fine. I had no idea how much food that was going to cost me. I guess I could have just like thought about it for a second. I mean, I even did think about it and I was like, nah, it's probably fine. Just ignore it. But it really would have been way better to just use one of these. Just to land here anyway. Basically, it's a little bit slower, but now I have to go and bank anyway. So it really didn't save me anything. Unless, of course, in these next 4 mushrooms, my inventory just gets filled to the brim with fossils, in which case it was fully worth it and not an issue whatsoever. We'll see. We'll see. I've actually not been having a lot of success right now. 97k an hour is really low. It should be, well, not really low. It's 2 or 3k lower than it should be. Which is obviously like not the best, but you know, it is what it is. All right. I mean, the most important thing is that I don't die. It would be very bad to get murdered. I don't actually think it would be like extremely consequential, but it would be very cringe, right? Very, very cringe. I imagine that my gear actually does cost something to get back from like Death's Coffer or whatever. Even if I like come back to my gravestone or what have you. But I'm not trying to find out. I really don't want to know what dying on Fossil Island Swamp is like. Pretty sure I haven't gotten murdered here before. We can maybe try again. Because I only ate 2 food, right? Which is a total of like 41 healing. Which means that I have 18 health to spare. I could probably do another run. I like doing the 3x3 so I can see that it's 9 instantly. There's a few other 9s that I've gotten used to as well, which is like 4 in the middle, 2 on the top, 3 on the bottom, or vice versa. That's also 9. But it's a lot harder for me to like conceptualize. I mean, there's a bunch of ways to make 9, right? Like 5 and then 4 is also 9. Math is mathing. You know how it is. But I don't really... I like patterns a little bit better than doing computations. Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice. I've actually been sipping on this tea pretty regularly. It's a little light on sweetener. I usually use honey, but it's pretty good. It's pretty okay. I would say it's just enough to taste like something. No, I didn't mix this one as well. I wonder if that's a problem. I didn't like actually properly stir it like from the bottom. I was stirring it from the top the whole time because I didn't want to have to wash a spatula. I use spatulas to stir stuff. That might be weird, but I don't have like a large wooden spoon or ladle. Who says that he was supposed to stream this morning, but ended up teaching a friend how to play with cocks instead. What a way of putting it. All right. I mean, this morning I probably wouldn't have been around anyway because I was definitely catching up on sleep. I ended up staying up pretty late. I did my whole stream and then I stayed up late even after that. I very, very rarely do that. I try to like if I end stream, like I kind of like try and go to bed like relatively quickly, but not yesterday. So I was definitely catching up on sleep this morning. Beatrice is so very panda. I mean, I don't know if that's normal for me per se, but it definitely was. Definitely was a bit rough. Who says I'm going to be doing it later tonight instead? Oh, okay. All right. Who says unless I get distracted again? Oh, okay. Well, there it is. And that would be the cop out. You know, that's fine. Whatever. All right, Booze. All right. Fine, fine, fine. Now, yeah, we're actually approaching the vector of being able to do like raids or things like that if asked, like comfortably do them without like wasting a ton of time or money or anything. Beatrice says, see, it's stuff like this that makes me ban Booze. Inconsistent execution of executive functionality. True. It's the most bannable offense of all. Booze says, what? Look, I'm just saying. You gotta be yourself, and you gotta be your best self. Because if you're anything less, she's gonna ban you. It's a way of encouraging you to self-improve. She's like, what if you were the best version of yourself all the time, actually? Who says, I'm always my best self. Thank you, fucking... The fuck you mean? I see. I don't know if that's true. Sometimes you lose at TOA. That's not the best version of yourself. Like, what do you mean by that, actually? Like, certainly sometimes you do worse than others. Beatrice says, hey, I never said that probably. I mean, I don't know about that one. I feel like we're kind of on the same page here, Beatrice. I think I'm just saying the same things that you're thinking. So, yeah, you're right. You might not have said it, but you definitely meant it. But maybe that's just my vibes. We gotta get out of, or get this stuff out of here. There must be some way out of here. All right, let's do, hey, cut this. Thank you. Did I just like rake something next to it? That was weird. One more. There we go. Nice rare fossil. I think that it's like rare is like 2,500. Large is like 1,000. These are like 500 and these are like 250. So like every rare fossil here is worth like 5 of these or whatever. Beatrice says, you don't know my Benoit brain. Beatrice says, also you can ask me and I'll just tell you my Benoit thoughts so you don't have to math them out. I don't know. I think I like the math part of it, to be honest. I think I'll be better at getting a predictive model, generating a predictive model for how Beatrice will act or react by instead checking against the actual reality rather than just asking and finding out. Beatrice says, bruh. Boo says, Benoit thoughts don't make sense though. I'm not sure if I agree with that. I think most of the time the thoughts aren't thinking. Is mostly she's mostly just like vibing or whatever. Because I've seen her try to do problem solving in Outer Wilds, and like she was definitely like fully thinking, but her capacity for giving a shit did wear thin. Boo says the evidence is right here. What? I don't know about that. I think I agree with her conclusion, if not her motivations. Because her motivations perhaps are obscure to me. But I understand the feelings. Like, no. If you're not gonna do, then what the fuck? Boo says it never makes sense to ban me. Then Boo says, what? Look, man, I'm just saying. She called you out the same way that I did at the same time. She saw what you said and responded the same way that I did, independently of me responding. Beatrice says, I have motivations, question mark. I mean, yeah, because you do things, right? Actions belie motivations, right? Why do you have this? Also, who is this? Oh wow, why is their art so good? What the fuck? I like the design. Very interesting. Started streaming back in 2017. Shit. 8 years of streaming, huh? Who's this another gift sub because people like me and totally not random? I mean, look, man. I respect the swagger, I guess. I know that there's a way to turn off random gift subs. I don't know if I did. But I haven't gotten a random gift sub to a channel that I'm not familiar with in a long, long time. Which is probably fine. Like, net, because I definitely got to the point where I was like, I don't really want to, like, just interact with somebody who I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not... Like, I have people that I'm supposed to be, like, following up with that are, like, friends of a friend or whatever. Like, I don't owe friends of a friend, like, anything necessarily, but I am interested in seeing, like, where they are and what they're like and stuff like that. Like, some random person on the internet, like, I really do not. Like, if I'm already, you know, tapped out, if I'm already at maximum capacity with regards to, you know, needing to be asleep and instead doom scrolling, I definitely shouldn't be just seeking out coincidental connections or whatever. Who says I'll never turn them off because I like exploring and using different emotes. I don't mind exploring per se. I just don't have the capacity for it. You know what I mean? I can't just constantly be doing shit. There's so many. Why do I keep getting fucking... Oh, because I was watching... Locrin. I got like a million fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance Twitch rewards or whatever. No, I definitely did get a fairly recent gift sub. 20 days ago. I just didn't follow up on it literally at all. I don't know who that is. Let's see. Oh god, they're hot. Oh, mushrooms. Yeah, I don't know who this person is, but they definitely are a streamer. Oh, that's what I want to see. What games do they play? Pirate Yakuza and nothing else that I'm like... Well, Voices of the Void, Slay the Spire, and Xenoblade Chronicles are all, like, definitely in my sphere of interest. Well, Voices of the Void is a little bit... Oh my god, it's been so long since I've seen Bug. I wonder if Bug's okay. Ruby says, I'm back, but I'll be lurking, gonna play Genshin. That makes sense. Enjoy your Genshin to whatever extent that that's even possible. Fucking gacha games, dude. I started playing a gacha game again, and it's like a whole thing. I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm pretty much like on the way out of it in a lot of ways. Like, I don't mind doing the grind per se, but it definitely feels like definitely feels like I'm wasting my time more than it feels like I'm progressing presently. Which I think is just like factually correct for gacha games in particular, but also like most gaming type of spaces where it's like, listen, if you're not like actively enjoying the thing that you're doing, you probably are like directly wasting your time. Ruby says, yeah, I get that. I get that with a lot of gacha games. It's just the way that they are, I think. Like, they're designed first and foremost to be a way to manipulate you psychologically into buying things. Oh my fucking god. I just got fucking roasted. Why did that hurt so goddamn much? And even after that, even aside from like the you buying things, still, man, like every now and then they'll just like, is this the regen bracelet? Damn, this is how long it takes for my health to come back? God damn, why is that shit so slow? Oh, but it gave me double health. I see. I switched to rapid heal, but I waited until the health tick came because turning this on or off resets the health regen cycle. But anyways, I don't know. The game Grand Blue, it's progressed tremendously. How do I describe this? So, there's like there's two ways that you, well, there's three ways that you can be stronger in Grand Blue generally. Your grid, which is kind of like your equipment, right? There's your characters, which I'll say is similar to your stats, right? And then there's your summon, which doesn't really have like a good comparison in the RuneScape setting, but it's like just an overall multiplier basically that combines your stats and your equipment and just like amplifies some things in your stats and some things in your equipment basically, right? And your grid, as far as I understand it, has evolved now because there's Magna 3, which is basically like a free-to-play. Magna basically just means free-to-play, and there's a new free-to-play tier of weapons, basically. So you can fill your grid with new stuff that's different, but largely going to be probably better than what it used to be, right? So that's good. That means there's new free-to-play options, but you have to like rebuild your grid to make it happen, which is kind of unfortunate in that it's a lot of work, but whatever. You'll be stronger than you were before, right? Secondarily, the characters are definitely different, but that's like the gacha element, so I'm not really gonna interface with that in any way. So like the fact that there's like new, characters that are better, that are gacha, like I just don't care. That's not gonna matter at all. But additionally, the summons also have a higher ceiling now than before, and that is huge. And that it requires a ton of effort. So getting a new thing in your grid, which is basically just like a new weapon or whatever, will just require you to get 4 copies of that thing, and then you're kind of done, to be honest. Which is RNG, but like it's just getting a relatively rare drop, like a 5% drop 4 times basically. It's not like crazy or anything. But your summon, that could be as bad as, well, there's 5 steps to it, which is a whole other thing. And I think it's looking like something on the order of like maybe mostly like 2 or 3% drops, but you need so fucking many of them. Like maybe as many as like, how many? Like 70. Oh no, that's for 1 step. So probably as much as like 400. 2 to 5% drops would be my guess. And it's just like so much effort. I mean, for people who play the game, right? Like if that's the thing that you do, if you like fuck with Grand Blue and that's what you're doing, technically it's a lot of content, right? Because you got a lot of stuff to get through. But for someone like me, who's like not really interested in like, catching up with modern per se. I just want to like accomplish the one goal that I have. It's just truly daunting. But you know, that's the way gacha games are. As the game goes on, the like ceiling has to expand, which is part of the reason why RuneScape is such a cool game, because like, yeah, endgame is different now than it used to be, but like Bandos, what I'm wearing now, has been one of the best gear sets in the game for years and years and years, and it's still one of the best gear sets in the game. It is strictly outpaced by Torva, but like it is definitely like a nice and respectable gear set that you could only replace if you're like truly big ballin'. And Granblue is like not like that at all, in that you either have basically the newest hottest shit, or you're kind of like well and truly behind, and also you kind of suck eggs a little bit, to be honest. And I think a lot of gachas are like that, whereas like if you're not at the cutting edge, you're like basically slumming it in freelo or whatever. It's just not good. Ruby says, yeah, it's a lot if you don't like games like Genshin. There's so much to it, and it gets pretty tough if you're stuck. Yeah, I don't know about Genshin specifically, because obviously I've never played it, but I'm not going to play it either. I don't think I want to have any gacha game like as the centerpiece of the stream, or even like a side thing on the stream. I used to, when I first started streaming, I was doing like Final Fantasy X, like, and then on the side I had like Granblue, because Final Fantasy X was like kind of turn-based enough for me to like be doing both at the same time. Now I tried it, I didn't hate it, but I also wasn't like, I was really focusing here, so I wasn't really progressing here. So like it didn't really make sense to just like have on screen me killing like, I don't know, 40 fucking lindworms for golden scales or whatever. Like I didn't even think it was that interesting, to be honest. People do watch like Granblue streams though, to be fair. I've only ever been in a Granblue stream one time. There was this guy who was, I don't know what he was doing at the time actually, but I was like, hey, how come I can't uncap Gala Phil? And he's like, you gotta level her up, bro. And I'm like, oh shit, thanks. Like that was literally the extent of my exchange. I kind of wish I knew who he was, because at the time I wasn't streaming or whatever, so like it was like I got my question answered, so I'm like satisfied or whatever. But now I would like to follow up with them, to be honest. Like actually, like, you know what I mean? Like I would like to be like, show some, you know, how would I describe it? Some like gratefulness, I guess, in whatever way I could, like be like, oh yeah, no, I appreciate you for doing that. And let me get an idea of what your stream is like, hang out a little bit, see if I can, or if I feel like I want to integrate with the space, you know. But yeah, it doesn't obviously always work out that way. Sometimes you just don't vibe with somebody, which is normal. And then one of the things that I'm like quickly becoming more and more aware of, it's also like harder and harder to like connect with people as like more and more people are around. Like my emotional bandwidth of like connections is definitely like starting to get like stress tested, where it's like, listen, if you're gonna meet people, you kind of have to remember who they are. And like I'm at the point where it's like, if I meet like maybe 30 or 40 more new people, I'm going to have to start taking notes, like, because I don't see any of them frequently enough, which is part of the problem. It's like I'm trying to like everybody is important, let me be clear on that, but it's easiest for me to like have an ongoing relationship with people, obviously, that are either here specifically because I can talk to them, or people that are live a lot because I can talk to them on their streams, particularly if they're live when I'm not live, particularly again when they're live after I'm no longer live, right? It's a lot easier to have a relationship with someone that I raid into than someone that raids into me, because they are not going to raid into me as much as I'm going to be, you know, constantly in their streams, right? Like that's just the way that it goes. Like obviously there's infinity people that one person could raid into, and I am but one person, right? Like I am always choosing who I raid into based on the people that I know, you know what I'm saying? It's necessarily a smaller group or whatever. I mean, you can raid into people randomly too, to be fair. I definitely should have just left. I didn't need to do this. I don't really raid into people randomly anymore. I haven't in a while as well. Not for any really good reason, I would say. Mostly I just like have a decent understanding of like, not necessarily like the people in the space or anything like that, but with regards to like RuneScape, I don't want to say that I know everyone, far from it, right? But like, I have a pretty good working understanding of like the people in the RuneScape space, and there's nothing wrong with them. Like, glad to have them and all that, but it's more like I'm much happier. Whoops, I just teleported to the same place. I would much rather have people that like, not just that are just playing this game, which is cool, right? But I'd much rather raid somebody who I like am a fan of than just somebody who happens to be coincidentally playing RuneScape that I'm not familiar with. It's kind of what it boils down to, which I think is perfectly reasonable, right? Like, rather watch somebody that I am a fan of than take a chance on someone new, especially with the thing that I mentioned earlier where it's like harder and harder to like make connections. Oh, I should have dropped this off. You know what I mean? Because like there's just so many people. Like you can't make connections all the time, you know? What happens if I do this? Wait, so that the tick downwards stops when I reset that, really? So I can extend the buff, the max health buff by just modulating that signal. Obviously it doesn't work now because I lost the health already, but that's interesting. I don't know if that's like useful per se, because like 1 or 2 hit points or whatever, like you lose those extra max health hit points so slowly. It's like, I don't know if it actually matters. You know what I mean? I don't know if it makes a big difference in the grand scheme of things to like preserve them. Definitely getting them is good, but like, you know, like eating an angler and just like constantly flicking, what is this? Rapid heal to hold on to that plus 13 instead of letting it decay to a plus 10. I really doubt that that's going to matter. Like, there's definitely content that can do damage of that scale to you, but I'm not fighting Zuck or Jad too often, you know? So I just don't see it being a problem. That does remind me though, I've mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. Abenagi has a fairly unique mechanic. Not only does it have like knockdowns, so like if you do enough damage to something, well, first of all, there's like combos that will like end with a finisher that will like knock enemies away. But secondly, if you would kill something, there's a chance that instead of dying, it gets deadly status, which is when its health is technically negative, and if it takes any more damage, it will die. And in order to get out of the deadly status, you have to heal the negative health that you have all the way until you're positive again. And that applies both to enemies and to the player, right? But the way it works with the player is a little bit different, whereas if you take damage that would normally kill you, there's a chance that you become deadly based on your will stat, which is kind of like your constitution in some other games, I guess. Not exactly, but whatever. Sure. But in addition to that, there is a guaranteed chance that you will go deadly instead of dying, or there was. They reworked combat in that game, so I don't know how it is now. If you take damage like over, I don't know how much it is exactly, but say over 60% of your maximum health. So if you were killed by something that did, if you had like 50 health left and you get one shot by something, so Jad, for example, instead of being, you know, just straight up killed, you'll be dropped to, you know, the negative whatever, and you'll be knocked back, which is basically like a tick or two of being incapacitated. And then you have a chance of, you know, healing up to positive or what have you. I really like it. It's very, very forgiving, but it also makes it so that it's like really, really, really fucking easy in most circumstances. Because like often in that game you can just like heal. There is potion poisoning, which may not be an obvious thing, I guess. I'm not sure. Do you guys know what potion poisoning is? It's like it affects the effectiveness of potions in 2 ways. One, it makes the potions heal for more actually, but it reduces your stats, which is kind of an interesting trade-off. The stats that it doesn't affect are luck and dex, I believe. But your strength, intelligence, and will all be reduced if you drink too many potions, which is basically if you do too much healing. That game has like really, really intense healing too. So like, same with well, this game doesn't have healing in the same scale at all. This game is a little closer to like WoW, where there's like definitely like healing foods and drinks and stuff like that, and just regular potions and shit. But in Mabinogi, you can like nuke your fucking health bar and heals. I mean, imagine if there was a one-click item here. Actually, there is. It's called Ambrosia in TOA, that like just fully restores your stats. But Mabinogi has that shit just like universally. Like it's called an elixir. Actually, you could just have that. Takes up 2 spaces or whatever, but they stack to like 5 or 10, whatever. They're a little hard, not extremely, but they're a little hard to acquire like in bulk, in mass or whatever. But there's also potions that'll heal you for a significant proportion of your health, just like without any drawback, and they'll stack to like 20, for example. I think the biggest potions that you can make in that game are only 300s, I think. I think you can go up to 300s, but there's like 500s and 1000s that are just like, I guess gotcha is the only way, just like Yuuka orbs or whatever. Because you can definitely make 50s and 100s, but I think you can make 300s too, but it's like an extra thing. I don't want to know, actually. Can I check? Mabinogi. It's been so long since I've done potion making. Why is it taking so long to open the wiki? Potion making. Yeesh. Using a wiki that isn't old school RuneScape wiki. Okay. How would I do this? I want to check. So I need to like access the category potions. Oh no, potions list maybe? HP and Stam 300? I didn't know that existed. Wait, yeah, no, I did. No, I did. I did. Okay. And you can craft. Oh, you can craft HP 500s. Okay. How do you craft them? A 4-leaf clover. You can synthesize it with 4 base herbs, cheap leather strap, and a braid. Rarely hoed. Can be gathered from the clover new at random. Oh my fucking god, dude. So pay to win. Okay, so the way that you get these is from either the part-time job, which is a very cool mechanic actually, or rarely. I mean, honestly, doing the part-time job would probably be pretty good. Reward cost is 70 points. What does that fucking mean? What is Dell's part-time job like? Advanced rewards? Oh, so you get rewards for exchanging points now. Okay, what does advanced give you as far as rewards though? How many points? Take 20 bundles of flowers? That doesn't seem that bad. Oh, there's new content for this. That's why I don't understand it at all. Also, I definitely moved this on accident. There we go. That's crazy to think that this game is still being updated. This is another game that's like from 2003 or whatever. A bundle of flowers. Can you just like do that easily? Equip a weeding hoe and dig. I mean, that seems very straightforward. It seems like a really easy to make a bundle of flowers. Like you literally just roll up on a bundle of flowers and just dig at them. Similar to this game to like chopping, you know, yew logs or whatever. Like you just go to the yew logs and chop them. Like, okay. How much do you get from doing this though? It doesn't say. Only one transaction per part-time job. The price is in points. This is a weird way of expressing this. Because it's like, it's as if it's saying, hey, this is a shop that you can trade for, like a reward shop, right? Like, hey, you do this thing to earn points and you can cash out those points for these items, right? But it doesn't tell me how many points you get for doing a thing, and it also says you get one transaction per job. So like you can get one fucking 4-leaf clover a day. Are you fucking kidding me? That's enough for like one potion. Why is the game so grindy like this? It's so fucking slow. I would love to get that shit in mass, but it's just not available at all. A 500 potion in that game is like, it's pretty good, pretty fucking strong, pretty potent. Let me see. How would I explain it? So your max stats in that game are like really fluid. It's really hard to describe, but you could get like something like a plus 1500. So you might have like 2500 health as the game was before. So that could be as little as like 20% of your health. So that is like on par then with like an angler in this game ish, right? So it's not even a lot of healing, to be honest, for an HP 500, but it does depend because the health scaling is very, very, very slow in that game. Whereas in this game, you can go from 10 to 99 health relatively quickly, to be honest. And in Mabinogi, you probably would get the same growth, like the same health growth, net, something along those lines, I would guess. But you start at like, dude, I don't actually know. Not very much. Maybe like 20 or 50 health would be my guess. Maybe even less than that. Somewhere between 20 and 50 would be my guess, though. And you'll end up with, like I said, somewhere around 500, 800, depending on if you're a giant and stuff like that, I guess. I don't actually know. I think giants get more health. All right, so one more, and then we're good. Got some mushrooms over there too. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm not playing Mabinogi anymore. I feel like it's probably for the best because there's every game that is like infinity grind or whatever just feels bad to like be constantly left behind by things becoming irrelevant over time and stuff like that. And every MMO does that except for RuneScape. And even RuneScape does it to some degree, for sure. It's like new content pushing the end game further away from most people. I do like that there's more content to this game, but I don't know. I think that it being slow does a lot of good for the game. And I think the economy is probably one of the most compelling parts of this game, which is partly as stable as it is because things don't change extremely dramatically. Though, to be honest, the botting in this game probably does have like a, how do you describe it? A symbiotic relationship with like the health of the game as a whole, probably. Because a lot of the shit that is being botted is stuff that people need but wouldn't do themselves unless you're an iron, right? But that also is like part of the reason why people are irons to begin with, because it's too easy to get some things that otherwise they would have to get themselves. Like people would probably be more of a mind to buy it from another player if it wasn't being botted to be worthless, if that makes sense. Literally, if it was more expensive, people would be more inclined to buy it, weirdly enough. I feel like that's true somehow, but maybe I'm actually tripping. But like somehow that does seem right to me. It's like a conceptual thing more than it is like a something that makes sense in like abstract terms or whatever. But maybe I'm definitely maybe I'm tripping. I said maybe I'm definitely tripping. That's like too much of a backpedal, I think. But I am just strictly speculating. Oof, stumbling over my words and everything. Good lord. Speaking of stumbling over my words, we did so much. What is it? Clip curating, I guess. Sure. There were quite a few good ones actually this time. I don't remember how far out into the future they go. Let's see. I'm curious. Because we were gonna run out tomorrow. So I went and did some more last night. It's part of the reason why I was up late, I guess. They go out until March 14th. Pi Day 314. Nice. So we've got a nice little buffer now. And honestly, if I keep sticking to my plan, my schedule plan, if you will, is on Mondays and Thursdays, I do as much clipping as I can, if that makes sense. I just go back and make his clips as much as I can stomach, kind of. Obviously, I did it on Tuesday night before instead of Monday or Thursday, but still, that's like generally what I've got set aside when I've got time set for that, which I think is probably enough to like maintain daily shorts, meow, which is definitely more of a like side goal, meow. I don't like deeply care about the daily shorts thing, meow. It's more like a fun thing, meow, that I was able to do at some point in the past, meow, and I'm somewhat able to maintain, meow. And a lot of the clips that I have, meow, some of them are great, some of them are just okay, meow, and I'm okay with that. I think that that's fine, meow. Mostly I just like the idea of like having them as like instantaneous like snapshots, meow, if that makes sense. I like the idea of having like a legacy of stuff, meow, where like some things that are funny or like not that important, meow, and are easier, more accessible than the VODs themselves, meow. Though I guess there are kind of a lot of shorts now, meow. Interesting enough, meow, the number of shorts, meow, is fully outstripping the number of RuneScape VODs now, meow. It's like 300, I want to say 13 is the most recent VOD for RuneScape, meow. And the VODs, I think, are like 330-ish, meow. I guess I could check that as well, meow. And I think that it's just going to continue to be that way because I don't even stream. The VODs obviously are 7 days a week, meow. The shorts, excuse me, are 300 or 7 days a week, meow. And I don't even stream 5 days or 7 days a week, meow. So like it's gonna be, there's gonna be more shorts, meow, for sure. Yeah, it looks like 328 is the magic number, meow, of shorts, meow, at the moment. And the gap is just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger, meow. Which is very interesting to me. I thought for the longest, meow, that RuneScape was just going to be the biggest, you know, queue, if you will, on the channel, meow. But no, not even close at this point, meow. It's definitely going to be the shorts, and it's going to continue to be that way for a long time, it seems like, meow. Some of these shorts are also, like, really, really good, meow. As far as, like, not just, like, being funny, meow, but also, like, the reception, meow, which is kind of funny, meow. I'm not sure, meow, that like I don't know. Some of them I like get. Some of them I get, meow, like why they have a like large, they found an audience that of people that are interested in watching them, meow. But others I'm like surprised that people like enjoyed, meow. And some of them were like very slow. Like I kind of would like to like view the analytics, meow, and see how they like grew, meow. Like there's this one where I was playing Outer Wilds, meow, and I landed the ship, meow, above some lava, meow. And my plan was to go out of the ship and like use my jetpack, meow, to like go out of the bottom of the ship just over the lava, meow, and then like explore this place, meow. But instead I just went out of the ship and landed directly in the lava, meow. And I think that it's really hard to understand that that is what's happening, meow, in the clip, meow, unless you have played Outer Wilds, meow, and you're like, you know what you're looking at, meow. So I was very, very surprised to hear, meow, that like, or to see that it's like my third most popular clip or whatever, meow. Like, I'm very, very surprised to see that, meow. But maybe it's just that people who play Outer Wilds have been watching it, meow, or like can tell, meow. I don't know. It definitely feels weird though, meow. I would have expected that, like, it was very funny to me, meow, and I think anybody who was there for it to happen live, meow, would think it's very funny as well, meow. But if you don't know the game, like, how do you even know what's happening, meow? Because it's like fucking 6 seconds long or whatever, meow, and I like look down and I'm like, this doesn't look good, meow. And then I like jump out into the ship or out of the ship, meow, and then like instantly die, meow, and I'm like, oops. Like, it's not, I guess it's obvious from my reaction kind of what happened, meow, but like I seem like a dumbass that like looks at, you know, a cliff, meow, and then jumps into the cliff and dies, meow, which is probably not like, not even bad content, meow, to be fair, right? Like stupid games, stupid prizes, meow. Kind of makes sense, I guess, meow. Yo, question, how come I didn't get any fucking mushrooms, meow? Why aren't you chopping this, meow? Jesus. All right, well, we need 2 from this. Ideally, we get like 2 and then we can instantly go back here as well, meow. Okay. Because I don't want to have to chop this again, meow. You fucking bastard, dude, meow. Fucking spiny ass bastard, meow. Alright, well, I had to chop that again anyway, meow. It's fine, meow. Nothing but a time loss, I guess, meow. I'm glad that this guy didn't hit me again, meow. He's gonna hit me on the way out, though, meow. I just know it. I just fucking know it, meow. Oh, Savage, are you still here, meow? I forgot there was something I wanted to tell you, meow. It's not a huge deal if you're not. But I'll try to remember later, meow. I guess I could DM you, meow. That probably would be for the best, because you wouldn't want to have to remember it yourself anyway, meow. Yeah. I found out, meow, that the wilderness agility course, meow, enemies max hit 1 on a skiller, apparently. Meow. Definitely something worth checking for him, meow, because obviously he's going to be doing who knows what on a skiller to max agility eventually, meow. You really like that emote, huh, Ruby, meow? I feel like my emote game could probably do with a rework, meow. I mean, I like my emotes, meow, but I feel like I could use more of them, particularly more animated ones, meow. And like maybe more specific emotes, meow. Because I like that people have so many diverse kinds of emotes, meow, but I do feel like there's a lot of templated emotes, meow. And I really don't like template stuff generally, meow. Obviously, the less it looks like it was templated, meow, the less a problem it is, meow, but I definitely feel like, well, first of all, I'm pretty sure none of mine are like that at all right now, meow. And I think I appreciate that, meow. I mean, most of my emotes, well, not most, I guess, meow, but like 5 of them are from Keiku, meow, and they're like not even made to be emotes, meow, but they still work fine, meow. What else? Meow. Just Panda wants to be original. Meow. I don't know about that exactly. Meow. I guess so. Meow. It's more that I don't want to be derivative. Meow, which is kind of the same thing. Meow, but I feel like doing the same thing that everyone else does. Meow is like really uninspired. Meow feels like really low effort. Meow, and that's coming from someone who doesn't put a lot of effort into things. Meow, generally. Meow. I guess there's nothing wrong with it exactly. Meow, but I don't know. In the grand scheme of the world, Meow, in the infinite capacity that is, you know, human creativity, Meow, it is a little bit, I don't know, I guess boring, Meow, to see someone just having the same cookie cutter stuff as everybody else, Meow. And I feel like some emotes actually kind of fail design wise, Meow. I think that in order for an emote to be good, Meow, it needs to be clear what it's supposed to be conveying, Meow, at a glance. Or it needs to be like independently funny or anything like that, Meow. It doesn't need to be like for a classical emote, Meow, where like literally the thing that you're trying to do is convey an emotion, Meow. It should be obvious what it is that it is trying to convey, Meow, in context, perhaps, but nonetheless obvious, Meow. At a glance without having to like click on it and see the bigger picture, Meow, or read what it is called, Meow. Savage's cookies are cut that shape for a reason, Meow. Are they though, Meow? I think it's literally just for fun, mostly, Meow. like actually, are they though, Meow? Because like, I actually don't think so, Meow. Savage says it works, Meow. Your metaphor is bad. Even if what you're saying is true, your metaphor is subjectively bad, Meow. Beatrice says, but I thought no fun allowed. That's, I don't know what that has to do with clearly like communicating things. That just, you were bad, shut up. I mean, I don't know why you took it so personally, but okay. But yeah, I don't know. Just because other people do it a certain way doesn't mean that that's the only way for things to be right as well. And I don't really care if it's the way that everyone does it and it works and that's why everyone does it that way. I don't care, because just because everybody does something a certain way doesn't mean that's the only way it needs to be. You know, I'd much rather discover something new in whatever capacity. I would rather try and fail, than do what everyone else does and succeed by virtue of that, to be honest. I don't really like the idea of like, oh, well, just do what everybody else does because it works. Like, that's like not a very compelling stance to me, like literally at all. It'd be different if like failure had a cost, but to me, succeeding as everyone else does has a cost, and in some ways, in very minor ways, it's like integrity, but most notably it's like in originality, in standing out, in actually being like of any actual note. Like, I quite like seeing people's like self-made, self-animated emotes or whatever. I genuinely like them, and they're very iconic. They don't look like anybody else's stuff. And a lot of emotes that are just like you just commission, you know, an emote artist on VGen or whatever, they all look the fucking same. Like, they look like it looks like your character, but they all look the fucking same. Like, you can tell, like, they look like they're made at a fucking serial line mill, right? Production line style. They just have features swapped out for your features or whatever. And it like genuinely feels like, you know, fucking corpo shit or whatever. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't look as nice, genuinely, to me. Not that it's like a bad exactly, and everybody knows how to use them and stuff like that, but the only reason that's the case is because they're fucking something approaching an industry standard, not because they're actually good or anything like that. Because some of them are actually genuinely bad, I would go so far as to say. It's just that everybody like culturally knows what they're supposed to represent. Beatrice's Panda has high standards. I don't think that's true at all. I like very much don't feel that way. With regards to the stuff that's on my channel, I would again much rather have something that is like hand drawn and like MS Paint style, but clear in its intention and its usage, than something that is like high, you know, high fidelity, high production value or whatever that is either A, cookie cutter, or B, unclear in like application or whatever, which doesn't have anything to do with standards, is what I'm trying to say. Ruby says that's why I want to get my own. I want to draw my own and get it animated. That's fine. I mean, it's like, I'm just a guy. Like, this is just my opinion, right? There's a million people who think about things differently than I do. Probably many billion people, actually, to be honest. But nonetheless, when it comes to this stuff, I think that some of it does actually kind of matter, to be real. And I don't really like the idea of, you know, many or any of my stuff being like so directly tied to other things that are like not affiliated with me in any way and stuff like that as well. Like, obviously nobody cares where you got the template from, but I'm not thrilled at the idea of even having a template applied. Like, I get that like everybody learns from everybody else or whatever, but there's a difference between like you being a copy paste of someone, if that makes sense, and like you being inspired by something, right? Like one of the emotes that I've got being made right now is like a spirit bomb, like lend me your energy type emote, which I think is an emote that should exist just like as a global emote on Twitch or whatever. It's like, obviously, like, I think that Dragon Ball is ubiquitous enough that people generally will understand, like, you know, I'm cheering you on type of thing. Like, that kind of sentiment is like very universal in the Twitch space, but I've never seen an emote like that at all. And the ones that I have seen that are like approaching that aren't the concept that I would go with. I feel like it could be different or better from like various different angles or something like that. And so I think that emote in particular is like not exactly inspired, right? Like, it's not like a mind-blowing like, oh well, this is an emote you can use in order to show your support for whatever's happening, right? Like, it's not a mind-blowing, world-shaking kind of emote, and it is directly inspired by Dragon Ball specifically, right? But at the same time, it's still not something that I've actually seen executed to any level of, you know, to my satisfaction at the very least. And basically anywhere. I didn't look terribly for it, to be fair, because I don't know how you would even find emotes at scale. I guess if I had 7TV or something, that would work. But like, I did do a Google search, like trying to find like images of stuff like that. And I found some things, but none of them were very good, to be honest. But I imagine somebody probably does have a good emote for it. But again, like, if I can't even find it easily, then that means that like it's basically fully original at that point with regards to like how to do it and how to make it, you know, which I also leave to artists for the most part. I'm at best an ideas guy, and most of my ideas aren't even that good. Which is why, like, I lean on artists. Like, the thing that I like about working with artists is seeing what they come up with, rather than the most that I would want to do is plant a seed for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's up to them to like cultivate it and turn it into whatever product that they can come up with. And artists that like to have freedom when it comes to commissions are the ones that I want to work with. If you as an artist are trying to, you know, realize my vision or whatever, that's what you're trying to accomplish, then I genuinely just don't really want to work with you. Like, that's cool and all, but that's not what I'm trying to like, you know what I mean? I want a piece from the artist that I am commissioning, rather than somebody making the thing that is in my head specifically. Like, if I wanted that, I feel like I would develop my own ability to make stuff, if that makes sense. Which obviously not everyone can be an artist, and not everybody can execute art at the level that they want things to be made or whatever. But just for me specifically, it's like I would much rather just develop my own ability if I was like trying to realize the perfect image in my mind. Savage says, speaking of art, did you make an e-girl yet, Beatrice? Make me an e-girl, yeah. I probably shouldn't have gone here. I think I have enough health to do one more, so I guess it's okay. But in retrospect, I should have probably reset there. Oh well, we vibe. Fuck it, we ball. So what, 51 gold each? God damn. We're actually kind of balling off of this Numalite. Oh, stop standing here. There's nothing going on. Beatrice says, I sent the message now before I forget. It's very funny. But let me go ahead and bother the shit out of this artist. No, just kidding. I'm sure Gene doesn't mind. In fact, if anything, Gene's probably thrilled, to be honest. I do kind of still want to make more rats through Gene, but we're not big balling at the moment. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's going to be tax season before too long. So I'm trying to take it easy. Because I know that's not going to be a good day. Not going to be a good time at all. Gotta give Uncle Sam his due. Savage says, LOL, paying taxes, what a cuck. I wouldn't even, like, say that shit, to be honest. Like, the more, like, the way the IRS works, like, I already don't want to fuck with them. Like, I'm already deathly afraid of fucking something up. And, like, saying anything to, like, invite inspection of my fucking finances or whatever, like, no way. I would fucking never. I would fucking never. Hebrew says, I gotta get affiliated first. I'm waiting to get a PC to affiliate. Gotta get affiliated for you for all your own stuff. You can make emotes before you become affiliated, but okay. I mean, you probably want a PC before you start drawing stuff. I guess that makes sense, but like, there's nothing stopping you from making emotes if you wanted to do them now. Yeah, this is gonna be a little tight. This is weird. Maybe like this. Wait. This is 4 and 3, right? Okay, so if we do... Wait. No, that was 4... No, it is 4 and 3. Okay, so if we do this... And then... There we go. Inventory organization at its finest. Ruby says, I do think I can just put them on my channel. Can I? You don't think I can put them on my channel? No, you can't put them anywhere, but you can make them. They could just be there waiting for you. Like, the specs aren't something that you need to be an affiliate to know, right? Like, they're just publicly, like, I could tell you what the specs are. Like, this is the aspect ratio that you want to have. This is how many frames you can have. This is how big the file has to be, and it needs to be square. You know what I mean? Like, I could tell you all of those things right now if you needed it from me specifically. But that stuff's obviously on the internet too. So, like, you don't need me to tell you that, right? So there's nothing stopping you from making them now. I imagine that you're probably more than capable of making them without a PC, but I'm not sure, obviously. Savage says, fair, just the advantage of not being a Yankee, I guess. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I don't know anything about your tax system at all. I mean, I barely know about mine, to be honest. I know that I don't want to get fucking... I don't want to end up short. That's what I know. Even the Joker doesn't fuck with the IRS. Beatrice says, yeah, just be glad you're not us. Not us or not US. I guess both are the same. Savage heard some stories. Yeah. I don't know if it's like... I don't know. Most of it's not that complicated. I've heard some, like, My Word Wyvern is like a... what? Tax accountant or whatever. Does, like, the taxes for whatever business that they're affiliated with. And they were like, oh yeah, if you stream, right, then that means that you have like a business, like you're an affiliate streamer, right? You have a business. You should write off the square footage of the space that you stream from because it's technically your office or whatever, and get money back for that or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that is a thing that all makes sense and all, but I'm not trying to fuck that up, and I don't know how to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to do it well enough that I feel confident that it wouldn't like be wrong in some way. And I'm not trying to have anybody do an audit of my shit, because a lot of the stuff that I have done with regards to taxes, they're like, oh, is this the thing that you use for, you know, for work and only for work? And I'm like, well, what do you mean by that? It's like, if I use my computer, like if I use this, like this stream gets money, right? Makes money. It's a for-profit stream, right? So like that money is obviously like in some way not necessarily a tax write-off, but you get what I'm saying. It's like a taxable thing, right? But you can have some write-offs like, oh, well, I used, you know, X amount of money to, you know, fund this business or whatever. And it's like, oh, well, did you only use it for the business? And I'm like, well, you know, I do technically use this for Discord off stream, right? Like, does that count? Like, how much does that matter? I don't fucking know. Surreal says, I say it wouldn't be worth it unless you make enough to hire someone to do taxes for you. Oh, yeah, no. I would definitely gladly pay to have someone do taxes for me. But I'm not in a position to make something like that happen. I've definitely used services like that before. Which is not quite the same. You know, like tax processing companies are generally just a scam, because if you guys didn't know, you can go to like literally like irs.gov or whatever, like the official IRS website, and they very, very likely have a portal that's almost the same as like, what is it, like Easy Tax and all those other fucking dudes. That's like literally just the same as them, except it's through the IRS specifically, and it's free to use. So you can pay $100, $200 or whatever to have fucking Easy Tax do the same thing that the IRS is just willing to do for free. So like, don't, is what I would suggest. Like, it's literally just a scam as far as I can tell. Like, dead ass a scam. Savage says, we just kind of buy things and the tax is included. Hard to do fraud when you can't not pay it. No, I got that. I feel like sales tax is a great way to have taxes, but it just doesn't work that way here for some reason, and I don't know why. Obviously, everybody kind of needs to buy stuff. Some people do need to buy more stuff though, but like, it is what it is, right? Like, I'm never gonna pay sales tax on diapers, right? Because I have no cause to buy diapers. So it sucks to be a parent, but you know, that's your problem. You made a decision at some point, so suffer. This is what I have to say on that. Sue says, but it does though, because we do have sales tax. Yes, but having a bunch of different tax streams isn't necessarily like a bad thing. It's just not a very... The problem that I have with taxes more so than anything else isn't the like how complicated it is to like figure out or whatever. the problem that I have with it really is that the IRS knows how much you actually owe truly, which they obviously verify every year. If you've ever underpaid, they will tell you this is the amount that you should have paid us, right? But they don't just like tell you this is the amount that you owe, which obviously they could have done, right? They're just like, no, you have to fucking guess. And if you're wrong by any amount, they'll account for the difference. And separately, like the whole like write-off thing is like a lot to like understand and like know if it applies or whatever, and really only benefits the people that can afford to have like a tax management person themselves. They suck. And like, as much as it would be nice to have that kind of person around, like obviously most people don't have that. So like, I don't know, it just seems like the vast majority of people are going to be paying extra for like no real reason. Like write-offs only benefit people that can afford to have people that are specialists, if you will. Which is like, I don't know. It's just not the best, I don't think. I guess it's not a huge deal though, as well. Let's see, today is Wednesday? Yeah. Isn't it? Yeah, today's Wednesday. Shouldn't you be live? Suck. Maybe you are live. But you would have been live for like 2 fucking hours. Did something happen? Are you good? No, you're not live. Are you okay? Is everything all right? Thank you for the hydrate. But I thought, am I tripping? Is today not Wednesday? No, it is. Your schedule says. What happened? Was there an announcement that I missed? Sucks as I'm dying, much sick. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Fair enough. Fair dues. I felt like today was going to be another day that you went live. I did see that you were worried about not going live, so makes sense. Well, that means that there's no miss suck today, but there will be some more miss suck to be had in the future. Let's see. Your next planned day is Friday. So either Friday or Saturday. Suck will probably be well enough again to stream properly, so don't worry. No telling what game she's going to play. She doesn't really schedule the games in advance anymore, I don't think. But it could be anything. Could be more Runescape. She's been pet hunting for Zora for a long time. Many thousands of kills at this point. She also plays a variety of other games. Might be finishing Twilight Princess. I'm not sure that she's done with that one quite yet. But there's a lot of fun to be had in Suck stream. You could definitely check her out if you want to be in an inviting and welcoming space. Suck definitely does that. It's mostly feel good vibes is the whole point of her stream, I would say, in a big way. She even did a special recolor for Twilight Princess, her 3,000 follower celebration. I definitely combined some words that weren't supposed to be combined there. Nice, nailed it. It's a good thing that I don't speak for a living or anything. Good lord. But yeah, no, I definitely recommend you check out Miss Suck. She streams usually about 3 or 4 times a week, and you never know what you're gonna get. Certainly more friendly than I'll ever be. Oh my god. I go out of my way a little bit to rub your nose in it. Booze. Booze shows up and I'm like, this guy, boo, boo. Not quite that bad. But maybe some days. Mostly it's because he doesn't stream. That's what it is. Like, if he says that he's gonna stream and he doesn't, I'm like, hey, you're not even a real streamer. Hey, it's been 2 months and you've been live. Hey, when are you gonna stream again? Get a load of this idiot. Shout out to the homie Zero as well. For the same problem, to be honest. You gotta shame your homies into doing stuff to make them do them. I don't think you actually have to or even should do that. But I do like watching the homies. It's actually one of the like best ways that I like grow to understand someone better is like being in their stream. I mean, obviously being in my stream helps as well, but being in somebody else's stream, I think gives you a much better idea of what somebody is like rather than them just typing at you. So I do really like going out of my way to be there if I can, but just have a pretty full schedule, you know. We might change the schedule up one day as well. For now, though, we'll keep rocking what we've got. I don't really know. I don't really know what I would change specifically. Mostly it's like using my time off stream more efficiently that I'm more concerned about than dialing back or expanding, for that matter, the amount of time that I'm actually streaming. Because there's a lot of things that I could learn and benefit from knowing, but I'm just really, really fucking stupid, you know? Just really, really dumb. Like, it's a crime. Stupid. It's like, oh shit, you can do that? It's not even like, oh shit, you can do that. It's, oh yeah, I knew that that was a thing. I just didn't do it yet. Like, yeah, it's kind of on my list, but like, I'm kind of busy and also kind of stupid. It's like not a very good reason to not do something. It's like, yeah, I knew about that. Imagine like there's a, you know, a fire, right? It's like, oh dude, why didn't you just have a fucking fire extinguisher? And it's like, oh yeah, I knew about fire extinguishers. Like, so you just like chose not to buy one? And it's like, well, yeah, it just wasn't super convenient, you know? And that's like the whole reason. I do have a fire extinguisher, by the way. You guys should have fire extinguishers too. They're pretty good. I've never used it before. In fact, don't practice with your fire extinguisher. I think you should maybe like know how to use a fire extinguisher in advance of like actually needing one per se. But I feel like you don't have very many opportunities in life to use a fire extinguisher, and most of them should be considered basically like straight up one-time use. Nice 91, by the way. Because like fire extinguishers just don't, they're just not, I mean, it's not like it's that hard. I think it's like pull the pin, squeeze the nozzle or whatever, but still. Sucks is at my old work. I did fire training every year, so you're a pro. Fire training every year? Well, I feel like that's more training than is necessary. Like every year? I feel like being certified once is probably enough. Like you don't even get yearly training for like fucking CPR. You know what I mean? Like you get certified for that shit like one time, right? And that's just it? You're just like, nah, you're CPR certified or whatever the fuck it is. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think that's all it is. I think literally you just do that like once and it's just done, right? See, Sexes had to get their CPR renewed every year also? Okay, that's good at least. Surreal says, my dad works in a nuke plant. It has to do fire training every year as well. I guess? I don't know. A nuclear power plant is pretty important. So I do feel like it's more important there than in like a warehouse, you know? You know, because like things could go extremely bad. We all know about Chernobyl, right? But I don't know. Does everyone need to know everything? I guess it's better, like security wise. And when I say security, I don't mean like keeping people out or whatever. I mean like for the security, for the health of the plant, if you will, that it makes a lot of sense for everyone to know everything. But like, I guess it depends on to what degree the training is. Because if it's literally just like an hour every year, that's not bad. Just like a practice thing. I think that fire extinguishers go bad too, as well. Like, I don't think that they last forever if you have a fire extinguisher from the 40s or 60s or whatever. I think that they say on their surface though. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to look at my fire extinguisher again. Sucks as they do go bad. I was pretty sure that they did, yeah. But yeah, I don't have a lot of stuff like that, to be honest. Mostly just the fire extinguisher. I know where my water main is too. But there's really only, there's 3 shutoffs, I think. Well, I know of 2 shutoffs, but I'm pretty sure there's a third one. There's the one that's like out front in the yard, which is the one that the government will turn off if you don't pay your water bill. There's the one that's like just inside my house before the water heater. And then there's one, I believe, in the line that's coming out of the, so like, if this is my yard, right? Viewed from above, there's the one on the street, and then there's one under my house, right? And I think in that line that there's going to be a shutoff somewhere there as well. I'm not sure because I've never actually been there, because you have to go, all right, so again, this is my house, right? And the street is up here. I have to enter from the far end of my house and crawl all the way across to get to where I believe there is another shutoff. So yeah, I haven't been that adventurous yet. It was one of the first things actually I planned on doing for this house. But I've got fear of God for various different things, for various different reasons. One day though, I'll pursue that. Mostly I just can't afford to fix any problems that may be there. And as soon as I know that there's a problem there, it's just going to consume my mental processes. Like, it's going to literally just be the thing that like I think about day in, day out. And I don't want to be aware of something that could be like truly terribly bad about my house. Like, that's too much anxiety for me. So instead, I'm just going to live in blissful ignorance. It's just going to be a question mark for me. That's safer. it's less to deal with. And that's what I'm dealing with. Well, it's one of the things. There's other stuff, I guess. Houses have problems, guys. When you rent, you don't need to worry about this stuff. But that said, it is also nice to just have a place that I can just do whatever I want to do. I can tear the fucking walls out at any time. And I very well might. I mentioned this before, but this space here where I am now, I fully intend to soundproof it at some point. As soon as I get a little bit of extra money, I'm gonna fully soundproof this place. I should come up with a way to do that. Like what exactly I would do, like a strategy, if you will. I believe that this house is like, it's fine now, but I think that what I could do is like build in the walls basically, because right now the space that I'm in, it doesn't need to be as large as it is. And I think what I'm just going to do is basically build like an internal wall, if that makes sense. So like imagine, you know, a room that has walls in it, right? And what I'm going to do is just build another layer of wall inside that wall that's just going to have unfaced insulation basically. It's technically not what you're supposed to do. Ideally what you would do is move the, so I don't know if you guys know about insulation, but insulation has like a piece of paper on one side of it. And the reason why is because that's like a vapor barrier basically. And the idea is that's supposed to face the living space. And so ideally what would happen in that line of thinking, right, is if I'm going to add more insulation is I add it on the outside of the house, not the inside of the house, right? I don't think it matters terribly, but in order to do renovation like that, I would probably need to think about it a little bit more than I have. Mostly because up here in the, I guess this is technically kind of an attic. It's living space, but I don't have an attic, so it would be the equivalent of the attic as well. There's also baseboard heat, so I'm gonna have to tear those out, which I'm not worried about. Like I can certainly do it. Just turn the breaker off, and that's mostly fine. But in conjunction with that, tearing the baseboard heat out, I could switch out the breakers for that baseboard heat so that it's like whatever, like I don't know, 20 or 15 volts or whatever, instead of being a double breaker like it is now, I'm sure. Because obviously a bigger wire can hold less without it being a problem. Then I could have 2 separate circuits that are all going to this room. So I could have one of my computers on one breaker and the other computer on another breaker. So that if ever something weird happens, a breaker trips, right? Maybe my stream won't die. And if my stream does die, I'll be able to do something about it instantly because my other computer right here will still be alive. Obviously that only helps so much because my Wi-Fi, my internet it's just going to be on one of them and not the other one. So like, c'est la vie, right? It's not the best, but it's the best that I can do. And it's a little bit of a security measure, right? And obviously if the breaker trips, then I can move it from my internet from one to the other. And that would obviously help dramatically. And if there's something bigger than just the breaker tripping, because probably the thing that makes the most sense in that particular circumstance is just to go downstairs and flip it. Not a huge deal. Have I had breaker tripping problems in this house? I don't think so. There was one time I was using a saw, like an asphalt saw, a saw that you would use to cut through driveways, right? Like asphalt. And it was having a lot of trouble. It was pulling a lot of power from a breaker. So what ended up happening is one of us was like manning the saw and the other person was just like standing next to the breaker box, tripping it over and over again. It was very, very silly that it worked that way. But this is what happens when you don't have the right plug, the right power, or maybe the circuit was overburdened. You know, I don't know what else was on that circuit, obviously. I don't think there was anything. I would think it was an empty garage, but you know, who knows what was actually going wrong. I didn't like do a deep dive, if you will. I've used all kinds of different power tools here and there, all kinds of workshop-y stuff. I feel like I was actually like, I want to say surprisingly capable with my hands, like making things. I don't know if I would call myself like a craftsman in any way though, but I definitely did enjoy like working on something all day long. And you know, at the start of the day, it's in one state, and at the end of the day, you can see literally like, I made all of these changes. The world is different and better because of my efforts. It's very gratifying in that way. Especially for someone, you know, with my outlook, my, you know, pseudo defeatist, whatever. I like to make the world a better place, you know, and I feel like I don't do a very good job of it. I feel like most people don't as well, but I'm not too worried about what other people do. I'm not going to control them, right? I can't ever do or hope to or even would want to, but you know, doing what I can to make things better is kind of important to me. Oh God. This. Oh wait, no. Swap these. Yeah, now we're talking. Sexes control the masses? No, I don't think I will. That's all right. I don't have any interest in that. I think it would be meaningless to do something like that as well. I think the only thing that would be of value would be is if the people chose to make the world a better place themselves. There was this video by Kurzgesagt. It was unlike most of their stuff, which is like very much, you know, edutainment or whatever. This video was just like a thought experiment or whatever. And the idea was, and I found it really compelling, it is like all of humanity is like a nascent god, right? Like is a god that's like developing its ability to you know, ascend into like true godhood, right? And the reason that there are so many people is because it's the most efficient way to process and like develop like a greater profound understanding. So think of like everyone as being like simultaneous reincarnations, right? So we're all living in parallel with one another, but we're all the same like spiritual like God entity or whatever, just living these lives. And like, if you want to think about it as like a soul, right? Like our soul is just maturing over time. And I really like that perspective because in a lot of ways, we're more similar to one another than we are different. And I think that it means a lot to think of people as being like, we're all in the same race, right? And we all have different goals, right? But the finish line is kind of the same in a lot of ways. Like what we're trying to accomplish in like, you know, a conceptual way is the kind of the same for the most part. And at the same time, like, yeah, some people are like clearly more, you know, selfishly motivated or, you know, have more malicious intention or whatever. But like, we've all kind of been there. And in the context of the Kurzgesagt video, like that literally is just another version of you, right? And it's easier to, I think, be more forgiving for someone in that way. Like in the same way that you're easy on yourself when like you make mistakes in some ways, maybe not always, right? But like, if you know that you wouldn't make a mistake again, you don't think about it in those terms. It's like, well, can I even trust that this person will be better, right? It's like, well, no, but you probably, not always, but you probably do trust yourself to do better or whatever. That's like where, some baseless confidence even comes from, right? And I think that extending that same faith in yourself into other people's can do a lot for, extending the olive branch of humanity, if you will. Says that's just how it is on this bitch of a planet. A little bit, to be honest. But it doesn't have to be that. We could be more on the same team than we are. It's just, it doesn't always work out that way. And I get it. I get it as well. Because it definitely does feel like people are against you sometimes. Especially fucking government shit, having to go to the DMV, bro. Bruh. They're really not trying to work with you, man. They're like, yeah, well, you need 3 forms of ID in order to do this thing. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Please. Why do I need more than 1 form of ID? Is it the whole point of ID, forms of ID, being that they operate independently and you don't need any more than that? God damn it. Please. Oh, well, do you have a piece of mail with your address on it? Oh, so I gotta mail myself something now? Please, no. Yeah, the DMV kind of sucks, guys. I don't know if you guys have ever been to that being said, depending on when you go, sometimes it could be nice if you're there first thing in the morning on a fucking Tuesday. Matinee movie theater vibes or whatever. Sometimes you'll just roll up and it's bam bam bam, you're done. You know what I mean? You get a number and they call they'll give you the number 13 or something, and they'll call the number fucking 7 or 8, and you're like, hell yeah. Fucking a few minutes later, you're getting served, and you're done. You did it. Bam, move on. That's happened before, once. I still wouldn't call it a good DMV experience, but it was pretty good. Beatrice says the eagle rat is in queue. It sounds so ominous in isolation. The e-girl rat is in queue. She's being processed. Oh shit. Oh shit. Well, I hope you enjoy it. It'll be a nice little foogie or something for you. It's very funny though. I think Laurie also commissioned Jean for a rat thing. I think it was a wallpaper for her phone, for Laurie's phone. I think I've seen it even, but I don't think I have it, obviously, because I didn't fucking pay for it. It's not mine. Let's see. Oh no, I do have it, actually. Because Laurie sent it to me. I saved it under fan art. As you might expect, I am needlessly anal when it comes to categorizing things. I like for things to be in a place that they're supposed to be. And to be easy to find as well. And further, I like for things to not be anywhere else as well. I like for things to have the one place that they're supposed to be, and they're not anywhere else. Which is why I had so much trouble sending spot pictures to Sparky? His name was Sparky, right? Pretty sure. Ducky. I definitely fucked that up. Sorry, Ducky. Okran says, did someone say anal? And Miss Suck says, so anal as well? Yes, I did, but not exactly the same way that I feel like you guys are saying anal. Beatrice says, wow, fake front. Look, I'm new to his name, all right? I'm sorry. I'm trying. Lokrin says, dang, yeah. What's going on, Lokrin? Lokrin's the interdimensional trash vampire. If you're not familiar with him, then I don't know where you've been. He's been playing Abiotic Factor with us every Sunday for many, many weeks at this point. I think it's been like 15 weeks in a row or something like that. And more to the point, We've been gladly joining him in all kinds of different games as the Pickle Pack proper. We even played some RuneScape with him. We did a little bit of God Wars Dungeon action at one point. Right now, he's mostly enjoying games like Vintage Story, which is like it's kind of a spiritual successor to Minecraft. It started as a Minecraft mod, but it's his own game at the moment. He's playing a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I believe he's still got quite a bit left for that game. He'll play some Marvel Rivals here and there, though I think he's basically cleansed of that addiction at this point. Speaking of addiction, he also plays Balatro every now and then, though I haven't ever seen him play Balatro on stream. But yeah, he's a variety gamer through and through. You'll never know what you're going to get from the guy Lokrin. But you do know it's going to be good times and also very memey, very much a comedy-oriented Twitch channel, and he's very much a funny guy. This is more like Kingdom Come delivered. Int. Nice. Nailed it. First try. But yeah, no, there's oh, what the fuck? This guy's attacking me on the other side of the route. That's crazy. He's crazy. But there's a lot of content to be had for this guy is here. He's here. He's in my space. He's in my space, man. I don't like it. You're not supposed to do this in duo. It's supposed to be a single thing. It's fine. I'll change worlds after this. Oh, I really like emotes that are split up, like as a unit or whatever. But the thing that matters to me more than like split emotes like that is for them to work like the right way, but also backwards. Ruby says that's a global one. Sure. Very good look. Is that backwards? I think that's backwards. Hey, what's up, Modern Eat Sage? I know that Lokrin made that emote earlier. You have to got a moist emote. That's pretty good. Why is it blood though? Why is it dripping blood? Moist, huh? I kind of expected it to be Charlie Moist Critical, but it's certainly not. Modern Age Sage says not much. Got tacos. How's it going? Dude, I wish I was so fortunate. Did this guy fucking die? That's actually crazy. The Indraptus says, remember when I said don't ask questions you want the answers to? Oh no, I think this guy is killing hoop snakes for some reason, and that's what these bones and those bones are. I do remember you saying that, but I don't remember asking a question that I didn't want the answer to. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I'm able to stomach the answer to this question. I feel like it's gonna be okay. I think it'll be fine, but I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't be so irreverent. Maybe I should be more cautious. Follow-up question. What the fuck is this guy doing? Why are you killing hoop snakes? I just want to know. I don't want to wait here though, and I'm done chopping this tree, so please answer quickly. I don't have enough space to like go through that. Why didn't he answer? Why is it taking you so long to type? Motherfucker, dude. Indraft says, wait, what? Zephyrius says he doesn't think you deserve an answer. That's just rude. Maybe that is true though. Maybe I don't deserve an answer. I was really irreverent. Oh, it's you, Born. Damn, look, everybody's showing up. But I mean, I don't know. It's just a weird thing to do, man. Like, why would you kill hoop snakes? Of all the things in the world that you could kill in this game, why hoop snakes? What the fuck? Dude, I just fucking got here. Wait, what is guild? Wait, actually, I don't even want to go to that world. Let's go to this one. There we go. Twoborn says snake meat. I don't even know if snake meat exists in this game. I don't think it does, to be honest. I think it's just regular meat. Zavir says maybe he doesn't like snakes. I mean, snakes are pretty awesome though. I don't even think that's real though. There are snakes that are killable in this game that are like... Actually, are there snakes that are worth killing in this game at all, ever? I don't think so, to be honest. Now that I think about it, I think they're all worthless. There's one snake boss that's pretty good for Nightmare Zone. But other than that, dude, like, you really shouldn't ever kill snakes in this game. And you certainly cannot make snake burgers, the Furious. Twoborn says turn that snake into a belt and it's not a poop snake? What are you fucking talking about? What is happening right now? Are you guys okay? Cam says, I know that now. You know that it's not a poop. What the fuck is going on? Are you guys all right? Jesus. Twoborn showed up and the chat immediately became unhinged. Jesus. Well, if you want more unhinged content, you can certainly check out Twoborn himself. He's been playing It Takes Two and a variety of other games with his, well, It Takes Two he's been playing with Blueberry, his wife? I think his wife. Definitely his partner. He definitely has been enjoying that game. He was close to the end of the game, so he might actually be fully done with it now. And he's been playing a lot of the Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition, which is fantastic. He was at Mass Effect 3 when I last saw. I was lurking, but I did definitely see him enjoying that game. And he's also very much a regular for not only Deep Rock Galactic, which we play on this stream as well, but also Elder Scrolls Online, which we've never played here, or I've never played at all even. Why is there another dude here? Twoborn says, I had that effect, and yes, wife. Yeah, I mean, I do get that impression. He's a little bit unhinged. His follow redeem is actually crazy. So if you want to check him out, certainly do follow him now so you know when he's live. But like, go ahead and unfollow and refollow while he's live, because it's worth seeing what it is that he has to say about things. It's very uncouth. It's very rough and tumble over there. And like, he's happy to have a little bit of fun here and there. Sucks says it's such a good game. I imagine you're talking about It Takes Two. And yes, I had a fantastic time with that game. Great game. He says, oh yeah, because the earlier conversation wasn't unhinged. Not as unhinged as Poop Snake is though. And I feel like I can't compete with Poop Snake, to be honest. Twoborn says, since your mother didn't swallow, you might as well be here. See. I wouldn't have said that, except for the fact that I did say that. But I wouldn't ever have said that unprompted, you know? I'm too classy for that. Not at all. Literally not even at all. But yeah, no, I definitely recommend you check out Twoborn. It's very chill vibe over there. Very, very much down-to-earth streamer. And very funny guy as well. His wife also streams as well. Wild Blueberry, I believe is her name. But yeah, they're both streamers. And also, obviously, we've got what's his name? Zephyrus. Wild Blueberry, yeah. See, I know what's up. Zephyrus, obviously, is the bartender wolf god or demigod. I think he's actually properly a demigod. I don't know. He hasn't fully ascended, I think, but he's a variety streamer as well. I think he's consistently streams something like 3 times a week. It depends on how you want to look at it. He joins us every week, Sunday, and he may indeed stream with Decadent Rain on Saturday. But he's very much active in the streaming space, whether he's literally streaming himself or just on someone else's stream. That's for certain. He's been playing Yakuza Kiwami, which I think he just beat. I think that was literally the end of the game that I watched. And he's intending to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure very, very soon. I believe today's Wednesday, isn't it? Oh my God. Does that mean today's the day? The chosen one, Hello Kitty Island Adventure later today with Zephyrus? My boy Big Challenges is going to be seen for all? That's actually crazy. Look forward to that. I need to stop being here. This place is fucking terrible. Aside from that though, he's I would say a horror game enthusiast, but he plays a variety of games. He'd be hard pressed to find something that he wouldn't enjoy, I would say, from my experience so far. He also plays Marvel Rivals with the boys. I don't think he's ever streamed it. And like I said, you can see him here every Sunday for Deep Rock Galactic at the very least. Ruby says, really? So talking about feet pics and dick pics weren't unhinged. What is your definition of unhinged? Again, neither of those is unhinged as a poop snake, Ruby. Everyone has feet, and like half of the world has dicks, Ruby. How many people do you think have poop snakes? Ruby says you have to do 10 push-ups. I don't have to do a damn thing. I can refund you those push-ups, but I may indeed do them in a second when I'm goddamn ready. For now, though, I want to change worlds, actually, more than anything. But yeah, that's not how the social contract works. You can ask me to do push-ups, but I will choose to do them if I am so inclined. Who says, what the fuck did I just pop back into? See, the poop snake thing is way fucking more different than regular dick pics, and much less so feet pics. Feet pics is not even that weird. Like, the poop snake thing is way, way, way more extra. That's way more unhinged. It's definitely like orders of magnitude involved for that shit. No doubt. But yeah, we'll stop being upside down pretty shortly. But more importantly, we need to change worlds because there's too many people here. I changed to this world with the intention of having fewer people, but instead there were more. I've never even really seen people here before, which is kind of crazy to me. This is an excellent place to do woodcutting, but it tends to not even be around. Who says, why the fuck am I the voice of reason? What are you talking about? You're not. Boots, what do you mean by that? You've never once been the voice of reason. What do you mean? Who says chaos, you pop back into chaos? I don't think that's true. I don't think it's too chaotic over here. I think we're keeping it pretty much on the down low. We've kind of moved on from the poop snake thing, to be honest. Even it was like a one and done thing. I don't know why I checked the experience like it's not right here. So we're nearly at 6 mil, which means that we're about 7 mil short, which I think is just, oh wait, I said 70 hours, right? Or maybe I didn't say 70 hours, but I think it's 70 hours, which isn't actually like several weeks. It's actually 50 hours a week. So it's a week and a half of wood cutting, basically. Superborn says, but yeah, we just finished It Takes Two. So we're going to play through it again in opposite roles. Interesting. I never even considered doing that. I did only really experience half of the game though, so I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I fully didn't think of like even attempting the game again. I don't really play games a second time though. It's like very much not my speed. I usually just play through stuff one time and just like move on. Which is part of the reason why I want to slay the dragon that is RuneScape so goddamn bad. Like I just want to be I want to be done, but I want to feel like I'm finished is like the thing. So it's not just like not playing RuneScape anymore. I want to feel like I've done it. And I think if I finish maxing and just do a few bosses that I want to do, then I think I'll feel like I'm done. But I might also attempt Quiver and Inferno Cape. I might. I don't know about that. I don't feel nearly as strongly about those two things. Tuborn says, but I definitely want to burn that damn book. I don't mind the book guy. I feel like you guys are too hard on him. And Tuborn says, you want to be done with an MMO? That's insane, bro. It's really not. It depends what you mean by done, right? Because MMOs are live service games, right? So by definition, you can't be fully done with them. But if ever there was a game that you could, where your progression is determined by your own goals, it would be RuneScape. There are some things that are like implicit checklists in this game, right? We've got the Questscape here. We've got maxing, obviously. We've got achievement diary. We've got collections logged. We've got combat tasks. All of these could be considered completion criteria, right? But to me, some of them are much more unhinged than others. Like, for example, with regards to the collection log, no one has gotten all of these collection log items done ever. It's never happened. So I think that that's like approaching unhinged completion. But these other two are like more than possible. Quest cape would be first, because in order to do the achievement diary cape, you have to finish the quest cape. Maxing in some ways is easier, in some ways is harder. It depends on which one is. I definitely dropped all of those for no reason. It depends on what is more appealing to you, really. You could even just do like maxing combat skills, or just like raiding, or whatever. Like there's a bunch of different ways that you could view completing the game that is RuneScape or whatever. And the same applies to most MMOs. For example, with regards to every MMO that I've played up until this one, the thing that I would do is literally just play through the main story. So in the equivalent in this game would be finishing the Questscape. And as soon as I did that, I'm done. Like that's the gameplay experience for me. Like I'm not interested in raiding out to like maximum best in slot gear or whatever that, because that there's just no appeal there to me. So you can definitely, in my opinion, finish any MMO. It's just a matter of what goal you're accomplishing. Twoborn says TDM for maxing. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. When it comes to RuneScape specifically, you don't really have an idea, in my opinion, a good idea of what it's like to do a lot of content in the game until you've done it for a few hours, to be honest. Particularly like very intensive things. There's a lot of stuff in this game that's like very tick speed sensitive, which is to say that it requires a lot of let's say RSI, like literal muscle strain or whatever. And that should reflect the viability of the training method. And a lot of people in the RuneScape space will say just as easily, you know, 3-ticking granite, or, you know, pickpocketing the knights in Ardoon, like all of that kind of shit is like equally viable as other things that are much, much more chill, which is completely unreasonable in my opinion. Like, yeah, if you're going to do it for, you know, an hour or whatever, it's not that bad. But on the scale of what you're actually contending with in RuneScape, we're talking like literally dozens of hours, like maybe even 100 hours for some skills, more than that in some skills, but for a lot of skills, like at least 100 hours of a grind, which is like just not reasonable to put your body through that kind of a stress. And obviously you don't need to do any of that in RuneScape. People didn't even, like originally Jagex or whatever, didn't even expect you to be maxing. Like that wasn't even like in the cards or whatever. It's just an inevitable endpoint because the numbers had to stop somewhere. But still, it's more than possible, more than feasible. But you shouldn't put your body through more than is reasonable. And I think that part of experiencing the game is like, you know, getting to that finish line, at least for me specifically. Who says, I don't know, questioning the whole poop thing sounds reasonable to me. That's what I've been saying. But that's also what I've been. No, sorry. I agree with you, but that's what I've been saying the whole time. So you're not the voice of reason. You're just agreeing with me. Because I didn't bring up the poop snake. I was like, why the fuck is this even happening? And then you said that you're the voice of reason. Like, nah, dude, you just showed up. You're not the voice of anything. All right, back. Let's drop some of this stuff. And then we can actually do those push-ups. Now that we're right side up. Superborn says, after discussing the poop snake, have we all heard of the poop knife? No, I don't know what that is. Who says, nah, man, I just put my name in the fucking paper. It's my credit. That's actually crazy. I would never do a group project with Booze. I learned just now, this day, that this man cannot be trusted. All right, I'm going to count to 10. Are you guys ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, there you go. There's me counting to 10. And of course, Booze waits for the moment that I sit down to do another one. That's fine. You can do another set of 10. Ruby says, no, please don't talk about the poop knife. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Go ahead, T-Born. But yeah, another 10. Okay, sure, we can do some. Give me 1 second. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, we're back. Ruby says, no, please don't subject us to that conversation. I don't even know what it is. Hey, Snake. Thanks for the hydrate. Obviously, you were here before, too. Are you still grinding out Herblore, Snake? You got a long way to go for that. What is that, 12.5 million experience? No. Less than that, 9.5 million. Huge grind there. Good lord. And it's going to be a money sink, too. Not a huge money sink. It's just like money alchemy. I think it's like a net 5 mil loss. You're almost at 98. Sick. T-Born says, so the poop knife. Some guy posted on Reddit asking if he was the weirdo after he had an exchange with his friend. While growing up, his family kept an old kitchen knife in the utility room with the laundry machines. Its sole purpose was to cut up poops that were too big to go down the toilet. So he was asking if he was the weirdo. He was, yes. Snake says, I'm under 10,000 potions left, so that's pretty fire. That is pretty fire. Born says, well, at his friend's house, he had a knife-worthy poop and asked for the poop knife, and his friend just looked at him like he was a psychopath. Yeah, that's a normal response to that, I think. Yeah, makes sense to me. Because that's not a normal thing to even have or know about, I would say, even. A poop knife, huh? Weird. Must be like a really high fiber diet or something. I guess it makes sense that the family has that as like a whole unit, you know what I mean? Because they all eat the same food, but it's definitely not a normal thing at all. And that's coming from me. I'm far from a normal guy. Snake says only fiber diet. That seems like, I don't know, a questionable dietary choice. I think fiber is generally good for you though. Like your gut biome or whatever, right? Something like that. Lots of dietary fiber is a good call. I don't know how much fiber I get. I mean, that's one of those things that like you'd have to be like really aware of what it is that you're doing, like food wise, to end up square on like, you know, oh, well, this is how much, you know, X, Y, and Z that you have. I think that most people are probably like fully not aware of that. Unless you're like a dietitian or whatever, there's just no way that you would even know that stuff. I did see Cat Shiro, excuse me. There's two cats that I know, I guess. He has like a lot of meal prep stuff, and what he would do is he would like set up like entire meals in like bento boxes, basically, right? Like lunch boxes. And all you would have to do is, you know, take one of the boxes and like heat it up, basically. And it's like, hold on, do I still have them? Let's see. Yeah, here they are, right? Yeah, it's like vegetables, like some carrots, some potatoes, some broccoli, plus a protein, like a steak or some chicken, stuff like that. Like, and they're all just arranged in nice little boxes and stuff, like fully seasoned, fully cooked or whatever. They just need to be reheated. And I'm like, yo, how can you just like live this well? Like, what the fuck is going on? Actually crazy. Like, I could never imagine being that like well kept together. Like, meal prep is like way too hard for something like that. Way too hard for me. I mean, it would be sick. Like, I would love that. But I don't know. I can't swing that all by my lonesome. There's another guy here. Was there always someone? Oh, yeah, his level's similar to mine. 2063, and I'm at 2123. I really didn't expect somebody to be here on the 2K world, but obviously I'm here. So is that guy, I guess. I'm nearly able to go to a 2200 world, and by nearly, I mean like not that close, right? 77 levels away. It's pretty far. And it's like, it's quite a lot, I would say. I mean, I could definitely do something that's like 14 here, 12 there, you know what I mean? Like, I could make something happen, but like, there's no way. There's no way we're gonna chip that particular. If there was a whole new skill, right? Like, the sailing skill was added, we could do that pretty easily, I would imagine. But generally, we're like pretty far off from that, I think. Okay. Change worlds again? I mean, it doesn't matter a lot that you're on the same world as someone else, as long as more enemies don't spawn, but it's pretty likely that there will be extra enemies. Snake says, I feel like I can do it kind of quickly. I have a lot of lower skills that I just keep pushing off. Yeah, your skills were more like, how do I want to describe it? Like, you're more of a specialist and I'm more of a generalist, I think. Yeah, so you're 108 short. You could get 20 levels here, 20 levels there, 20 levels there. Some of those would take longer than others. 20 levels here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be 80 levels. It's pretty close. 108 off. Hunter and runecrafting. This one would be kind of slow. Oh, but 20 levels fishing? That'd be pretty good. 20 levels of agility would also be pretty slow. So 20 levels mining instead of 20 levels of agility. And then you could do the rest in agility probably the fastest, if I had to guess. Or hunter, whatever. Something like that. Yeah, you could get there if you really wanted to. I mean, like, some of these are not even bad. Like, the woodcutting is going to be kind of slow. Crafting is going to be pretty good. That's like 200k. So this woodcutting's half as fast. Fletching you could certainly do, especially if you want to spend money on it. Fishing is not going to be bad. It's going to be at least as fast as woodcutting. Mining is going to be about as fast as those two. So yeah, just send it. Snake says I follow that perfectly. I mean, I don't think it was all that complicated, but yeah, I think you could do it if you really wanted to. It would take a while though. It would take a few weeks. Snake says thieving is going to be quick if I do it in the wildy, and I think that's the way to do it. You saw me do it. It was very, very fucking chill. But if you wanted to even be more chill, do it in the 2200 world probably. Obviously, there's only so many of those, but the 2K world was definitely the answer for me. made a huge difference in the amount of PKers. Snake says, nah, I sent that when you just said 20 in this and that and never named a skill. Oh. I thought I was hovering over them. Yeah, you guys should be able to see me hovering. I don't know. But nonetheless, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. 20 here, 20 there. I don't have like 20 points that I can put in almost any skill. Like the most you get is construction and herb lore. Mine is just like really, really evenly distributed. I'm still not even that close to base 90s, honestly, which is kind of crazy. I only got 3 skills, I guess. Well, no, it's mining, herb lore, hunter, and construction that are all, oh, and rune crafting. So we have a surprising 5 skills then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have as many skills maxed as I do in the 80s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, I have more skills maxed even. We're really behind on some of these. That's actually kind of insane. And for the ones that we have left, we have mining, which we want to do in duo as much as possible. Construction, which we'll just like do at some point. We'll just hammer that out. Not a huge deal. It will cost us like 100 million gold, but we can definitely do it at some point. It won't even cost that. It costs us that much time. It's like 20 hours or whatever. Like literally not that bad. Snake says, oh, I was transferring clothes. I didn't see it. No, yeah, you're good. Don't even sweat it. And then rune crafting, we kind of want to do in duo, but we're going to spend a lot of time in solo as well. Oh my god, I just sneezed 2 fucking times. God bless. You heard the wind up at the second sneeze. That's so funny. Snake says, I imagine how I feel. I get 99 construction the fucking day the quality of life construction comes up. Also bless you. Thank you. Yeah, the quality of life for construction is huge, and also it's kind of sad that not everyone got to experience it, but you know, such is the way of Easyscape. God damn it, these fucking sneezes. I'm dying. Oh my god. But yeah, I definitely do like that the game is generally getting better quality of life wise, because a lot of it is like silly to like be a pain. Like there's no reason for it to be as painful as it is, but you know, it is what it is. Am I like allergic to something? Why am I sneezing so fucking much? Jesus. I feel like I have another sneeze coming on. That's actually insane. Yeah. I remember you saying that the construction upgrade came out as soon as the day after you got 99 or whatever. Still, the construction cape is like fucking huge. Like I would literally be using it in my inventory right now. In fact, if I had the construction cape right now, I wouldn't even use this. I would just be using the construction cape here and the crafting cape here to bank and go home. And then this would be, I would just use the fountain in my house instead. Just like go here, fountain, and then use the dig site pendant mounted on the wall. Snake says, well, I suffered so you have to suffer to mentality success. I suffered, so you have to suffer mentality also. I got you. It's the like, well, I paid student loans, so you have to pay student loans too thing. Yeah. I don't think that's a very healthy mindset to have, especially like for future generations. Like, isn't the whole point of like society in general to like make it so that the people that come after have to suffer less than you did? You know what I mean? Like, is that not like the human condition that we've kind of established? It's like, no, you shouldn't make people artificially suffer for literally any reason at all if you can help it. I don't know if that's a controversial take. Twoborn says to make things better. I think so. Snake says, yeah, pave the way for the next generation. That's what I think society is like generally designed to do, in my opinion. But you know, I don't know. I'm just a fucking guy. And I'm also not gonna have kids either, so like, you know, it's not up to me. You know, it's mostly up to you guys how society is going to turn out, right? Like, I've got the one life. You have the life that you're living and also the lives that you're fostering or whatever. the ripples that you will have are much greater than mine necessarily. You know, what if I'm your son? I think I would know, to be honest. I think I would be aware of that. As a guy, you can never truly know, you know? You can't always know, I guess. But I'm pretty sure. I've only had the one ex. They don't have any kids. I asked a few times, just in case, you know? Snake says my wife and I also don't want kids. I understand what you're saying. I wasn't specifically referring to you, Snake. I was like the general you. Two-born says that you know of. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it goes as a guy, you know? Anything could happen, you know? Somebody finds some, like, tissues or something. It's pretty unlikely, right? Pretty unlikely. However, it could, in theory, happen, right? And I haven't donated to any sperm banks or anything, so I would be... Actually, it's not even a donation, right? You get compensated for that, right? But you would be much less surprised if you are involved in that sphere, obviously. I kind of don't get it myself. Like, more power to you if that's what you want to do, but me personally, like, I don't even... Part of the reason why I won't have kids isn't just like being single, but also like not wanting kids. And like, how much do you want to want kids to like be involved in a sperm bank? I mean, I guess also money is a thing, but like, I just can't imagine, like, how good do you think your genes are or whatever? Like, you're like, you know what? Yeah, I could have my own kids, you know what I mean? I could like cultivate a relationship, or hear me out. What if my genes, you know, get passed onwards and it has nothing to do with me? Ruby says if it happens, it happens. That's a wild way to live life for kids. Like, kids are like so fucking expensive. Like, the estimate was like $250,000 or whatever, right? Like, you can't just be like, if it happens, it happens for fucking children. They're fucking huge investments. Kids are like some of the biggest investments that you could ever make in your life, as far as expense, but also time and emotional fucking duress. Saku says, I have the flu. What are you doing getting sick on your vacation? What are you doing? Get your shit together. Stop it. That's not correct. You can't get the flu while in the tropics. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Saku says, goddamn Canada imported flu. Oh no, you took it with you? I guess that makes sense. Which is to say that it's highly unfortunate. Saku Kenpaku. He's gonna be on a cruise for a little while, but one day he's gonna stream again, don't worry. He joins us every Sunday. Not this Sunday, but the following Sunday probably, for Satisfactory. He's also a RuneScape player. He usually plays RuneScape about once a week at least. And the same day, Sunday, he also plays his Pokemon, Scarlet and Violet. He's playing through his first Pokemon game, which happens to be Scarlet and Violet, with his good friend Kitsune. They are both doing mono type runs. He's doing Saku's doing a water type run, and Kitsune's doing a normal type run. And they also have rival battles. Aside from that, he's also playing Power World with Chuzzy, Beatrice Gambit, and Blight Empire. They're having a good time as far as I could tell. And in fact, it seems like Saku is so far ahead that they might play just to catch up to his levels, because he's kind of like a gamer. Ruby says, I'm not going to actively try to get children, but I'm not going to actively avoid it. I had the flu a few days ago as well. You're not going to actively avoid it or try. I guess I understand the motivation, but the way that you said it initially sounds like it's just like going to be a surprise, where it's like, you know, there's like a two-person tango involved, right? Like, you have to input the cheat codes in order to actually get, you know what I mean? It's not like nobody orders a pizza on accident, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, like, you're not going to be surprised by it, I guess, is what I mean. Like, maybe you wouldn't have expected it per se, but you definitely can't be surprised, where I'm coming from. But yeah, I definitely don't. I'm completely on that shit. No thanks. No thanks. You're welcome to have as many as you like, or as many as you can, I guess. But I don't want to have any involvement in that shit. I don't even like being around kids, you know what I mean? Like other people's kids. Like, no thanks. It gives me fucking anxiety. Feel like I have to pay attention to what they're doing, make sure they don't like fucking fall down or do dumbass stuff, fall off of buildings. Just doesn't, it gives me anxiety. I don't want to be involved. I don't want to be around. Like, no thanks. Okay, now we have 4. So I guess we do this. It's a lot of goddamn mushrooms. What are we doing? Oh, no. Okay, so now we do this. You don't get any bonus points for organizing your inventory, but it's the most important thing to me in this life. T-Born says, I have one that they're a lot of work, but also quite rewarding. Not something everyone is suited for, though. Yeah, I know. It really is a lot. Like, people really normalize the whole, like, having kids thing. And I, like, get it from, like, a biological, like, evolutionary perspective or whatever. But at the same time, like, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, right? And I just could never. I feel like pets are a lot, you know? Saka says, I don't want to put another child through learning English with RuneScape. That's very funny. Also, could they just learn it from you? Like, you know English now. I feel like that actually isn't that bad. Like, that situation isn't going to actually be a problem. But, like, I kind of get it. But, like, come on. Ruby says, I definitely want a dog or a cat. That'll be my child. I like pets a lot. I might get a cat. I might. If I felt more stable, I probably would. Already have one. Snake says a fur baby. Cats, you kind of want to get in pairs. Have you heard about this? Like, a single cat is a little sad for them. They actually kind of want to have companionship. Cat companionship. And really 2 cats isn't a lot more. You do have to be a little more mindful in some ways. And there's another thing that I've heard is like you kind of want to have one more litter box than you have cats generally. Hey, Hidden Narcissus. Thank you for the hydrate. Good day, amazing and talented gamer. Okay, so you came to the wrong place. It's all right. This is that Daft Punk's Twitch channel, but I do appreciate you for stopping by nonetheless. Saku says it's the with RuneScape part. I don't want to put another child through learning English with RuneScape. Oh, so it's like the RuneScape part of it. That's kind of interesting. You know, there's mods for this game, plugins that like translate it. I've heard, I don't know who it was. Somebody in, I think it was Dio's chat. It was either Dio's chat or Sue's chat that was like natively a Spanish speaker or whatever, but there was a plugin that translated the game apparently, which is very interesting to me. Two-Born says, our cat has been so sad since our dog died. They need another animal for friends. Yeah. I've never heard of an animal like experiencing that kind of, you know, a specific case of that happening. But I'm sure that it is real. Like, obviously they know when their friend is missing. Ruby says, yeah, you're going to have to get a pair if you're going to get cats. I kind of agree. I'm not sure how much it matters in the grand scheme of things. Like, I'm sure that they could be happy regardless, but I think that they would be much happier, you know, being not a cat expert in any way. Cat expert. I feel like I said that slightly weirdly. Let's do this. So the hydrate. Thank you. All right. And what's your name? I still don't know a ton about your stream yet. You're going to dip for a while? Thank you for hanging out, Ruby. Hidden Narcissus. I think I looked at your stuff before, but I'm going to cheat again. I still haven't been able to check out your stream properly, the way that I would really, truly want to. Ah, yes. Phasmophobia, Scarlet Violet, and then a few games that I'm much less familiar with, being Cooking Craze, Deponia, and Under the Thorns. I don't know anything about those. I know that you do speak Spanish, though. Seems pretty fluent as well, such that you forgot to translate it, I think you said once, which is crazy to me. But if you want a bilingual streamer, English-Spanish this time, highly recommend you check out Hidden Narcissus, because I don't know of anybody else that actually is bilingual in that way, actually. English, Spanish, at least. Certainly not. So that would be the main space. Actually, now that I think about it, I used to know a RuneScape streamer. Spoke a lot of Spanish. I don't remember their name though. Snake says, I'm allergic to cats, but when I go to my friend's house, one of his cats refuses to leave my shoulder the whole time I'm there. Something about you. Interesting. I've never had a cat ride my shoulders before. I've been really comfortable with cats for a long time, but I would like to get a little bit better. I've never had my own cat as well, really. I've had cats that were like, you know, all around, like in the house with me or whatever, but it was like more like a communal cat, if you will, rather than a cat that's like, that cat is around me and no one else ever. Snake says, I mean, it would be rude to put him down in his own house. I mean, is it? I mean, if the cat climbed onto your shoulder, yeah, maybe it'd be weird to put him down. Because, like, if you put him down, he's just going to climb back up, right? So I feel like it wouldn't even be rude in so much as, like, a pointless struggle. Like, look, man, you're being ridden by cat now. That's just your life. You are his mount, and you are going to ferry him wherever he feels like he wants to go, which is wherever you happen to be mostly. I don't think he probably isn't directing you. Could you imagine? Snake says probably he can jump pretty high. Yeah, cats are very, very good at jumping. They'll go from like floor to top of refrigerator or whatever. I don't know if I've ever had a cat that was like, I don't know, an issue look like that or whatever. Like, I feel like I would be worried about the whole claw situation. I mean, as long as the cat's comfortable, it's fine. But like, there's a lot of like them trying to make sure they don't fall, which is like digging their claws into flesh. It's like, okay, yeah, don't. Hey, do me a favor, don't. I think I'm actually full, right? 4, 6, 7, yeah. So I could go for another loop if I eat both of this food, which is 21, which is 42. It's a little wasteful, but I could make it happen, I guess. Snake says he's very claw aware and never puts his claws into your flesh. That's very interesting. I've never had a cat that's like very, very, like, I don't know, sympathetic when it comes to the whole claw thing. They seem to like not be bothered by it, which kind of makes sense because for cats to other cats, they kind of have like a thick, fleshy sort of thing, like the whole kneading thing that they do. People call it making biscuits or whatever. That thing doesn't bother other cats as much as it bothers us because we are mere flesh sacks. We don't have like the loose skin or whatever it is that cats are able to, you know, persevere through or for or what have you. Saki says, like, I can recommend it on YouTube of a cat called Milo who absolutely has to watch SpongeBob or we will turn off the power bar for the TV. Wow. Something about SpongeBob specifically? It's very fascinating. So what happens if SpongeBob just isn't airing? Like, because there have been times where that isn't the case, right? Like, what's going on there? What does he do? Like, does he just turn off the TV until it just doesn't let it be on? That's kind of crazy. I kind of love it though. I love cats for their like strong personalities. I feel like dogs are much closer to companions and cats are closer to fucking gremlins, right? Like, dogs definitely have personality too in a big way, but cats are going to make their personality your problem. Shout out to Milo though. Milo the cat. Also shout out to Milo Rossi, Mini Minuteman. I watch his stuff a lot. I'm quite a big fan. He's got like archaeology videos, which I never thought that I would give a shit about. And honestly, I only give a shit about because of the format. Like, telling a story about history is like the way to learn history. Like, learning learning about history through like dates and trends or whatever is like the most dry and boring way to have any kind of information conveyed to you. Like the reason why we tell stories is to imbue lessons to people, and like history has millions of lessons to teach people. So all you need to do is tell the story of the thing that you care about or that you want to imbue, you know, historical prevalence to or whatever. Just tell it in a story format and people are going to care about it so much more. At least me personally, I can say for sure, like I care so much more about so many historical things. Shout out to Blue and Overly Sarcastic Productions as well. He talks about history much more directly than Mini Minute Man, who's again more of like an archaeology thing, but like it's all part of it, right? It's all part of the same grand pie, if you will. Like the story of humanity is told in many different academic sectors, basically. Saku says, LOL, Jackie, my black cat will roost on top of the scratch post for dinner time. I like cat towers a lot. One of my favorite things that I've seen in like media or whatever, I guess it's like not quite media. It's like weird houses or whatever, that kind of thing, right? Like very unique houses, was somebody who made their house like fully customized for their cats to like prowl like towards the, you know, ceilings and stuff like that. I really liked that. And I would love to customize my house similarly so that it's very comfortable for the cat to just like be around and like do stuff. And I very much am capable. I'm more than craftsman's like enough. That's a terrible way of describing it. I'm very much handy enough to make catwalks, literal catwalks, for them to go wherever they want to go. My house isn't very big, but it's plenty big for a cat to like enjoy. But the problem is more so that like I really thrive in like a blackout curtain environment. And so I would have to like compromise, because like not letting cats go look through windows is one of the most like cruel things. Like they really like windows. But I could definitely make something happen there, you know. Snake says, yeah, you have 99 crafting. I would hope you are a handyman. Yeah, true. It's true. When you're right, you're right. That does remind me, my gutter broke a little bit. 3 of the gutter bolts were shorn through because of like some like ice or whatever. And I repaired it mostly, but one of the repairs that I did, I like stopped halfway through. There were 3 that were broken. One I like half fixed basically, because stream was starting that day, and I was like, I literally don't have time for this right now because stream was starting. So and I was like, fuck it, it'll be fine. And it is, but I probably should finish fixing that at some point. Saku says Windows XP. I mean, you could, but I feel like letting them see actual reality is a little bit more the speed for cats. Also, I don't really have like televisions or anything like that. I have very few things that a cat would find interesting except for looking outside. Honestly, I don't know if they would enjoy looking outside all that much either, because there's not a ton to see. Seaborn says they mostly want to see birds. Yeah, exactly. I've never really seen birds around, weirdly enough. I'm not sure if birds are real, guys. But yeah, I imagine that there would be, and I'm just not perceiving them because, you know, I don't have any interest in birds. Snake says, you have a glass of water on a table? I do, but it's got a roll of duct tape at the bottom of it. So it would take a lot for them to like knock it off of this table. He could, if he really tried, like any cat could, but it would take a decent amount of effort. Your draft says horses aren't real. Wait, what are horses then? Are they like big deer, or are they like robots? Horses aren't real. They're all dehorned unicorns. Friendship is magic. Unicorns are real, but horses are fake. Snakes is just huge dogs. They're just big old doggos with beautiful tails. I couldn't imagine. I'm gonna be honest. That's actually crazy. Wait, it's been 3 hours. Oh, because the first hour, I guess I wasn't tracking the experience. Okay. I was like, if it's been 3 hours, shouldn't we already be well past? I mean, 3 hours and 50 minutes. Shouldn't we be closer to 400K? But I didn't reset the tracker at the right time. Because I am a fool. Saki says, oh dear. Yeah. That would be an oh dear situation, I would say. What do we want to do here? I guess just like this for now. Every time I say like that, it reminds me of Fable, the first Fable game. Which, by the way, as much as I like Fable, I really do like the second game, maybe even more, maybe even. Definitely the combat in the second game feels really, really good. I played the first game a lot more though, so maybe the second game would actually disappoint me if I like revisited it. But the problem is like, it's literally just not available. The second game and the third game are like fully just not available on Steam or anything like that. You might be able to play it on like Xbox Game Pass or whatever. Fable. So TBA is the new Fable, right? Which is not Lionhead. Fable Anniversary is a thing, and I think Fable The Lost Chapters is the thing. Wait, where's Fable The Lost Chapters? Oh, there it is. All right, cool. I didn't see it for a second, but it is still available on Steam. Tuborn says, I like Fable's combat, Fable 2's combat specifically. I got you. I enjoyed it a lot. Modern Age Sage says, you're a Fable. I don't know what you mean by that, actually. Modern Age Sage says, I just unlocked a core memory when Junie Cortez was on Wizards of Waverly Place, and his only comeback was, I'll show you blank. That's crazy. I've never seen that show, but I know that people like it a lot, actually. I think I saw Billiam do a like video on Wizards of Waverly Place on like the like meta, well, it's not even meta, like the in-universe like requirements for like graduation and like how it doesn't make any fucking sense, actually. I feel like I learned a lot about Wizards of Waverly Place specifically from Billiam's video, which is real for like all of his content. He goes like on like extreme deep dives on like Scooby-Doo and Lost and stuff. Like I'm familiar with Scooby-Doo and like to some degree I'm also familiar with Lost, but I've never seen an episode of Lost, but I've watched like 9 hours of Billiam content on the TV show Lost specifically. Because I like Billiam and I don't necessarily care about Lost. Like that's basically why that is. Modern Age Sage says, so if someone insulted him and say he's there and like they say that he's stupid, sure, he'd go, I'll show you stupid. That's a pretty bad comeback in that particular context, but I get it. It's like a running bit. It's not bad for running TV. You know what I mean? Like kids TV content. I like it. I like it. Kind of reminds me of a SpongeBob, like a Patrick thing. Like they would do that for an episode for Patrick or something. I haven't seen SpongeBob in a long time. I hear that the quality is much different than it was before. And like, that's kind of like started like pretty peak and then like eventually started to taper down, but supposedly had some kind of uptick because like some original people came back. But I'm not actually sure that that's the issue. As I recall, the reason why SpongeBob's quality would decline is because people would be like obviously the people working on SpongeBob, that wasn't their first production, their first like animated cartoon or whatever, and it was one of the biggest. So it had some of the best and brightest minds probably in the space, the Nickelodeon space or whatever, working on it. But they didn't want to repeat themselves. Even if they did a joke in a different show or whatever, they were like, well, we did that before on this show, so we don't really want to do it here. I heard something along those lines, which seems like needlessly restricting. Like it's okay for, you know, SpongeBob to have a joke and for, I don't know, Jimmy Neutron to have the same joke or whatever. Like those are different shows. Modern Age Stage says it was cringy, but it did make it funny. That's fine. Sometimes being cringe is funny, especially on purpose. Sometimes you're supposed to laugh at someone. Comedy comes from pain, whether it's the comedian's pain or your pain. It comes from pain. Someone must be hurt. It is the only way. I mean, they don't have to be hurt, but, you know, they have to be attacked, I guess. They can be okay with it, you know. Somebody has to be on the receiving end, is really what I mean. All right, we do this. Give me stuff. Don't hit me. Oh, we should change the music. Let's go Light Walk. All right, so it was 3 days until Tears of Guthix, last I checked. Which I think was Friday. So no need to mess with that. That'll obviously go into construction, which is good. Obviously save us 15,000 worth of oaken doors or whatever. And I wouldn't want it to go in anywhere in any other skill either, except for like, I don't know, Slayer. Well, even then Slayer's money, so I guess I would rather it go in Herb Lore or something. Like, yeah, the rate is low for Slayer, but we're gonna be getting money from that one, so I guess I'd rather go into a skill that's gonna cost us money. And there's no skill that's gonna cost us more money right now than construction. Construction is gonna cost us a lot, and then prayer is gonna cost us the second most. Yeah, 64 here and 107 mil there. Everything else is supposed to make us money, actually. Really. Either make us money or just narrowly lose us money. Like, we lose money from Herb Lore, but really it's just like investing and reinvesting. So I guess we want to do Herb Lore before we spend a lot of our money, to be honest. But it's not like a huge deal. We can get a decent amount of it going. We only really need, like, what, a few thousand here and there? I mean, I don't really know how much. I know a few thousand, what is it called? Snape Grass. It's not going to be bad. But what's the Renar unfinished potion cost? 6k. So as long as we have, what? It would be 6 mil for 1,000 of them. We don't even need that many though, but ideally we would want to have about that though, because like 10,000 would be 60 mil, and that would be about what we were doing for the, yeah, and we could do a buy limit every time. That's what we were about doing for the battle staves, like one at a time. Oh my god, that's gonna suck, dude. We're gonna be doing that shit for so long. It's literally the same as the battle staves, except the experience rate is a little bit higher. I think battle staves is, well, battle staves was nominally like 240, but I was getting like pretty consistently 200. And I think it's going to be about the same for Renar. I think it was like 200. Let's see. 219. So a little bit less nominally. So probably closer to 200k, maybe 180k. That's what we would actually get. Which isn't terrible, right? I'm okay with that, I think. Is that audio just a little bit too loud? I'm having a little trouble telling. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. We'll just let it rock. It's alright. Where are we at? 26? We can turn it down a little bit. I think like 15 is like really where we want to be for like most songs. We'll put it there. We'll put it here and leave it here as much as we can. We've got like a long way to go when it comes to like focusing up on, how do I want to describe this? Maybe one skill at a time is like just not the way to think about it on the grand scheme of things, because we've got so much to do. And I'm happy to do things one skill at a time, but like as much as we want, or as much as I may want to do skills one at a time, it just doesn't make sense to do it when some of it is like Wintertod and Volcanic Mine and like even Guardians of the Rift. Like if we want to do it with Savage, obviously we can only do it when Savage is around. So rather than looking at it that way, it's really just like knocking out the skills that are solo as much as I possibly can. And that's like Soloceps, Temporos, what else? Slayer, obviously. Partner Slayer does exist, I guess, but mostly solo. Prayer. You can't help me with that. Fletching. Seems like there's actually surprisingly few herb lore. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills, not counting the combat stats. And then 1, 2, or no, construction as well would be solo. So 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 duo. So 4 to 6. And we finished 6. That's 16. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes sense. It's everybody. I don't think we're going to do anything for the combat stats except for prayer. We're just going to like presume that they're going to like solve themselves at some point. Like, yeah, I can round them off at some point. You know what I mean? Like I can like do something to make sure that they are done. But like, I really just don't care about putting any time into them. Like they'll figure themselves out before long. I do feel like this song is like louder now. We go with that. I feel like the song is like doing the fucking most right now. Jesus. I don't actually know how much this Crystal Felling Axe helps with this. I mean, the Felling Axe definitely does, the Forester's Rations, but I don't know how much it being crystal makes a difference. But I guess there's really no reason to be worried about it. Like, we've got it now. We done did it. We can't undo it, right? It is what it is now. It's got to be pretty good, though. I know that it doesn't help with Wintertod. Like, I have a Dragon Axe specifically for Wintertod, I think. But here it's got to be helpful. There's just no way, right? Saki says, thanks for Ardorvis. Is that the name of this song? Or that's what this song is for? Blood Rush? That makes a lot of sense, I think. It is kind of a good name for Vardorvis. Mm-hmm. It says during DD2. It doesn't say specifically it's Vardorvis' track, but I'm more than willing to presume that Saku is 100% correct on that. Saku is very seldom wrong when it comes to sourcing songs. Something about Saku, man. Saku's Dragon is 1 in 6 to chop faster and 1 in 4 to chop faster than Crystal. On these, it's got to be on Soloceps. Because I think we checked for Wintertod and Dragon was the same. I think. Like, there's no reason to use a special Crystal Axe in Wintertod, I think. And by we, I mean Savage. I definitely didn't check. But I think he looked at that and he was like, yeah, no, you should just get a Dragon Axe. Chance to 3 tick chop, basically. Sure. Music a little low now, I think. Tell that. Do something like that. Saku says on anything? Really? Really? Okay. So I should then use this probably for Wintertod. Obviously, it's not going to be a huge part of the Wintertod experience. Well, actually, it will be. Like, that's one of the main things that you do is chop shit, right? Kind of want to figure out if I should be, or how much experience I'm going to get from Wintertod. I'm sure that they will tell me, right? Like if I just entered into like some kind of calculator, I'm sure there's a Wintertod experience calculator, right? Because it's like probably pretty consistent if you're like fletching versus not fletching or whatever. All right. Wintertod. I want to look at the rate stuff. So it's a little less than 10%. I think I'm going to be fletching the whole time. We're not going to be world hopping or anything like that. So if you're fletching, you get is the rate the same relative? 5 out of 135 is 3.7 and 11 out of 270. So it's about the same relative experience. It's about 4%. Okay, so if we're getting, what is this, 7.6 mil? So 7, 6, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3. We should expect 309,000-ish fire making experience. Okay. So that's where we want to stop. We want to stop like 12.7 mil-ish. Okay. We also are going to get about twice as much fletching experience as that. Roughly twice as much. Okay. So let's see. Stop at 12 mil cutting. I definitely healed on accident there, but that's fine. Because we'll just get the rest from Wintertod, because that's definitely what we're going to do. We're not going to do anything else for fire making experience. It's just silly to do. Wintertod is too chill. Do you get it? Do you get it because it's chill? Do you get it? Do you get it? All right. What else? I don't think you get woodcutting from any other significant sources. We will get a little bit of fletching from that, but we'll probably do fletching after. I'm not sure. There's really no reason to do Wintertod at any given time. It's kind of whenever Savage wants to do Wintertod, if he even wants to do Wintertod. Because I could do Wintertod solo too. I think he's already got the pet, right? I'm trying to remember. Maybe he doesn't. There isn't a fire making pet, so it would be a Wintertod pet, right? So it's a little bit different. I know as far as pets go, he's only missing the 2, right? He's missing the Chinchompa pet. He's missing the squirrel pet. Yeah, he got the fox one done. But the Wintertod pet doesn't count as like a proper skilling pet. It's not like the others. All pets. Skilling pets. Yeah, he's not here. What is this? A heron? Oh, I see. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Savage's plan is there. I think he's like mostly of a mind to just like help out whenever he can. But like, there's nothing. I don't think it's like terribly helpful. I don't think it makes a difference, if that makes sense, when it comes to Winter Todd. I think I could do Winter Todd solo in a way that's like fine. And I think you'd be. I don't think it would matter to him in any way. I think he'd be like more than fine. I don't think it matters. But I'm not sure. I'll review when that time comes. Obviously, I'm not looking for more skills to do solo necessarily anyway. At some point I might be, but for right now, we've got woodcutting and that's really all we need. And after woodcutting, we can kind of do, well, after woodcutting, we're going to do prayer for sure, right? Because we're going to use all of our fossils. And then we can spend money on prayer, but maybe we don't. Maybe we do herb war first. Because we're going to take a 60 mil loss if we do prayer, right? And herb lore is going to cost money, but it's an investment at a loss. You know, it's that alchemy of money to experience or whatever. Obviously, we will get more money through other skills, so it doesn't matter terribly, but we have more money now than we would if we used some of it, obviously, right? We're not necessarily going to do any other skill. Okay, so the question then is, so if we do prayer first, we're ready to do Slayer. So do we think that we're going to get more money from Slayer than we're going to use on prayer is the question. Prayer is going to cost us 64 mil. I feel like the odds are actually pretty high that we get more than 64 mil. Am I crazy for that? What do you think? What do you think from level 93 to 99? What do you think we're going to get from Slayer? We're willing to do every Hydra task that we get, but we're not necessarily going to be farming out Hydra. Maybe. We're probably mostly not going to be doing Hydra, but we might indeed like go out of our way to do it. But if we do Hydra, if we want to do Hydra, we should be doing it with Bofa, right? Which would cost us even more money. And we might not make our money back if we don't do exclusively Hydra as well, right? Oh my god, what a nightmare. If we do Hydra with Bofa, we can sell our Dragon Hunter Lance. And Draft just says, what's Bofa? Show you. I can't show you that way, actually. It's a bow, is the short answer. But let me... Bofa is just a short hand for it. He says Bofa D's nuts. No, I got you. It's like a classic like RuneScape joke, but it's like a real thing in this game. But yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense. It's very, very fucking expensive. Because the Bofa itself is a fucking 160 goddamn mil. And obviously, there's like no guarantee that we're gonna... I mean, we can kind of afford it now. Bofa plus Crystal or whatever. Kind of. Not quite, but we're approaching that kind of money. I feel like this is loud again. And I'm like so worried that like, I don't know. I don't want to end up short. I really don't want to end up short. Especially if I'm short and I have a Bofa, because like, what am I going to do with this fucking thing? I mean, I can do Leviathan, obviously. So like, it's not like it's impossible for me to get out of the hole. Like, Bofa is a good weapon that I can actually use to kill stuff. It's just a matter of, hold on. Hydra. Alchemical Hydra strategy. They suggest Dragon Hunter crossbow and blowpipe. That's crazy. With high enough range stats and gear, blowpipe fully beats the Dragon Hunter crossbow. At lower stats, it only beats Dragon Hunter crossbow when Hydra is sufficiently below 500 HP. Wow. Use Dragon Hunter Bolt E. Blowpipe always uses Diamond Dragon Bolt E. No. So for the Dragon Hunter crossbow, you always use Ruby Dragon Bolt E because the blowpipe is always better than Diamond Dragon Bolt E. Wow. That's crazy. I would never think that the blowpipe is good versus Hydra. But it's actually quite good, it seems like. Okay, I imagine that Savage checked the calcs, but let's look. DBS calculator. Melee versus ranged with Bofa. I'm curious what the difference is. I think he told me before and it was significant, but I'm not sure. Okay, so max ranged with ranging potion, rigor. Obviously I'm not going to be maxed, and I'm also not going to be using Zarite bam braces and shit like that, but actually, is that even fair then? Shouldn't I just do what I'm actually going to do? Yeah, probably. Because it's going to be for me. Like, really, that's what I'm asking about. Kind of don't care what best in slot versus best in slot is, I guess. So we'll start with max melee versus max ranged. All right, so we want Avernic and Dragon. Oh god, spelling Hunter Lance. All right. This is Alchemical Hydra. Oh, they have different colors. I don't think that matters. I think they're all the same. Defensively, I'm not sure. So shut this Joker down. Oh my god, look at all the fucking fossils. Jesus. What is this? 3, 6, 9. So I have exactly enough if I eat all of this food. Slayer, helmet imbued. Both. Whoa, that's a big difference. Wait, am I not using Piety? I'm probably not using Piety. Yeah, Super Combat and Piety. Whoa, melee is way better. Yeah, the time to kill is obviously the thing that matters. The accuracy is way, way better on Bofa, but that's not surprising, right? Like, Bofa should be more accurate than melee, but yeah, melee seems like it is significantly stronger, but obviously we need to dial the melee down significantly because we're using a bunch of stuff that we do not have access to. Inferno Cape, for example. All right, so no Inferno Cape, none of that. and replace most of that as well. We got prims. We got Berserker ring. We got fire cape. We got bandos, chest plate, and facets. Wow, that's still better. Yeah, I think it just makes more sense to do melee. The time to kill versus ranged is just better. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe this is the wrong Hydra. Hydra. I mean, obviously, the time to kill in reality can be different because of various different reasons. Like range, you can kind of always attack him, whereas melee, you can only attack him if he's in melee range. What's up, Fembalmer? I'm just trying to do some calcs on Hydra right now, as we're, doing our woodcutting. I think we're going to spend a decent amount of time when we're leveling Slayer doing Hydra, so I'm trying to think of investing in a Bofo is worth it, but it seems like doing melee with a Dragon Hunter Lance is just better. So I'm not sure why Savage felt like Bofo was going to be a good option for that. Maybe he was looking at something. He's either looking at it wrong or he's looking at something different than I am. You know what I'm saying? He's either got more information than I do or I have more information than him. It's got to be one or the other. So yeah, I kind of want to square that, figure out what's going on here. Not a huge deal. But yeah, I think doing it melee seems like the thing to do. I fully didn't question it when he suggested range because obviously I figured that he looked into it, and he very well could still be right. I just don't know what I'm missing. Obviously it doesn't matter yet either anyway. So I guess there's no need to bother him about it yet. One day though, one day we'll come round. Have to square this circle a little bit. What's going on with you, Fembalmer? Are you doing anything in RuneScape? Do you even play this game? I imagine so. Most people that sub, I only do so because there are RuneScape players as well. Okay, done looking at that, done thinking about that. What else do we want to think about? Surely there's more. Surely there's more. That guy. So part of the reason why I wanted to think that through is because, hey, if we do prayer first, then we can do Slayer after to make money. Because we would much rather do Slayer after prayer because there's going to be some bossing involved in Slayer for sure, even if it's not a ton. And you get more value out of your prayer potions sooner and all that. And obviously I want to do prayer before I do any raiding if Booze ends up getting me to do some raiding, which I would only be willing to do on stream generally as well. So it makes sense to do prayer sooner rather than later as the next thing after woodcutting. Did it take me a long time to realize that you said something? I think I did respond super duper late. I'm sorry, Fembalmer. And it's okay if you left already. No big deal. But yeah, I was trying to figure stuff out, obviously. But I think I did respond way late, actually. But nonetheless, what else? So I was thinking about Slayer, right? 6 levels of Slayer is a lot, especially the last 6, obviously. Basically, you have half of Slayer left. Do you know how much money, Snake, you just did Slayer, the Slayer grind? If you're still here, do you know how much money you actually got from the last 6 levels? Is there any way for you to know that? Probably not. Savage cares about that stuff a decent amount, so he definitely would have tracked it. It's kind of how he resets this in general. Total value 875 mil is ridiculous. That's actually crazy. It's so fucking much money. That's like nearly $1 billion net. And that's just from enemies that I've killed and like drops that I fucking ignored mostly. Probably like half of it or something I've never picked up. Which is probably worth it, to be honest, to like not pick that shit up, because so much of that is pain, dude. Actually pain. Like, yeah, you can pick up everything that drops for 1 gold, and you get 1 gold if you sell it later. But like, that's literally, I mean, in this case, it would be like 500,000 clicks or whatever, if that's what I was not picking up. Actually, that's not even 500,000 clicks. It's more than that, because just picking it up is one thing. You also got to sell it at some point. Obviously, it's not a lot more than that, but still. Because you don't need to sell like everything individually, right? You would sell all things in that stack together probably, and it being noted and all that, but like, damn, dude. I kind of do believe in high-alking while on Slayer. While doing Slayer shit, just because it saves you. Like, if you would pick it up anyway, you might as well high alk it, because it saves you in the inventory space or whatever. But even then, only if you would pick it up anyway, because like the black stuff and the metal stuff or mithril stuff that blood velds drop, like, it's just not worth messing around with, in my mind at least. In my mind specifically. There's a lot of skilling still to be had, huh? We're doing great, actually, though. 91, I feel great about that. I don't think we're going to get another level. Yeah, we only have like 3 hours left in the stream. So, unfortunately, we don't get quite another level. But we will get another level the next time we stream, come Friday. Which is good. Sunday, we're going to have an extra Runescape day, basically. Which is nice. I would rather play Satisfactory, to be honest, but being that, you know, Saki's out of town, we're definitely going to take advantage and get some extra progress on our account. What else? Saturday we're going to play as well. We always play Saturday morning. We might start scheduling some time. Wait. I'm trying to remember. I think Savage is busy during the week, but not on the weekends during the morning. So maybe we'll start scheduling some time for Jump King. Jump King and Shovel Knight look the same to me. They're both blue Scorch Knights in armor. In like full plate or whatever. But we might try and get through that game too. Playing it once a week kind of sucks though. Maybe I would rather play it like en masse. Maybe this weekend would be a good time for that actually. Because if we get this Saturday and Sunday lined up for Jump King, maybe actually if I hadn't used that bond, if I had switched to Jump King now, we kind of want to play Jump King with Savage though, but I could have done that today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and maybe beaten it. It's too late for all that now, but nonetheless, maybe I should run that by Savage, see what he thinks about that, because if he can be around Saturday and Sunday, maybe we can be done with Jump King. Maybe not though. I don't know how much. Maybe I should look at the time to beat. He's way better at it than I am as well. Well, to be fair, he also plays it off stream just a little bit. So he does have a little bit more time in it than I do, but I think that he's just like better at those kind of like intuition based games. I have to like slowly learn. In fact, he's like more than halfway done. If he hasn't actually already beaten it too, he might have actually beaten it. It hasn't come up. We haven't spoken about it very much. Time to beat Jump King. 10.5 hours. That's crazy. The average person takes 10.5 hours? Yo, I'm fucking dog shit at Jump King. If it takes 10.5 hours for the average person to beat that game, I'm fucking miserable at that game. I played that game for like twice as long already, if not more than that. Obviously, I haven't been playing it like in the same day, but I feel like the average person probably doesn't play through it in like 2 sessions anyway. Jump King. Yeah, I'm already at 18 and a half hours nearly. And I'm not even like halfway done. Yeah, I'm fucking dog shit at Jump King. Holy shit. That's okay though. I'm not trying to be, you know, a world record or anything like that. I'm just trying to beat the game. That's insane to me. $10. You guys are way fucking better than me at games. Holy shit. To be fair though, I guess I did play like 4 or 5 hours at a time and like kind of spread out. But like, dude, it's just not even close. It's like night and day. All right, let's actually check the VODs. Let's see. I got a playlist for it, right? I'm curious. Because I feel like we mostly played it like pretty centralized. Obviously, they're like spread out, but. All right, so we had 6 play sessions total. Oh no, we only played it for a couple hours here, a couple hours there, and then we got a nice 6-hour session where we got the vast majority of the progress. Probably, I'm not sure actually. I don't think I progressed that much, but I think Savage did. And we had a very, very short session when like my internet died, I think, and then 4 hours where we got a decent amount. So yeah, mostly it's because of that, I would imagine. If I played it Saturday and Sunday morning, that would be 9 until 4, which would be 7 hours. That would be more than we've actually put into it in any one time as well. And it was December 17th, 18th, 21st. So that was pretty close to each other. A few days break for the 6-hour session, but we were able to like get everything back and more. Then the 27th, where we barely even played it, so it barely even counts. Then the 31st, which was then 10 days removed or whatever, and then again on January 10th. I feel like when we played it on January 10th, we actually didn't lose a lot, to be fair, which would have been another 10 days, basically. Wait, did I finish? Oh, no. Maybe my inventory was full when I moved on from this one. It's like, I feel like I literally just hit this tree. Like, how did I already finish chopping it? I literally didn't chop it at all yet. It's so funny. The thumbnails for this, 4 of the 6 thumbnails are all that red tree, that second zone or whatever. It's not good. It's not looking good. But yeah, Savage is fucking killing it in this game. I think that at some point he's gonna beat the game, which is a pretty good reason for me to play it solo at some point after. I think as soon as he beats the game, I'm just gonna play the rest of the game solo. I think because I do want to beat it, but it's also not like a super high priority for me. Obviously, this is more important to me than Jump King by far. But it also won't take very long to beat Jump King. I think if I just like fully commit to Jump King for like a week, it'll be done. But I also don't want to waste my fucking bond, you know, doing Jump King or whatever. So I gotta like find a good time. Unfortunate, man, if that fucking game exchange just happened while I was doing smithing. If only, man. The timing was just a little bit better. I would have just crushed Jump King and then moved on. But there's like no free to play content left for me. Like everything I have to be bonded for, really. Like literally for most of these skills. And the things that aren't like free, that are technically free to play, are like very silly to do in free to play. Like you can burn logs, you can do fly fishing or whatever. You can fucking technically runecraft, I guess, but like you're not gonna, like no one's gonna do that shit. In fact, that might even be the fastest way to do runecrafting. Get runners. Oh wait, but you want to do combo runes, right? And that's only available in members. But otherwise, it's basically the fastest way still. And then most of the rest of the skills that I have left just aren't. I mean, obviously you can do willows. I forget how good willows are. I think they're like 60k an hour. Like woodcutting and fishing like actually aren't that bad to do free to play, to be honest. I think that they are worse, but not like a ton worse. What else? Obviously can't do any herb lore. You can do all the combat stuff, but you wouldn't. You do prayer, but you wouldn't. It's like this middle column is all members except for crafting. And then like the left column is all free to play except for construction. And the right column is all free to play except for farming. Something like that. So there's like a little cross. If Slayer and crafting were switched, there would be an actual true cross, like an inverted cross. Of like members versus free to play. Oh, and rune crafting and construction switched, I guess. I think that these appear in the order that they were added, but I'm not sure. As much as like, I don't know for a fact when I played RuneScape, like originally, like the first time I played it or anything like that. But I feel like as my memory serves, if you will, like as far as my memory goes, like all of these skills were all here. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen the skills menu for RuneScape look any different than this. And I honestly don't want it to look any different than this in the future too. Sailing skill? No, that's stupid. I don't see any point. I think if you want to add new shit to the game, then just add new shit to the game. We added a whole fucking island in Varlamore, and we didn't need sailing for that. So why would we need sailing now? And also, I don't even think it's going to be good, to be honest. I think sailing should be the best skill in the game if it's going to be added to the game. And I think that that's a lot to ask. And also their track record for adding new shit has not been the best. Like mixology was rough. That was an uphill fucking battle. A lot of the stuff that they have added to this game has been good in recent memory, especially like new content or whatever. But like skilling oriented shit, it's just not the same, you know? There's just no guarantees that it's even good. I don't know. I'm definitely at a loss. I hope that any change that they make is worth it though. That's definitely how I feel. I hope that it feels good net. Like that the player base is like, you know what? Sailing is great. Instead of just being, you know, post-nut clarity. I definitely don't feel like the game that how do I want to describe it? I don't feel like they've done all that they could do, to be fair. But if you've played through the main story of this game, right? If you've done all the quests before, you have to do like 4 or 5 different mini games, like one-off quest mini games that are like sailing adjacent, right? And none of those mini games are even remotely fun. Like none of them. One of them, you like repair a cannon and fire it and like go up into the ship and like go and do like a few other things. Like that's almost sort of kind of like fun, I guess. It's also the least like sailing of the sailing mini games that I'm talking about. And this is the best that they have that is like even remotely close to sailing. I don't know why people think that like a brand new endeavor into the same tread ground is going to be like a good outcome. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't know. I feel like a doomer though, to be honest. I feel like I'm a little too, you know, black pilled on it. So maybe I just need to take it easy. I mean, honestly, if they add it, that won't necessarily be a deal breaker all by itself for my gameplay experience. And with any luck, I'll long since have finished maxing, so I don't have to. I just don't have to care. You know what I mean? I can just come back to the game if I want to, and just pretend it didn't happen if I don't want to. You know, that would be fantastic. 4, 8, 10, 11. Okay, so we got plenty. I'm really looking forward to doing this prayer. The prayer part of the solo step grind is actually so sick. Like, you can really get big number with these fossils. I don't know how many fossils I'm actually working with because I keep putting them where they actually need to go. There's like a little box. Basically, you just do some, call it alchemy, right? Where you convert fossils into prayer experience. And there's like a little like sluice gate and a little mushroom friend that like helps you. It's actually right over here. This guy. Like, you basically just like drop the, I don't know how exactly it works, but you basically drop the oh, we finished with this one already. You drop the fossils into like the front. Yo, I'm getting rocked right now. And then you like pop a bunch of bubbles that appear. I don't know why. I don't know why exactly you pop bubbles, but you pop bubbles that appear. And then after you've done an inventory, you get a big amount of experience. That's kind of it. You like drop them into a river, you pop the bubbles that appear, you make money. Profit. It's very weird. This game is very strange in some cases. Sometimes it makes sense. Like, is it weird to chop down mushrooms with an axe? Yes. But does it make sense that it gives you, the, axeman experience? It's weird that they call it woodcutting, but whatever. Like, it's kind of like woodcutting. It kind of makes sense, right? That's fine. And similarly, there's like a boss, right? It's an ice demon or whatever. His name's Winter Todd, and you kill him by making a fire, right? It makes sense that gives you fire making experience, right? And there's like a fish elemental that you kill by stabbing repeatedly with a harpoon. Kind of makes sense that that's like a fishing thing, sort of. But every now and then, it's like, I mean, leveling up prayer by burying bones is like conceptually already like very odd. I think that this is like specifically Saradomin as well. Like, something about honoring the dead like really earns you favor with Saradomin, which is interesting because the Chaos Altar, the Wilderness Altar, I believe is a Chaos thing, a Zamorak thing. But like, this is literally Saradomin's holy symbol, like this like 4-pointed star. He's like a god in this game, and he's kind of like de facto the thing that you are like most aligned to. He's like the good guy god, but it's like he's like the good guy god in the sense of like, I'm only doing this for the greater good, and then he like murders an entire continent or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, he's like, I decree that this is the greater good. It's like, dude, that's kind of fucked up. Like, honestly, to be fair though, a lot of the shit that he does probably is genuinely the greater good, but you get what I'm saying, where it's like he's definitely like, not invincible. He's definitely injustice Superman-y or whatever, where it's like, I understand like kind of why you're being this way, but like, dude, way too much, way too much. There's other gods in this game too. Guthix is the god of balance, which basically means he's like completely hands off, like fully laissez-faire, like, oh, we're just gonna let this realm do what it's gonna do, fuck it. As far as I can tell, that's what he's like. I mean, I guess in theory he does give a shit, but like, I don't know, he's never really done anything directly other than kick the ne'er-do-well gods out. Zamorak is like the god of like power, basically. He's like might makes right incarnate. So he's like definitely a fucking asshole. Definitely 100% an asshole. And he's also the reason that the PvP area exists in this game, the wilderness. Like, this whole area has been like blighted by his influence, which is why that area is PvP, or PvP enabled or whatever. I don't know anything about that except what Saku's told me about it, because it's not really a thing that happens in this game. I guess it's like an RS Classic thing or something like that, or maybe just a lore thing. I have no idea. but it's fascinating, but also not like super duper relevant, I guess. And there's other gods too, but those are the three main ones. There's like Armadil, who's like the god of law. It seems like he's got the book of law at least. So he strikes me as like neutral, lawful neutral or whatever, which it's hard to like imagine, and also is really hard to like give any kind of like citations for, you know what I mean? Like he's really not done anything in like the questing space, like as far as like lore impact or whatever. He's just like a dude that exists technically, if that makes sense. But also if he's lawful neutral, that kind of makes sense, right? Like he's just not gonna be super involved, like unless somebody's doing some shit that's like against the rules. He's not really gonna be involved. He's like, oh, yeah, no, whatever, it's the way it goes. I am kind of interested though in seeing more from Armadil, but not just Armadil. There's also Bandos, who's Big High War God, which is very similar to Might Makes Right, but I think that Bandos is like more like an Ares, like the god of like dumb war. Like he really doesn't like head completely empty. He's just here for, you know, breaking faces, which like I could kind of respect it, I guess, but I would say it's lacking a little bit of depth, but there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you got to have a god that's like a little less compelling than the others. Zaros is another god. He's like the like proto god. He and Saren are the other two remaining gods. Saren, I'm not so sure what's up with Saren. She's supposedly from like a different realm or whatever, and she brought the elves with her. The elves are like her like chosen like peoples or whatever. She like very much loves them dearly, and they're just like very much here. They're just like hanging out in like Cryptonus. Like this is their main town, but they're also here in Leccia. And like she was like highly integrated into their society. Like literally, King Backstory and the leader of the elves is like her right hand man. But she like fully sacrificed herself to like let the elves continue existing, because the elves were like slowly dying from being outside of their original realm. As I understand it, she's basically done everything that she could in her power to like make the elves like better off than they are, and mostly it's backfired, and partly it's because she trusted, I think it was specifically Zaros, to like help with the elves, and it just didn't. Like he literally just manipulated her. So like Saren's like actually just a victim of like loving her people and doing everything that she could to make them better. So if there's one god that's like obviously better than all the others, it's probably Saren, even though she is kind of a fuck up. It seems like she like fully doesn't do a very good job of like accomplishing the things that she wants to do, but her heart's in the right place, and I fucking can vouch for that. I fully vouch for that. You know what I mean? Like whatever, man. I understand that you make mistakes, or I'm okay with people making mistakes if they're really trying to make the world better. You know what I mean? Like it's more than fine, more than fair. And I cannot say the same about most of these other gods. Zaros is an interesting one, because not only did he like do the whole manipulation of Saren thing, but he's also like the old proto god of like this realm or whatever. But also he's largely behind the scenes. So he used to be like the big bad. They called him the Empty Lord or whatever, right? But what happened is he got his goddom kind of like partitioned. Like he got a lot of his god juices taken from him, because Zamorak, the guy I mentioned earlier, the like Might Makes Right guy, just like dunked on him like super duper hard and like took most of his powers somehow. And so now Zaros is like much less of a major player in the grand scheme of things, which is, I don't know how I feel about Zaros. I think that like in a lot of ways in RS3, as I understand it, so this is old school RuneScape, which is similar to RS2. In the successive game, which is like the other game by Jagex that's currently available, the other RuneScape, the one that's called capital R RuneScape instead of old school, basically. In that one, you do more with Zaros, and it seems like you kind of end up aligning yourself like more, if not completely, with Zaros, because like the gods just generally are more active in that game, it seems like. I don't know though. I don't know how I feel about Zaros. I think he's fine, but I think I'm better off. Oh shit. I think I'm better off with Saren. I would cast my lot with Saren. She seems fine. Then again, I also do kind of just like fuck with elves. So like, who am I to say? You know, definitely a lot of bias there. You know, so to be fair, I am kind of an asshole. I like playing elves a lot in D&D. It used to be, well, now I care much less because in like current 5th edition or whatever, like there's a lot of like very homogenous races. Like they kind of removed most of the things that make the races interesting, especially in like Baldur's Gate and stuff like that, which I think is like, well, not especially in Baldur's Gate. I shouldn't say that. I don't know Baldur's Gate 3 all that well. But as I understand it, the direction that Wizards of the Coast is trying to take D&D is like, oh, you can play any race and do anything equally well. Which in some ways I kind of get the sentiment of, sure, like whatever. There's nothing saying that you can't be, you know, a wizard, orc or whatever, or a barbarian elf or what have you. Like all of those things are and more or less not always, because back in the way back, elf was a class, and D&D, the original D&D, elf was actually a class. But basically ever since then, in like modern memory, if you will, anybody can technically do anything, right? And I feel like the differences between characters was partly because of their race. So making the races more similar to one another makes characters much less interesting, like stats wise. Like I get that every character is technically a special snowflake and all that, you know, they're purely their own existence and are completely non-fungible, right? You can't change them out for anybody else and have the same outcome, right? Like it's totally a unique thing, sure. But I liked it when the uniqueness was also represented statistically. I do genuinely like it. And I think that it's okay for, you know, fantasy races to have things that they're better at and things that they're worse at. And having characters that are like leaning into their race so that they can be the very best thief or whatever that no one ever was. And also characters that go counter to their race, where they're like, oh, you know what, I'm not necessarily very good at, well, so one thing that used to be the case, it used to be you get a +2 to something and a -1 to something, right? Like I think elves had +2 to dexterity, -1 to constitution or whatever, right? And I really do like that. And like I don't mind there being a negative associated with those things. I really like positive and negative traits in general when it comes to character creation. So I guess I really do like a 3.5 type of D&D or a Pathfinder-y thing, net more than I like the 5th edition. I just like how simple 5th edition is in a lot of ways. But that complexity obviously belies, you know, a uniformity that I think is really not like a huge drain on the game, but I do think that the game would be better otherwise. Not that it matters tremendously. Like you can run your game however you want to. So just because it says one thing in the book doesn't mean you have to have it work specifically that way. I certainly don't. But I say I don't. I haven't played D&D in a long time. Like well before I started streaming, I would say. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I played D&D once, I think. Like there was one weekend that I took off, I think somewhere to play D&D. I'm pretty sure. So I guess it hasn't been that terribly long, right? Been streaming for, it'll be 2 years come July. So yeah, I'm sure it hasn't been that long. But I think that D&D campaign is officially DEAD dead, unfortunately. So even though I'm the one hosting it, somehow it died under my feet. Can you imagine? It's okay though. I feel like I did a lot of what I wanted to do anyway. In some ways, I was kind of dragging my feet a little bit, but I felt like ending it. But I wanted the players to be fully empowered to save the world in the way that they want to save the world is kind of what I needed. So I needed a little bit more from them to be able to do that. Just a little bit more, I think. They needed a little bit more exploration of like their like finalizing their characters in like the posterity, like, you know what I mean, like the post story, like what their character's actually going to be like as the credits roll. I feel like they needed just a little bit more than that, than where they were, because they were already like 20th level or whatever. But I feel like they didn't like fully embrace like what position they would have in like the post, you know, gameplay narrative, if that makes sense. Like So I wanted to give them like a proper epilogue, but you know, it is what it is. Can't really do that if I don't play, if they didn't play out the end of it. I mean, I guess I could, because I could just like skip to the end. It's probably because I'm like, I have an idea of where the story would have ended regardless, but I don't know what they would have chosen to do is kind of the thing. But I guess that is what it is, you know? Like, one of the main things about D&D, at least in my experience, is like player choice and agency. Like, the reason why you play D&D with, you know, a person as the DM, so that the person can respond to the things that you're doing, you know, in a highly interactive and real-time responsive way. The only thing that could be, you know, approaching that is, you know, a highly capable, like, you know, chat engine nowadays. Like, a lot of people I'm aware of, I don't want to say a lot of people I'm aware of, I'm aware that some people have used, you know, ChatGPT to play like D&D, and I feel like that's probably okay. I don't know if it like handles the game like extremely well, but it probably does okay. And I think that there's definitely something to be said for that in the future, but I definitely like the idea of like a more driven, you know, crafted experience rather than something that's a little more necessarily cookie cutter. Like, you know, AI algorithms don't know how to make things. They just know how to like repackage things mostly. They're just like mathematically evaluating what logically would follow next in the sentence or whatever, right? So it's like much less compelling a narrative. I don't know how good the subversion is either, and I don't really have an interest in like doing it myself. But I could definitely see there being a market for, you know, that kind of thing in the future. But I think I'd rather play D&D proper, even though there's something to be said for like in a like one-on-one session, you know what I mean, between you and an AI or whatever. I could definitely see there being a lot of like flexibility and like experimentation, if you will. It's kind of like a choose your own adventure in that way. And choose your own adventure books are fantastic. And I could definitely see fleshing out, like leveling up the choose your own adventure genre to being like closer to a, you know, a fully open world experience in a text adventure format. I could definitely see, you know, an AI engine like ChatGPT or whatever being much better versions of those things in like the future. Well, I say that, but like not really, because like the thing that makes the choose your own adventure books is like compelling is like the narrative arc and stuff like that. Like, not only do things just like fucking happen, but there's clearly someone who thought about like why things are happening in the way that they are, right? And I just don't have faith in an AI right now, at least, in AI's ability to do that stuff. Maybe if we get like fully sentient AI at some point, right? Like, you know, fully unable to differentiate between it and humanity or whatever, maybe it would be a different thing. But as AI is right now, I just don't have faith in their ability to like make a compelling narrative in the way that you would want any kind of experience like that to be, rather than just, you know, an amalgam, an average of all the choose your adventure books. Inky, what's up, dude? What are you doing? As you can see, we're chopping mushrooms, vibing it out, talking about AI a little bit, weirdly enough. But yeah, I can do a flip for you. Are you ready? Let's go this way. We always go this way because this is the way we do a flip. We're doing a flip. Oh my God, we're going crazy. All right. Oh my God. I still fucking love that redeem, honestly. It's definitely one of my favorites. But yeah. How's it going, Inky? Are you doing stuff? Are you living well? I'm just mumbling, yammering, yapping, as they say. We've got a lot of woodcutting to do as well still. Inky says, well, that's so cool, pretty solid. How have you been? Things are okay. The AI talk is pretty... It's grim as always, actually, if you think about it that way. Because, like, they just don't understand, Inky. As a writer and artist, you would know. They just don't understand. But, as far as, like, a D&D experience goes, for someone who doesn't have any friends, I could see AI as perhaps occupying the space in a similar way to like a choose your own adventure book does. But I just don't see as of yet, like they need more than just averaging out all narrative things that exist. You know what I mean? They need to do better than stealing other people's works, you know, for it to be like a truly good, compelling experience. But then again, not every book is great, right? So I guess if you average out the books, it could be worse because the books themselves are not the best, not just because the AI doesn't know what the fuck it's doing, but I'm sure it's a combination of the two. Shout out to AI art and the number of fingers. Also, I heard from Savage that AI art isn't capable of filling a wine glass, which is very funny because they just don't have in their repository their endless, not endless, but their very deep database. They've never seen a wine glass filled to the brim. Inky saw that too. Excellent. It's very, very funny. Very, very funny to me. It's like, good, fuck you guys. That's what you guys get. There was a YouTube video. I'm probably gonna watch it at some point. I've got it recommended a bunch of times, and they're like an artist that's like trying to poison AI art databases or whatever with like bad art, like intentionally like AI misleading art or whatever, which is fantastic to me. Like, good, fuck them. If you're gonna make a system that's gonna disenfranchise, is it disenfranchisement? That's for voting, right? If it's gonna remove the cultural relevance of actual artists, then prepare to get actually intentionally maliciously attacked by artists submitting their work into your system. Like, then you better be prepared to cleanse your fucking algorithms in whatever way that they need to be cleansed in order to outperform that, because fuck you guys are assholes. What is it that they say? There was this college that had like a it was a little bit, not quite a riot, but something along those lines. I actually don't remember the circumstance. I looked into it before for an English paper at one point. But there's a song by Linkin Park called Wretches and Kings. And in that song, they sample the speech of one of the college kids. And the college kid says something along the lines of, there comes a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. You got to put your body upon the gears, upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all. And I'm like, yeah, fuck AI. yeah, proletariat. Woo! You know what I mean? Like one of those. Maybe a little over the top, maybe a little bit too much, but apparently I have that memorized. I found out. Surprise, by the way. Inky says that's a fire speech. Goddamn. Yeah, I listened to that song many times. Wretches and Kings. There's more to it actually. Like I said, on that English paper, I looked into the rest of the speech as well. It was pretty compelling. But yeah, no, it's very, very good. But I happen to know it off the top of my head. I probably should memorize the rest of it actually. It's one of those cultural touchstones that I care enough about, I think. Doesn't come in handy, but I guess nothing really does. Especially like memorizing things like that. I used to memorize poetry a decent amount. And by that I mean I've got like 3 poems memorized. But I wanted to do more, and I think I still may have an interest in that, but I have to find the right poems, because it's not just any poem that I care about, you know what I mean? And also, there's not a lot of market for reciting poetry. I don't think people care about that very much in the year 2025. But like, it was one of the things that I had an interest in. I had to do it for an English class at one point. You know, one of the professors or whatever required that we memorize and recite a poem or whatever. And I liked it. I liked it a lot. And then I learned a couple more as well. Let's see. Oh, there was another poetry analysis thing that I did. There's this poem. It's called Siren Song. I don't know if it's in the public domain. Let's see. How old is it? If it is in the public domain, I'm actually willing to tell you what the poem is. Just recite it, because I'm sure I can do it. Siren Song poem. Yes, by Margaret Atwood. That sounds familiar. She's got a picture, so like no. Yeah, no. 2002, so it's certainly not. Select poems 1965, 1975 copyright. Yeah, I very much doubt it. So there's the premise of this poem, I'll still talk about it, is it's the song of a siren that is alluring to men, sailors and stuff. And the idea behind it is like they're getting obviously whisked away, they're being spirited away and dying, right? But there's one it's like one reprint of the poem on a website that adds an extra 2 lines, not really to the poem. I don't think the intention was to add it to the poem, but it was unclear that it wasn't part of the poem. But the last 2 lines were, now you know, don't listen, right? So all of the poem was about like alluring these men as a siren speaking to people, to sailors, right? Trying to get them to, you know, go into the drink or whatever. And the last 2 lines are, now you know, don't listen. And I wrote a paper basically focused on those 2 lines in context with the greater poem, as if it is one poem. I think in retrospect, it wasn't supposed to be part of it. But it's so fascinating to me how the entire poem's meaning changes just by adding those 2 lines at the end, because now you know, don't listen reframes maybe not who you're listening to, because it's still supposed to be a siren that you're speaking to, but like it's like obviously the siren has like some amount of compassion and is trying to explain to you the spell so that you don't fall victim in the same way that so many have, even though it obviously worked on you to get you all the way to the end of the poem. Like, it was such an interesting analysis point to me. Like, I really was captivated by literally just the sudden dramatic turn at the very, very end. I don't think I have. Oh, maybe the calf path. That's a good one. The calf path. Inky says that's actually such an interesting thing to think about, how the smallest changes have such a resounding effect on the analysis of the rest of the poem. I think so as well, 100%. I don't think, like I said, I don't think it was supposed to be that way. I think what it was just somebody like literally just stealing this poem on the internet and just putting it on their website. And then at the end of that poem, they were like, hey, wouldn't it be fun if I just say, haha, now you know, don't listen, right? But as someone who was reading the poem maybe for the first time or whatever, like, it's such a dramatic difference. Oh, I should not have done that. I need to take these mushrooms with me. It's such a dramatic difference that like you can't, 4, 8, 9, you can't just like see that and not like, being that it appears to be in context, to me it's so much more interesting to interpret it in context rather than just as like an editor's note, you know. And I feel like a lot of things, especially poetry, can work that way. There's a similar thing that happens in the movie. It's a Jim Carrey movie. What is it called? The Truman Show, right? So the Truman Show is about Jim Carrey as, I forget what his name is. It's something Truman. And the idea is he's the star of a television show that he doesn't know that he is in the middle of, right? So he lives in this town where everyone is actors, and like including his wife and all of this stuff, right? And he's like constantly being, you know, broadcast to the world as like this entertainment reality TV show or whatever. And he's totally oblivious to this. And at the very end of the movie, spoiler for this movie from fucking the year 2000 or whatever, he discovers that he's in the TV show and he escapes, and like he goes on and lives his life, whatever, right? And that interpretation of the movie is like perfectly fine and reasonable or whatever, right? However, there is one note that there's a YouTuber who came up with this. I don't remember what his name is. Maybe I could find him. I would love to source him. Truman Show, he knew all along. Christopher Bingham is his name. He's a YouTuber. And the thing that can reframe your perception of this movie is at the very start of the movie, Truman is digging a hole in his garden, right? Like he's doing some like gardening thing. And Jim Carrey is like very weirdly like posing with like his like, I guess, elbows on the ground. Like his elbows and his forearms are on the ground and his butt's like completely up in the air. It's like a very weird pose that he's in, like a very like strange squatting, crouching thing. Partly because he's gardening, but also partly because it's just like a funny pose, like haha, it's a comedy or whatever. And the thing that's interesting is the area where he's digging is exactly where at the very end of the movie, he like escapes the notice of the cameras because he dug a hole out of his garden, right? So you see him digging the hole that presumably he escapes through at the end of the movie, which wouldn't be remarkable if you didn't watch him throughout the movie discover slowly, reveal after reveal, that he actually is in some kind of weird Uncanny Valley television show. So it doesn't make sense narratively then that he dug the hole that he uses to escape before he found out. So what you're seeing in the movie, in the context of the meta narrative, is him who knew that he was in a TV show, discover as his character that he's intentionally playing as someone who knows that he's part of the TV show, discover the TV show. So he's like triple acting, if you want to interpret it that way. Like he's in character as himself, discovering that he's part of the TV show that he knew he was already a part of. Which is very weird. It's a very weird thing, and it's also like maybe not on purpose. Inky says, I haven't seen the Truman Show yet, but holy, go ahead and watch it. You'll still enjoy it for sure. It's a Jim Carrey movie from like the 90s or whatever. It's a fantastic movie. He's got all kinds of very funny movies. But if you pay attention to that particular, it's like a very minor thing. It doesn't change like the scope of the narrative, except how you interpret everything that happened. And I think that it's very fun to think about that way. I'm not sure that I'm convinced that he truly did know all along, but that's the only way that I can come to that conclusion, is like, oh, wait, so he must have known and been pretending to not know. But because in pretending to not know, and as it slowly became more and more obvious to him in character that he started to like act that through as well. And it also reframes the very end of the movie a little bit as well, because it's weird, the send off at the end as well, without having that in mind. But it's also just like a fun comedy, to be honest as well. Like it's perfectly serviceable as a movie. And I think that's like the best part about those kinds of movies. Like if your movie has a deeper message, if your movie is like trying to say something culturally relevant, or is trying to be like, you know, an anthem to a people or whatever, that's great. But also make sure that your movie is just satisfying to just fucking watch and see, like beginning, middle, end type shit. Because sometimes you get lost in the sauce in like your fucking messaging or whatever. And it's just like, yeah, but it's not a satisfying experience, especially for the people that you're not trying to reach to, which is fine. Like, it's okay for you to make a movie like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a movie for people who love dogs, right? And it's okay for your movie to be like, yeah, dog lovers gonna love this shit. But like, to me, as someone who likes dogs but knows that people that don't like dogs exist, I think that it would make sense for you to have something for the non-dog lovers to just like appreciate as like a movie watching experience. Is that too much to ask? He says, bro, thank you. That's so true. I hope so. I hope so. I don't think it's an unreasonable take, but like as a production goes, right? As an artist, right? An artiste, right? Like you can do whatever you want to do. Like you don't have to make it for everybody. Like you're more than allowed to make whatever you want to make, however you want to make it, right? But in my opinion, I think that the thing that you should aim for is to make something that is independently satisfying outside of the particularly, you know, specific messaging demographic that you're trying to go for. I think that is a reasonable thing for you to try to achieve. Mostly because I've seen so many other IPs do it, right? Like, so we've had movies that like are able to nail the like, you know, the micro narrative or the macro narrative of like, this is an adventure story, while also delivering the like, and you should love thy neighbor or whatever. Inky says it's more of a reward for those who dive deeper and realize that there's something to look for. Yes, for sure. Though it's not always like a deep dive. Sometimes it's a little bit on the nose as well. You know, like, how do I want to say this? Like the power of friendship or whatever. Like the power of friendship is like a major component of like anime and also like movies and shit like that, right? And like the power of friendship is like a central messaging thing, right? But the power of friendship shouldn't be the only thing that you get from the movie, right? That's kind of what I'm saying, where it's like, it should be like a satisfying narrative with like an actual resolution or whatever, right? It doesn't need to just be, you know, yeah, friendship is good. Even though like friendship is good, it's like, this is a fine message, you know what I mean? But like, but we're here for the movie, not necessarily to, you know, be, you know, one-linered at, you know, like that's not necessarily how it goes. I mean, it does go that way sometimes, but like, it doesn't have to be that way. That's all I mean. Pikachu says mushroom. I know exactly what badger you're talking about. Pikachu says, I have the stream muted for now, but I'm here in spirit. All right, man. I appreciate you for stopping by and hanging out. We've still got a couple more hours of mushroom. Don't worry. We got a lot of that shit to do. Oh my God, dude. We've got so many fucking fossils. You know, Saber mentioned yesterday that it doesn't make any sense that these mushrooms have fossils. And I didn't really appreciate that until he said it. And it's like, you know, I just took for granted that Fossil Island has mushrooms and that Fossil Island gives you fossils no matter what you do. But it's a really odd for these mushrooms in particular to give you fossils. It's very fucking weird. But it's also a video game, so it's not that big a deal. Pikachu me. Oh my God, friend of the channel, Pikachu me. He's on the West Coast, which means that he goes live when I should be sleeping. But he does play a variety of games. He's been doing a lot of Get Over. What is that game called? It's all right. So it's the one that Connor Sea Dog VA does the voice for, and he's you're on like rollerblades on your forearms and legs. It's like actually I should click on his fucking name. It'll be the game that he was just playing. He plays a lot of like Apex Legends as well. He does not play Marvel Rivals because he's a fool. Get to Work is the name of it. Thank you. He also was a Satisfactory player in a big way. He stopped playing Satisfactory for a little bit because he wants to get to work. He wants to like finish that game. It's a little bit of a rage game, but he's always like an extremely chill streamer. Very conversational guy too. I very much recommend you check out Pikachu. I have a fantastic time in his stream. He's very, very funny guy. But not only that, he also is a fully self-made VTuber. And when I say self-made, I don't mean that he's an artist, and I don't mean that he's a rigger. No. Because those self-made VTubers although they are self-made and are very talented and capable, those guys use VTube Studio or whatever. They use some kind of existing software to house the things that they've made artistically and done the rigging for. No. Pikachu uses the Unreal Engine as his platform. So he made like everything, like how he looks and how it interacts and all that. He started from literally fucking nothing, basically. The only thing that you could do to do more than that is to like design your own engine to make the game that you exist in. Like that's the only thing that he could do more to be more self-made. You know what I mean? And even then you could still make the programming language or whatever, you know what I mean? Like the machine level code at some point could also be, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy. It's crazy to go any further than that. He's doing like the most that is possibly reasonable for someone to actually work on. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of his stuff, and that also allows him to do stuff that's very, very unique to him. He has a redeem on his channel as an example that you can make his neck grow. You can make his neck slightly longer, and that will last for 60 seconds, right? It's not even a perceptible difference. However, if you use it more than once in that 60 seconds, it resets the time interval and increases the neck growth a little bit. And you can stack it as many times as you like until his head is completely off the screen. It'll keep going, but you won't be able to tell. I love it. I love it so much. It's easily one of my favorite redeems in the world. Inky says, bro, I'm going to do that. I highly recommend you do. It should cost you around 4,000 channel points, right around 3,000 to 4,000 channel points. Just so you know, I've done it a couple times at this point, and every time it's fantastic. I love it very dearly. He's been working around like improving it in a few different ways, because when he made the neck get bigger. He didn't like add any like I want to say like physics to it. So he's got like a fully like beanpole neck. Like it's like his neck is made out of like an iron rod or whatever. It doesn't flex in any way, which isn't like a problem exactly, but he felt like he wanted to improve that a little bit. And one thing that I wanted more than anything in my heart of hearts, I want it to wrap around. I want it to go off the top of the screen and appear on the bottom of the screen. That's like the peak, the holy grail of content. He hasn't quite gotten that yet, but he knows that he can. It's just a matter of getting it. And I'm like, please God, if there is a God, please Pika, please make this happen. I need this more than anything else. I fucking love his stream, but that is one thing that like I will gladly sing the praises of Pika Choke Me any day. Oh, and by the way, his name is Pika Choke Me. Don't let that bother you. He's like a totally normal guy. Like the Pika Choke Me is the most weird part about him. Like his name having Choke Me in it is like a total red herring. Like don't worry about that. It's nothing. He's like fully fine. I know how it sounds. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally legit. He comes from a long line of Choke Me's. It's totally normal. Yo, what's up, Booze? Thank you for the hydrate. I've got some tea still. But yeah, no, I can very passionately with my entire chest. He's one of my very favorite streamers, definitely, to experience his content. He also, thankfully, from my perspective, only goes live at the time that like I should be sleeping, which means that I'm not streaming, which means that I can see a lot of his streams if I'm irresponsible. Inky says, ah, yes, the sacred Choke Me family. Look, man, I didn't make his lore, all right? Like that, he told me he comes from a long line of Choke Me's. I'm just reporting the facts. I'm reporting the news as I have heard them straight from the horse's mouth, straight from the Choke Me's chokehold, I guess. Do you mind if I refer to your mouth as a chokehold, Pika Choke Me? Is that all right? He's muted. He doesn't know. but yeah. Oh my God. I definitely enjoy his content in a big way. Highly recommend. But let's recenter ourselves. Let's get back. So where were we? So we talked about the Truman Show a little bit. We talked about gods and RuneScape as well. Let's see. What do we want to talk about now? We've got some grinds that we want to do. This one, as we've determined, we're at 6.1 mil. So it'll take us 69 more hours. Nice. Who says God bless RuneScape? It hasn't been blessed by gods. I can tell you that for sure. This place is a fucking cursed land, if anything. First of all, it's eternally day, but also night somehow. There's no fucking sky. But secondly, it's definitely a god-forsaken place. Boo says, yo, you hush, I need this. All right, man, all right. I'm not trying to take this away from you necessarily. It's actually kind of interesting how many different kinds of gods there are in RuneScape, because not only is it like the 5 that I mentioned earlier in Guthix, Zamorak, Saradomin. Oh wait, 6 I guess. Bandos, Zaros, Saren, Armadil. 7 gods. Those are like the main dudes. Even then, 3 of them are more main than the others. Guthix, Saradomin, and Zamorak are definitely like the 3 main, but the others are also pretty relevant. But there's even like Egyptian gods that are like fully gods as far as I can tell. They're over here. They're all just like trapped here. There's like the red-eyed one that's like kind of a big deal and made all the other ones bosses in TOA. But like the other gods are like, they're like fully gods. There are some demigods that are obviously much less, or not obviously much less, but they're significantly considered less relevant or less powerful or potent in any way. Oh, another thing, this game takes place in the world of Gielinor, which is an anagram for religion. Not a huge part of the game, to be honest. Like, religion is definitely relevant in that there are gods doing shit, but like it's actually not that big of a thing in this game, I would say. Another thing that's very interesting is if you guys happen to be a fan of JC himself, there's Camelot Castle here, which is literally championed by King Arthur. Like King Arthur of mythology, like of the Christian like mythos, if you will. Like literally of our world, King Arthur, he got fucking isekai'd into this game in the year fucking 2007 or whatever. Like King Arthur is just like dead ass in this game. And when I say King Arthur, I mean like the Christian, yep, King Arthur, of Albion, England, yep, yep, that guy. he's fully in this game. It's like, yep, okay. With like Merlin and Morgan Le Fay and the other Knights of the Round Table, yeah, they're all there. Like, I don't know why. It's just because why not, I guess. But that does mean that JC has at least a foot in the door when it comes to RuneScape. It would not be canon breaking for JC to actually make an appearance and save someone or something. Who says, well, if we ignore the whole thing, having a hard border between where Zamarakians are allowed to live and where everyone else lives, yes, religion has a smaller part. I don't know. Like, you're right in that there is the River Salve where Zamarakians are in mass, but not everyone here is Zamarakian. And similarly, it's not that there are no Zamarakians across the River Salve. I wouldn't even go so far as to say that they're not allowed to be Zamarakian. They're definitely frowned on, like, but also Zamarakians are like kind of assholes. I don't know if you're aware, like they're not good guys. Like they're dead ass not good guys. It's not even like a religious thing. Like Zamarakians are fucking dickbags. Zamorak himself is a fucking dickbag. I would go so far as to say. And I don't even think that's like a controversial statement. From the way that it is presented in this game, like it is unambiguously like there are good guys and there are bad guys. And Zamorak is one of the bad guys and Saradomin is at least less bad. But yeah, like the rest of this though, the rest of this world, like doesn't really have anything like that going on. As far as like god allegiances and anything like that. Except for the elves with Cryptonus here. All of these guys are definitely devout Saranists, if you want to look at them that way. But like, and there's like Zerosians that aren't like really a huge player because they're mostly just Majorat, and there's Zamarakians in the Majorat as well, but also as like, you know, just regular people. They're a relatively small scale, I would say, but they definitely do exist. And I don't even know that they're like even not allowed. Is Evil Dave a Zamarakian? This guy, is he a Zamarakian? I feel like he very well could be. He's got the vibe, and he's not only, but he's a silly one. He is silly, but he's not only allowed to be a Zamarakian, he's actually got like political like sway. He shows up in Recipe for Disaster as like a representative of Edgeville. Like he's allowed to be at the table with, you know, white knights, you know what I mean? And black knights for that reason. Not to be confused with the, like the Black Knights of Berthip, not the Black Knights of whatever. Boo says he lives in his mom's basement. It's true. He does. That's not that huge a deal though, to be honest. But yeah, he lives, they represent not the Black Knights Fortress, but Berthip, right? Yeah, these Black Knights. These Black Knights and these White Knights collaborated in Recipe for Disaster in Lumbridge. But these Black Knights are totally different. Those guys are also assholes and might also be Zamarakians. Boo says that's just my favorite fact of him. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. That is a very funny part of his story. It's not like a super relevant thing, but he for sure, like when you first need to engage with him, you need to talk to his mother first. You're like, where's Evil Dave? And she's like, oh my God, he's calling himself Evil Dave again. He's in the basement. Like his mom is just doing her best to like live life well and also make sure that her son is like not as much of a fuck up as he could be otherwise. It's not working out so well, but yeah, that's Evil Dave for you. Shout out to the guy. Shout out to the boy. So yeah, I wouldn't even go so far as to say that they're like outright outlawed in that way, because technically, right, like they're allowed to be. I feel like the Wizard's Tower has a different thing going on as well, but I'm not sure. It says he was originally supposed to be an edgelord who lives in his mom's basement, but then he was loved so much that they gave him political power. It's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, actually. I mean, but just as well, you know what I mean? As far as the canon goes, right? If I'm gonna take all the quests as equally canon at the same time, which I think is a fair interpretation, right? No, there isn't like an obvious contradiction between any two quests as far as I'm aware. but I also wasn't paying like a ton of attention. I wasn't like making like, you know, an information web as I was going through the questing space or anything like that. But nonetheless, as far as I understand it, right? There's nothing saying that you can't be a Zamorakian. Though it is definitely like, whoa, all right. Kind of a crazy guy over here. Like clearly, why would you choose to be a Zamorakian? You know what I mean? Like that's not normal. Like definitely feels like this guy might be, you know, kind of a problem. I mean, that's like in some ways kind of justified though, because like it is like the might makes right God. Like you literally just live by Iron Fist or whatever. I feel like it's a little bit loud. There we go. But nonetheless, it is an interesting game for sure. And the free-to-play quests don't even really go into most of that shit. But the most interesting thing about the free-to-play quests, like all of these free-to-play quests tie into like, not all of them, but a lot of them tie into like much, much later content in the game. I can't say with certainty that they all do or anything like that. But like Prince Ali Rescue is TOA. Vampire Slayer is Mauritania, I'm pretty sure, which is Sins of the Father. Dragon Slayer obviously is Dragon Slayer 2. Fucking Cook's Assistant is Recipe for Disaster. Below Ice Mountain, I think it's Desert Treasure 2. Like, there's a lot of quests. Black Knight's Fortress is While Gothic Sleeps. Like, for some of the first quests you can do in the game are literally directly related to some of the end game quests in this game. And when I say directly related, I mean like literally directly related to that shit. Like as directly related as some shit can be directly related to something. Like highly, highly relevant. The Black Knight's Fortress that I just mentioned, this Black Knight's Fortress is the Black Knight's Fortress I was looking at a second ago over here, right? It is this Black Knight's Fortress, which you poison, well, you ruin a potion that was going to ruin the world or whatever in that quest. Later in this game, in one of the most recent quests in this game, you go down this ladder here, like literally this ladder here, and you go to a new section of this Black Knight's Fortress, and you basically de facto save the world through that excursion or whatever. Like, it's like, as related, like it's the same fortress with the same people in it doing some evil shit. You stop Surok, who's part of another quest line or whatever, through there. Like that's what you actually do. Who says big sad day? Yeah. Well, you know, the day, look, you sort of won. Not everybody made it, but you sort of won. Boost says rip Daddy, but we have Kuramami now. Think about that. Don't worry about the daddies we lost. Think about the mommies we've gained. It's only fair. We lost Neve, right? So it's only fair that we lose Daddy. We lost Mommy Neve, so we have to learn Daddy. We have to lose Daddy as well. I was gonna say Daddy Steve, but that's not correct. Who says Kuramami doesn't give me the tasks I want though? Yeah, that's what Konar's for. You gotta do Hydra, bro. Let's look at your stuff, Booze. What are you at? What are you doing? Go on, Booze. Stop hiding. 97? Not bad. Who says she's even worse? Nah, man, you love Hydra. You love Hydra. How dare you? Ooh, look, you're almost there. You almost got that 2250 or that 2200, excuse me. Who says, okay, hear me out. Hover over Hunter real quick. You need another 36K? Sure. My, what's up? You're close, but not like terribly close. I need exactly one mushroom. Who says that's going to stay there for the next few months? Why? Because you're not going to do any birdhouses at all? I think you're very close to getting 22. I don't think you need to be 22 or anything like that, obviously, but you know, you could send construction with, you know, doors in half a week or whatever, 20 hours, I think. And that'll get you 11 levels, right? Then you would only need 86. So 4 more levels. You could join us with Volcanic Mine. That's it. Just hang out in Volcanic Mine with us. I'll get you the last 4 levels. Who says, I did get about 150k experience in crafting last night, though. That's not very much experience. That's like not even an hour of doing battle staves. Who says, ew? What do you mean? Don't you want to get construction done so that you can have a construction cape? It's one of the best capes in the game. It's like one of the most versatile capes in the game and also one of the most consistently used capes in the game. Like, you would never need another housing tablet. You never need to buy them ever again. It would cost you several million gold more than you would ever spend in housing tablets. However, you would never need to buy another housing tablet. Think about it that way. Don't think about the money that you spent. Think about the money that you saved. Is there music? No? Yes, there is. Boo says, or I can think about the money I earned from raids. Yes, and you can invest that money into stats that will always be there instead of money that is temporary. Stats are forever. You understand? Who says, the fuck you mean invest in stats? All right. Fine. Whatever. He does the thing that he loves the most, which is raids. I don't have a love like that. I feel like the music is a little bit loud. I don't know that it is. Let's just do this. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. I mean, it helps if I don't fucking mumble. Oh my god, look at the TOAs. He's done more TOA experts than he has done TOA normals at this point. Crazy. Cop it. Alright. Decent amount of coxes. Where's TOB? Only 26. Not a ton of KC there. Boost is more than double? Is that true? I was just looking at it, but... What? No. It says 299. And it says 543. Are you doing girl math over there, Boost? What do you mean? Like what? Huh? 300 doubled is 600, and 543 is less than 300 or 600. I mean, I'll grant you, you're not at 300, right? But 598 is still more than 543. Who says I wasn't looking at the right thing? Excellent. I love that. I love that for you. What kind of combat diary do you have? Where are you at the combat diary wise? Are you almost done with that? And like, are you like, obviously you're not almost done because you're not like Grandmaster or anything crazy like that. Your boss KC isn't high enough, I don't think, for that. But do you have like hard or card? Okay, yeah. So same as me, I think, right? Yeah, I finished hard as well. I think elite's like the most that I would. That was a yawn. I think elite is the most that I think is like potentially worth doing, especially for an iron, because the superior rate is very, very, very good. But it's really, really hard to justify anything more than elite for how much you have to do. Hard is probably worth it though. Medium is definitely worth it. Hard is pretty worth it. And you get a good amount from elite. You get a good amount. Like the extra cannonballs are pretty fucking sick. Only really for Slayer though. Who says, well, I should say I haven't greened them, but points wise, hard is required. Yeah, you don't need to green log it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you got hard. You know what I mean? It just matters where you are, you know, progression wise. And obviously they add new tasks or whatever, right? So like you're never going to be like done technically. It just matters what threshold you've passed. But like I can only imagine finishing Grandmaster or whatever, and then every time there's new content you have to go and fucking do some more bullshit. Who says 167 away from elite? That's not actually bad. It's not far. That could be as few as like 30 something tasks. If you just do 5-point tasks. It's a lot though. Each one of those could take as much as an hour. It depends. And some of them are a lot more than that. Some of them are just, you know, get fucking 250 KC. And you're not getting that done in an hour on any boss. I don't think there is a boss in this game that you can get 250 KC on in an hour, to be honest. That's like 4 kills a minute or whatever. Yeah, a kill every 15 seconds. I don't think so, bro. You gotta be bursting those motherfuckers. Who says, yeah, definitely not bad. Just gotta do some bosses that I just don't have interest in. Oh yeah, there was all kinds that you haven't done to a significant level. It's just, you know, there's like some wilderness dudes. You got Artie here you can get some from. You got Chaos Fanatic and Chaos Elemental. You got a bunch of different guys that you could work on. You only have 5 Calvarian. Moxley Otto, you got some. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of things that you could do. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Your Spindel. Oh no, Seracnus just as well is lacking. Definitely could do something there. I believe in you. If you really wanted to send it, you could definitely get it done. It probably wouldn't be that bad even. Because you've gotten a lot of much worse ones done, mostly from rating. What else? Rio Vita? That's silly. I don't know if I would love that. I think you can fight her easier now though with the fucking teleports. Who says the fuck you say? You've got a lot worse challenges done by doing raids. Who says the raids ones are the fun ones? Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, this guy. Wow, we got a hardcore PVMer over here. He takes the raid shit real serious. Like he's like, no, this is where the fun content is. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, okay, sure. Like, man, if you enjoy it, I'm happy for you. But let's not pretend that it's fun to spend millions of gold trying to accomplish something that very few people have actually done in the world. Like tens of thousands of people have done in the world, maybe. Is there stats on that? Do you think that we know how many people have the ornament kit for the Fang? Fang ornament kit. Doesn't say. Who says I bet it's on the wiki? I don't see it though. If it is, I don't see it. So let me know. You says so weird. I know that the capes are there, but it's obviously a lot easier to know. Because like the leaderboards, the way that the game reports back skills is different. Usually it's in the trivia sections. Yeah, maybe there's some stats out there. Gotta fucking get into that old school RuneScape Discord and ask Mod Ash, hey, how many people have the Fang? The ornament kit for the Fang. And he's like, I don't know, this. I don't know why I organize this every time. Knowing full well that anytime I get an extra thing, I have to reorganize it. But it needs to be right. I need it correct. Boost says ask Asa. Got it. I don't know if Asa would know. He might. Sure, why not? I don't know how he would know if it's not on the wiki. Now, the only way that I think that we could know is if somebody at Jagex told us, right? Maybe there's like a leaderboard. Who says I always call him Mod Ash because he's too nice and good at the game. Ah, I see. I don't know how good Mod Ash is at the game. I didn't even know he like played, if you will. You know, I imagine that he does, but you get what I'm saying. Like I don't know anything about his gaming acumen. I just know what he does for like the knowledge base of the community. Like fucking 40% or more of the database or of the wiki's information comes directly from Mod Ash or whatever. You know what I mean? Shout out to his Twitter account, which is, I guess, just not going to be really a thing anymore. It's just part of the Discord now. This is no idea if he actually does, but VTubing is the perfect cover. That's a good point, actually. Asa was Mod Ash this whole time. Literally the same person. They're the same picture. I get the impression that Asa's younger, actually, than Mod Ash is. So, I don't know. I don't think so. But maybe. This is 100%. Yeah. Definitely with the age thing. I feel like that's a pretty safe guess. Not that I know how old Asa is, or even how old Mod Ash is, but I don't know. Something about it. Sometimes you get a feel for somebody's age, somehow. Like, inexplicably, you just feel some type of way about, oh no, they gotta be younger than me. They gotta be older than me. Like, definitely. Who says the Falador Massacre aged Ash by like 5 years? Oh no. All right. Got this. I forgot that you can get fossils from Volcanic Mine as well. I think we're gonna totally disregard those fossils. Like, we're not even gonna like run the numbers on how many we might get or whatever. If we're gonna max prayer after this, then we're just gonna send it. We're just gonna fucking ignore it, whatever. Because I think it's gonna be a pretty negligible amount, even if we do nothing but Volcanic Mine, to be honest. But I'm not sure if that's the case, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Whereas this is gonna give us, I think, a decent amount. But we're kind of starting from the same place. We're starting from like 90 woodcutting and 85 mining. And we're gonna do nothing but Volcanic Mine all the way through. So maybe it will be much better than I'm giving it credit. I doubt it though, because like you kind of need inventory space in Volcanic Mine. Not a lot, right? I guess you end up using your inventory space more here, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, I think you get more fossils from this than you do from Volcanic Mine. Because really from Volcanic Mine, you get points. And this, you don't get any points for anything. All you get is fossils and mushrooms. It's like it. So I think that's why you get as many as you do here. Same with like drift nets. Like drift nets, you definitely get fossils as well. But you get fish instead, and the fish themselves are of value. So I feel like the fossils you get here compensate for the lack of whatever else you would get. You know, like the only valuable thing you get from this is fossils, I think. And this is the way that you get fossils. This would have been an excellent way to max farming, by the way. The 2 experience from raking that thing. too late now. I guess I'm just gonna leave that solo step cap there. Look at all these goddamn fossils. We're just slowly but surely filling our entire inventory with fossils on repeat. This is enough stalling time to send this 405. Hell yeah, brother. Go ahead and hit that shadow for me one time for the one time, brother. You know what I mean? Just go ahead and slide through and get a shadow. Why not? Why not? You deserve it. You've been so good for once. It's only fair. It's only fair. Moose says you get 100 mil if I get it on this run just for calling it. Sure, man. Thanks. I'll turn that straight into a bofo. And then I'll think about you. It'll be Bofa. Booza. It'll be my Booza. There you go. I'm wearing full Booza. I kind of like it, actually. I said it like it was going to be terrible and I was going to hate it, but it's like, actually, I kind of like it. It might be terrible, but I do kind of like it. Booze approves? All right. Hell yeah. I kind of do like, there's a few things that oh wait, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think we send this. I think we just reset. There's a few things that I kind of like, but I don't have on my channel. One of them is like a magic conch, if you will, like a magic 8-ball type dealie. I really, really like that. And I think that I do want to have something analogous to that. Like, you know, like a good luck, well wishes type thing. I think I want to add a redeem like that. Because there's a few ways that would be very easy for me to do. I just don't have a good way of representing it. Actually, maybe I do have something that would work. But I want to have something like that. That's one thing that's not necessarily missing, but I think I want to add that to my channel. In fact, I'm going to add that to my notes. Stream to-dos. What is it called? A good luck redeem? It's RNG. Sure. That'll be fine. What else are we doing? So obviously we're sending our woodcutting to the fullest extent of our ability. We got stabbed in the goddamn dick. I feel like there's a motherfucker, dude. Jesus. I just stabbed us fucking twice. Chill. Who's this prayer next? Yeah, we can do prayer next. We actually can. And we might even. Like, because it would be a good time to do it. That's kind of why we're doing this now, so that we can do prayer next. And the only reason I would be worried about that is because, like, the money that we have, we kind of do need for Herblore as like an investment. If we spend the money for prayer, hold on, how much is that? $64. It's like 60-ish mil, I think, that we would want to have on hand. So I think we'd be okay. I think we'll have money for it. We do have to buy another bond, but we could actually like liquidate some of our stuff. We got like runes and stuff if we really needed to. We should be okay, because we kind of want to do like Herblore in batches of like 10k ish. That's what we did for battle stave, so I think we can probably do the same amount in Herblore. Is Herblore here? Herblore, 108k. So 11 days. So like basically 2 weeks. Well, actually more than that, right? Because we don't do RuneScape every day. But it would be like 11 full days of Herblore. That sucks, but it's okay. We could get through it. I do feel like I need to be focusing a little bit more about this audio mix though. Like honestly, every time I like stop talking about it, I'm thinking about the audio mix. Every time I stop talking, I'm listening to the mix to feel like, because I feel like it's off, but usually it's fine, honestly. I'm just like constantly stressing about it because I know that this game is fucking so mean with its mix. It's not that huge a deal. Laurie, hey, what's up? How's it going? Oh, she's just stopping by to say hello. All right, that's fine. We'll still give you a shout out though. I do appreciate you for stopping by. What's your name? XD Laurie. She's a very Christian streamer. Wholesome bean, if you will. Thank you for the hydrate. She's gonna go on and do other things with her day, as she is often busy. But you can catch her live now and then, mostly playing games like Minecraft and Subnautica. I would say that Minecraft is her like day one. I actually haven't seen her play it in a long time at this point, but it's like one of her main games, that's for sure. Like just in her private life at the very least. Yo, burr, 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 burr. All right, let's turn you down just a little bit. She does play a lot of games with her, you know, dedicated voice chat of, you know, homies, if you will. Not always on stream, but very often she will be playing with them nonetheless. I highly recommend you check her out if you want somebody who's like high energy, wholesome, and yeah, a little too loud is what I'll say. She has a loud tag, and that's for good reason. She will fully scream out in surprise and pain if she gets exploded, as was the case when she played Deep Rock Galactic for the first time a few days ago. Shout out to Goodish, by the way, her friend who was guiding her through that experience. That dude has the patience of a goddamn saint. I could never explain to Laurie, like, Deep Rock. It was listen. Things were, her energy level was way too high and she wasn't paying nearly enough attention. I had a good time watching that stream, but she was like, why isn't this Nitra healing me? And I'm like, because Nitra and blood sugar are different. Blood sugar glows. They don't look the same. And she's like, they look the same. And I'm like, no, they look different. She's like, they look the same. And I'm like, yelling it at me isn't gonna make them look any more similar, Laurie. They look different than each other. One of them literally glows. Like, I don't know how to, like, looking at this, right? Protect from missiles. Protect from missiles when it's active, right? They don't look the same. They just don't look the same. One of them glows. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Laurie says I'm clipping for Goodish. Good. Good. Sure. Shouldn't you be gone, by the way? Aren't you busy? But yeah. It's funny, I said shout out to him as if I actually did a shout out, but I certainly didn't. I don't actually know what his name is. Larry says, I'm gone later, dork. All right, later, man. So rude. Goodish do games. That's okay. We can do a shout out for him too, then. Just this once. I usually don't shout out people that I don't know. But we'll do it. We'll do it just this once. There we go. That sure do be. But yeah, I don't know him. I've seen him stream once, but you know, I haven't built up the relationship. I don't have the rapport, you know. Still trying to get there. There's a lot of people, you know what I mean? A lot of people that have their own friends and stuff, and I try to like be aware of them, but you can't. Well, I mean, I guess you can, but I haven't built up a relationship with everyone that's like possibly connected to me in any, you know, second or third order way. It's just too many people, and I'm not even like that much of a social guy, to be honest. Like, I'm not very good at making friends to begin with. Pikachu says, okay, I'm here. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Happy 6th hour of stream. Oh shit, you're right. It's funny because you'd think that would mean that I'm like close to being done, but like really no. It's almost 11 here, but we were gonna end at like 12:30, so we've still got a full hour and almost, definitely a half, a little more than that even. Pikachu says, Panda's a great friend maker. Don't let him lie to you like this. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty good at making enemies, actually. I have a pretty, let's say, strong personality, is what I'll say. And I can be a little polarizing, but I wouldn't say that I'm very good at like endearing myself to others. Inky says you do have a strong personality, Lamel. Yeah. I have fairly strong opinions on some things as well, I would say. Thank you for the hydrate. Pikachu says only friend, no enemy. Anemone. That's not how you spell anemone. Fuck. I feel like I'm having a fucking stroke. Thank you, Inky. That one. Fucking Finding Nemo in this bitch. Pikachu says, I think strong personalities are pretty cool, honestly. Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're very good at making friends, is the thing. I like people with pretty strong personalities, I think. If you're too downbeat, I'm not sure that I can get along with you in that way. I feel like I need to have an idea of what you're like, and if you don't ever like express an opinion or anything, you know, I like don't feel like I can like see you, like I don't like know what you're like at all. So I kind of need you to be like expressive. Wallflowers, I don't really like know how to speak to in any way. Big Jerk Me says, also I know I was going for the anemone spotted CS meme. Anemone spotted? Anemone. Having a stroke again. I'm not familiar with that meme, I don't think. Big Jerk Me says, you can find good friends based around things that you feel strongly about. The typo was on accident, but also, yeah, how else would you know what people are about? I mean, to some degree, yeah. That's kind of why I feel that way. And I think that's not an unreasonable stance to have. I don't know. You can like kind of get along with somebody even if you never speak to them though. There's that guy in, it's not Community, it's The Office, right? I think it's The Office, where it's like my best friend was a guy that, you know, I worked with for 15 years, never spoke to him once, best friend I've ever made or whatever. I like fucking brutalized the shit out of that. That's like a 4th order joke. I've heard someone repeat that joke to me once or twice. I think I spoke to you about it, Pikachu, and also Savage. So I guess I've heard it from 2 different people. And I still don't know it because I've never seen the show itself. It's not good. This fucking clown house mirror. Is it clown house? This carnival mirror house? House of mirrors ass distortion. That's it. Nailed it. Anemone. Thank you, Pinky. Anemone. Got it. It's long. Are you guys able to pronounce things by sight reading them? I can sight read, but only words that I recognize. I can't sight read syllables. Pikachu says, I sent the meme in your Discord. Yeah, I see it here. Pinky says, absolutely not. I'm pretty good at sight reading, but not syllables. I can't just read anything. Fantastic. Pikachu says, I can't even read. Yeah, I feel that too. I used to feel like I was a lot better at reading and also being smart, but the more you stream live, especially as a VTuber, the more stupid you prove to yourself that you actually are. Like I'm like really stupid. I'm like really dumb, guys. Pikachu says, I can't even talk. No, you can talk pretty well. You're pretty good at talking, I would say. Inky says, the amount of times I've got laughed at for pronouncing things wrong, I just speed over words. Yeah, what are words? Says Inky. I get that. And I think that, like, it doesn't really matter, like, the grand scheme of things for the most part. I think that correcting someone does make sense in a lot of cases. Like, if you hear someone mispronounce something, you probably should let them know. And honestly, I'm, like, pretty grateful for that. I know how to say bouillon now, which I did not know. I thought there was an extra I in it. I said it was bullion, which is not correct. Pikachu says, I trip over my own tongue too much. Some people are super good at like enunciating and reading things on the fly. Hackerling is my goat. That's interesting. I know about Hacker. I don't know her to read particularly well. I'm familiar with the streamer though. Like obliquely, I've seen them do stuff. During the Amongo days, I knew about Hacker. Inky says, what? Say that word again. And no way that's how you say it. Bouillon. 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 The cubes, like an OXO cube, or like a broth from a cube that you add water to. It's a bouillon cube. I said bullion, and I was wrong. Bouillon. Bouillon! Pikachu says she speaks really well, in my opinion. Sure. Sure. I've heard her speak before, but I don't know. I don't know her to read anything, for example, or enunciate particularly well. I feel like if you're a native English speaker and you're listening to other native English speakers, as long as you understand their accent, like, it doesn't really matter how well they enunciate. Generally, like, usually from context, you're not going to misunderstand what it is that they're saying. Unless it's like a song or something. It's remarkable how little I could understand the words of a song or not, you know or mishear the words of a song. Like, it's remarkable how bad I am at that shit, but it's not like the same as understanding language. Pikachu says, I bet she could read Fox in Socks without messing it up. Fox in Socks? Is that like a tongue twister? Actually, I feel like I've heard this before. Did the Hololive girls say this once? Fox and Socks? By Dr. Seuss? I see. This is not something that I can just like read. Fox, socks, box, knocks in a box, fox in socks, knocks on fox and socks and box and socks on rocks and knocks and box and fox and knock. Yeah, okay, I definitely can't do it in one. This is just an excerpt, but it's pretty interesting. Fox, socks, box, knocks in box, fox in socks, knocks on fox, in socks, in box, socks on knocks in box, and fox in socks on box, on knocks. Chicks with blocks come, sorry. I expected it to rhyme there, but it did not. But it's very fascinating. I actually quite like it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a clipper for VTubers, for Hololive in particular, who had this as somebody like Mume or somebody was saying this at some point. Hey, Chuckman says, I was trying to read it every day for a bit to practice, though I don't know how well that actually works. I really doubt that it does anything for you. You would get much better at saying this, though. but I don't know about tongue twisters per se. Who says, no, I had to restart the raid. What's your problem? Pikachu Togepi says, yeah, Amelia and Watson read it. Ah, that's who it was. Amelia Watson. Shout out to Ame. Pikachu Togepi says, and then she was like, fuck this, I'm not reading any more of this shit. I kind of like it though. I kind of like it. I don't know if I would actually read it because it's a little bit too owned by someone else to be like something that I want to read for content, if that makes sense. 4, 8, 9. Pikachu says she's another one of my goats. Yeah, no, I got you. She's a very creative YouTuber, so it makes sense that you would have a high affinity for her in particular. Who says it was set up for a 500 because I forgot I was showing invos to a clan. Ah, I see. So it was just like not what you were trying to do. It simply wasn't a 405. Pikachu says, I used to watch her borderline break her desk and controller at Mario 64, and I thought, like, finally, a ragey gamer gremlin like me. I feel like I've never seen you rage before, though, Pika. What do you mean by that? I don't think I've ever seen you rage at a game, and I've watched, like, dozens of hours of your stream. Like, what do you mean by that, actually? He says, I wasn't being efficient enough to finish the 500. Yeah, I got you. Makes sense. He says, I used to be really bad. I actually don't think I've raged in years. Ah, I see. So you empathized with someone for a thing that is now a lost trait of yours. Though, to be fair, Ame started fucking being Ame in like 2020 or some shit. She's been around for a long time. I lost my voice. Pikachu says, we probably changed for the better. Both changed. Yeah. I mean, I think I've changed dramatically over the last, I haven't streamed for quite 2 years. It'll be 2 years in July. And I think I've dramatically, mostly for the better. I think I'm a lot better at engaging with people, which is part of the reason why people call me nice now, which is like very weird. Like, I would never describe myself as being nice, but I do kind of get it in some ways. I'm a lot friendlier now than I used to be. I never used to be very friendly at all. And I think that I owe that to a lot of different people that I've been speaking to and stuff like that. And also just like streaming in general. And also, speaking more in general. I never used to speak this much. As you might imagine, I'm kind of a yapper and I also stream a lot, like some 50 hours a week-ish or what have you. And one thing that's never been a problem is my like voice failing on me, which is kind of surprising in retrospect because I never used to speak like very much at all, but I don't know, I speak more now. Like in the last, call it 2 years, I've spoken more than ever before. And it hasn't really adversely affected anything as far as like my health goes or whatever. I guess I just have a strong voice. I don't know. You fucking bastard. All right, well, I guess we eat this. Who says you're welcome? Yeah, thanks, I guess. Pikachu says, I feel like I was getting gooder at streaming, but lately I'm just more awkward and worse. That's interesting. I did not eat this, which is pretty sad. I don't know. I don't feel awkward, and I feel like I'm pretty good at speaking in general, but I feel like I'm not very good at engaging people in a conversation is what I've come to realize. I feel like I'm good at speaking and like being heard. Like if you guys just want to hear me like talk about some shit like in the background for a few hours or whatever, but I'm not very good at like saying things or like speaking in such a way that people feel like they want to opine on what it is that I'm saying. I'm mostly just like thinking out loud, I guess. So I definitely could have a better like open question sort of a format. I feel like it's hard to describe. So if you're watching like a play or a comedian perform on stage or whatever, even if they ask a question, you're not supposed to like answer them almost ever, right? Like it's a show and you're supposed to shut the fuck up. And I feel like I'm a little too close to that space. Not that I would describe what I do as like being anywhere near what a theater production or a comedian can actually do, but you get what I'm saying. It's like, it's more in that space where I feel like the conversation that I'm participating in or the conversation that I'm trying to have as a dialogue doesn't come across as being something that you're supposed to like weigh in on, if that makes sense. And I definitely think I can reframe the way that I speak about things in such a way that it makes more sense for people to opine on stuff. I just said that my voice is strong and I actually haven't had any problems with it, and I think I'm actually dying. I think I'm actually dying, guys. It's definitely not normal. I don't feel bad yet, but it's definitely escaping me. Something's happening, guys. I drink a lot of water today, so I don't know what's up. Oh God. Oh yeah, no, I feel it. Maybe we'll end early today, because though I am not streaming tomorrow, I definitely don't want to ruin my voice for no reason. But I definitely did flex, like, aha, look, I've been doing this for so long and it's never been a problem before. And I'm fully feeling things not being normal happening. That's not good. It's okay though. We'll be all right for now. I've never really hurt my voice before. So maybe we should be cautious of that, in that we should respect the feedback that my body is giving me, and that I can definitely feel there's an inkling of things that are just not right, you know? Pikachu says, I feel like I just have rough transitions sometimes or lose my train of thought. I don't really lose my train of thought all that often, which is interesting. Pikachu says, or awkward out. I don't know about that. I've never felt like you were awkward. I feel like you're a little scatterbrained a little bit, maybe, but in a way that you like are happy to talk about something different. So like I don't see it as being a problem, I guess. Pikachu says that's why I said earlier I can't even speak. Maybe. Oh God. Okay, yeah, I think we're gonna finish this run. You don't really want to stop in the middle of the solo steps. I think we're gonna finish this run and we're gonna call it a little early today, because I feel like my voice is actually like actively dying in a way that is not normal. I keep doing the throat clearing thing, thinking it's gonna get better, and it just keeps getting gradually worse. Can you actually hear the quality of my voice changing? I can feel it. I can't place the sound. I feel like it sounds different to me in a way as well, but I can't place the way that it's like the quality of my voice is different. But I feel like I'm actively falling down a hole. Pikachu says just chug a gallon of water. I don't think that's the answer, because I've had a lot. Oh God, we're steadily going down. You can hear it. It's like steadily getting more and more. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna land in here somewhere before too long. We're gonna be fully gone. Pikachu says, you sound like that guy from Modern Baseball. I don't know who that is, but I felt like I should read it differently. Modern Baseball? What the fuck does that even mean? As opposed to like ancient baseball, prehistoric baseball? What the fuck is modern baseball? What does that even mean? I have literally no idea what that could mean. I'm gonna be honest. What is that? What are you talking about? Pikachu says they're an indie alt rock group. Ah, of course. I should have guessed. Pikachu, okay, he used to be in radio, and he also has like a strong passion for not just music, but also like artists, like music artists or whatever. They like has like a whole Rolodex of people that are like, and they're like short order histories or whatever. Like I feel like I could throw an artist at Pikachu and he could just give me like a Wikipedia page's worth of, or a Wikipedia synopsis worth of information on them. Like it seems like he's got like a truly bottomless well of musical knowledge. Pikachu says, or front bottoms. They both can like crack their voice on command. It's part of their music style. Crack their voice on command? That doesn't seem like something entirely useful is what I would say. But I guess I can definitely ravage my voice. I can definitely do that. I don't know if it's a good thing to be able to do. Oh yeah, we're going. We gotta call it. We gotta call it, guys. I'm falling down a hole. I can hear it. I can feel it. I can hear it, and it's all bad. We gotta get out of here, guys. Truly, we must be done. But before we go, we will do this one more time, because we're not gonna be streaming tomorrow. So we'll do our dailies one more again. Boost says it's all good, man. Do self-care. Literally, I'm just gonna end early and not talk for the rest of the day. That's the plan. Pikachu says I could feel it in my bones. Osteoporosis? Porosis? What the fuck does that mean? Boost is the best kind of self-care, shutting the fuck up. I don't know how I feel about that, I'm gonna be honest. I think an ad just happened, which is pretty fucking unfortunate. Pikachu says it's a bone disease? Osteoporosis? I think it was osteo something else that I'm familiar with, but maybe there's more than one osteo type bone disease. All right, we gotta get out of here. We gotta go. It's time. We'll just go here. Boost says end mid ad. Oh, I'm fucking absolutely am. I actually don't know there's an ad playing. I think that there is, but I'm not sure that there is. I'm so sorry if you got caught by an ad break literally as I was starting to end. Pikachu says osteoporosis is a bone disease that weakens the bones, making them more likely to break, aka fractures. Okay. It does kind of sound like porosis meaning porous, like it's filled with holes, which would have that effect, I would imagine. All right, so who is live and what are they playing? Was anyone playing RuneScape? No. That's okay. Who have I raided recently? Okay, well, I haven't raided Elian, so we'll just raid Elian. He's always a good time. Shush, shush. They're playing Phasmophobia. Not a game that I actually am a big fan of, but I definitely like how much people are able to have like conversations during it or whatever. I think it's a good streaming game, but I don't think I enjoy the game itself, if that makes sense. So I imagine that we're gonna have a fantastic time. Elian Sin, if you didn't know, he's a demonic shadow dragon VTuber. He's got a very strong blue rose theming, and in fact is a very handsome boy. You're gonna have a surprise probably as he lands in, but right now he's a cat, so he's Elian, so maybe not actually. But I hope you guys have a fantastic time hanging out with the boy. He's playing with a bunch of different people, including Suvi, Archangel, and Nia, of course, his streaming partner. They play a lot of games together very regularly, and right now it's Phasmophobia. You can expect all kinds of different things from Elian, including, but not limited to, Final Fantasy XI, Final Fantasy XIV, which are probably his two dearest, most favoritist games, particularly 11, which is a very circa 2003, just like old school RuneScape. I am not going to read that out loud, Blues. Oh, you got a new VR headset for Phasmo, Pikachu? I hope you have a fantastic time. That actually is very fascinating to me. I feel like this game in VR could actually be quite compelling. But I'm going to send you guys on over yonder ways. I hope you have a good time. I'm going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more of this, and hopefully my voice will be better. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye. Send it. Unmute this. And edit this. Elian. There we go.